Chapter 4047. Inside the star market, Yang Kai moved quickly, his divine sense spreading out like a tide, and under the urging of his strength. It was as if countless giant hands were stretching out, collecting the space rings of the dead and tossing them into his sealed world bead. There was no time to investigate what was inside these space rings. There were simply too many of them, so he could only slowly search them later. Half a day later, the ruins of the star market were basically cleaned up, and just as Yang Kai was about to return home, he suddenly heard a weak and mournful cry coming from a certain direction. Yang Kai quickly turned his head. That cry was coming from the direction of the hall where Sword Pavilion's pavilion master had died, and that cry was undoubtedly Lu Xue's. In this entire star market, besides him and Lu Xue, there was no other living person. But at this moment, there was clearly another aura coming from that direction, but this aura was very wild, like a demonic chi. Monster beast? Yang Kai's brow furrowed, and out of curiosity, his figure flickered and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already inside the hall, and looking up, his brow furrowed even more. What he saw was Lu Xue's entire body suspended in midair, and in front of her was a humanoid monster more than 6 meters tall wearing animal skin. This guy was entirely green, and although it had a humanoid form, it was not human. Its 2 arms were as sharp as sickles, and its neck had a flat head. At first glance, it looked like a praying mantis. What the hell is this thing? Yang Kai had traveled far and wide for many years, but he had never seen such a strange existence. Generally speaking, when a monster beast cultivated to a certain level, it could take human form. Only those who had not cultivated enough would retain some traces of their monster beast form. However, the aura of this mantis head in front of him was very strong, even stronger than the auras of the Scarlet Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon. So how could it still have a half-human, half-monster appearance? The Scarlet Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon had not taken human form, so Yang Kai guessed that this was related to their sentience. Without sentience, they naturally could not take human form. Could it be that this mantis head's sentience had not been fully developed? Hearing the movement, the mantis head turned to look at Yang Kai, its 2 compound eyes reflecting a strange light as it raised one of its sickle-like arms and scratched its head, looking a little confused. Master had only told it that there was an interesting guy here and told it to capture him. When it came here, it saw Lu Xue and thought it was her. But who knew that another one would appear? And which one is it? After carefully distinguishing between Lu Xue and Yang Kai's auras, it really couldn't tell. In its perception, Lu Xue was clearly much stronger than Yang Kai, but its monster beast instincts told it that Yang Kai was a fatal threat. After pondering for a while, he suddenly grinned and said in a metallic voice, "Forget it. Let's capture them all and bring them back." This mantis head could talk. Lu Xue was startled for a moment, then immediately looked at Yang Kai with a pleading gaze. At this time, her life was hanging by a thread. As long as the mantis head moved slightly, it could dismember her on the spot. Her only hope was Yang Kai. If Yang Kai was willing to save her, she might still have a chance to live. But to her disappointment, Yang Kai did not even look at her, and she could not help but feel sad. Thinking about it, Yang Kai had previously slaughtered the people of Sword Pavilion and even came here to kill them all. She was a member of Sword Pavilion, so why would he care about her life? Did you do this? Yang Kai looked at the mantis head and asked, but soon shook his head. You don't have this ability. I don't know what you're talking about. The mantis head shook its arms and threw Lu Xue, who was suspended in the air, to the side. As it walked towards Yang Kai, its 2 scythe-like arms gently rubbed against each other, producing a harsh sound. Little thing. Mistress told me to capture you alive, so you'd better not resist, otherwise you'll suffer. Mistress? Kai Yang raised his eyebrows. Just as he was about to inquire who this matriarch was, a green light flashed in front of his eyes. The mantis head was right in front of his face, and with a flash of sharp light, its scythe arm stabbed towards his shoulder. So fast. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and he instantly urged his space principles, teleporting away and reappearing 10 meters away. With a tearing sound, his clothes were torn. When Yang Kai turned his head to look, He saw that the new set of clothes he had changed into on the way here had been cut open. Fortunately, his reaction wasn't slow, otherwise, he would have been at a disadvantage. Huh. The mantis head tilted its head, its two compound eyes darting around, seemingly very confused. You're so fast. You're not bad either. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Then let's see who's faster. The mantis head grinned, revealing 2 rows of saw-like fangs in its mouth, and as soon as it finished speaking, its entire body turned into a streak of green light and shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai waited with rapt attention, locking onto the mantis head's aura with his divine sense and urging his space principles, countering each move as it came. In an instant, a strange wind blew and figures flickered, filling the hall with the cries of the wind. Lu Shui, who had been thrown to the side, looked up and saw that the entire hall was filled with figures of Yang Kai and the mantis head. For a time, she couldn't tell which one was the real one. She couldn't help feeling shocked. Normally, it would have been difficult to encounter such a swift existence, but this time there were actually 2 of them, and they were evenly matched. She didn't dare to remain in place. Whether it was the mantis head or Yang Kai, neither had any intention of taking care of her. Once she was caught in the aftermath of the battle between these 2, she wouldn't be able to resist in her current state. Forcing herself to stand, she groped her way to the entrance of the hall and stumbled out. She had only run for less than 100 feet when she heard a violent explosion behind her. She turned around and saw that the hall had been shattered. 2 figures had soared into the sky, and the violent aftershock swept over, sending her flying more than 100 feet. She landed heavily on the ground and spat out another mouthful of blood. Outside the hall, whether it was Yang Kai or the mantis head, both seemed to have broken free from some kind of shackles. Like a dragon entering the sea or a tiger entering the forest, they instantly pushed their speed to the limit. Above Star City, the 2 figures crisscrossed, chasing each other from one end of Star City to the other. From time to time, they would exchange blows, causing the sky to fall and the earth to crack. Strictly speaking, in terms of speed, Yang Kai couldn't compare to the mantis head. The mantis head was truly as fast as the wind and as fast as thunder, while Yang Kai relied on nothing more than the space principles. What was even more terrifying was that not only was the mantis head's speed extremely fast, breaking through the sound of wind and thunder, but his saber technique was also as exquisite as a grandmaster's. Those 2 sickle-like arms seemed to be natural sabers, and when the mantis head brandished them, they were simply invincible. At first glance, one could tell that his saber technique was completely random and should have been comprehended on his own, but it was also completely natural and exquisite. Every strike he made was just right, and his strength was not wasted in the slightest. Yang Kai was actually feeling a little strained. He came with the invincible momentum of breaking Sword Pavilion's sword array and destroying thousands of Thunder Light Sect cultivators. If the opponent's strength was insufficient, he could easily wipe them out. But this mantis head actually made him feel pressured at this moment, which showed how terrifying this guy was. Who among the cultivators in the great cosmological realm could be a match for such an existence? Yang Kai reckoned that even if the Sword Pavilion Master came back to life, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage over him. And such a guy was just a servant, so how terrifying was the mistress? Yang Kai faintly suspected that the mistress mentioned by the mantis head should be the heavenly moon demon spider. Thinking about it, he was indeed a little whimsical when he thought about the heavenly moon demon spider. Enough! Yang Kai roared angrily and struck out with his palm. Violent power surged and blasted the mantis head away. In terms of speed, Yang Kai could rely on the space principles to not fall into a disadvantage, but if this continued, when would it end? He couldn't stay in this dangerous place for long. If the heavenly moon demon spider came back, he didn't know if he could withstand it. This battle had to be ended quickly. The moment he forced the mantis head back, Yang Kai summoned the divine origin magnet gourd. With a thought, he opened the gourd and a multicolored light swept out, filling the world and wrapping around the mantis head. Clanging sounds rang out and sparks flew. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he stared in front of him in astonishment. Inside the divine origin magnet light, the mantis head was being washed away by the divine origin magnet light. Although its speed was greatly reduced, its momentum was still overwhelming. The divine origin magnet light that had caused Thunder Light Sword Pavilion to suffer a great loss didn't have much effect on the mantis head. Although it was instantly covered in cuts and bruises, they were only minor injuries that could be ignored. This guy was a 6th grade monster beast. Monster beasts outside the universe realm were also divided into grades. For example, Heaven Opening Realm monster beasts that weren't even at the Heaven Opening Realm were naturally not included. In other words, the mantis head had a 6th grade monster core. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for it to resist the divine origin magnet light with its physical body. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Although he didn't know what attribute the mantis head's monster core was, a 6th grade monster core was a treasure. Although the mantis head wasn't seriously injured, it was clearly angered by Yang Kai's sudden change in tactics and felt that this guy was despicable and shameless. He had clearly competed in speed with it, but now he had suddenly changed tactics, making it feel deeply humiliated and malicious. It cried out, "Little thing, you've made this Lord Mantis very angry. This Lord Mantis has decided to eat one of your arms and one of your legs." In any case, losing an arm and a leg wouldn't kill him. The matriarch had only ordered him to bring the mantis head back alive and hadn't said anything about bringing the mantis head back whole, so he wasn't going against her orders. As it cried out, it brandished its scythe in an airtight manner, cutting off the divine origin magnet light that was rushing towards it. In an instant, it had arrived within Tinjong of Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression was solemn. He knew that the divine origin magnet light was useless against this guy. Although the divine origin magnet gourd was extremely powerful and was a true killing weapon, once the enemy had a 6th grade monster core or above to resist it, its usefulness would be limited. This secret treasure was suitable for large-scale battles, just like the battle with the Thunder Light sect's thousands of people. The divine origin magnet light was useless, and he couldn't use the golden crow casting sun for the time being. When he had broken through Sword Pavilion's sword formation, Yang Kai's Dao seal had been slightly shaken. Unless it was a matter of life and death, it was best not to use this divine technique. Moreover, when facing an opponent like the mantis head, the only correct way was to use force to break force. Chapter 40-48. With this thought, Yang Kai instantly put away the wind gourd and stretched out his hand to grasp the air. When the dragon might filled the air, he took out the black dragon spear and thrust it forward. The mantis head was furious, but he did not expect Yang Kai to change his move so quickly. As the tip of the black dragon's spear rapidly enlarged in front of his eyes, he hurriedly blocked with his 2 blades. With a clink, the color of the mantis's head changed slightly, and its 2 compound eyes trembled violently. The figure that was pouncing forward actually floated backward like a ghost, like a fallen leaf drifting in the wind, without the slightest weight. After retreating more than 100 feet, the mantis head looked down and saw that there was a dent in his right arm. His sturdy blade arm was almost pierced through by his opponent's spear. His heart was shocked as he stared at the black dragon spear in Yang Kai's hand and said hoarsely, "What kind of spear is this?" He knew his body well. Although he did not dare to say that it was impregnable, there were only a few things that could hurt him. However, the opponent in front of him was so terrifying that he felt a fatal threat. "Of course it's a spear to kill you." Before Yang Kai finished speaking, he had already flashed in front of the mantis head and thrust his spear forward like a dragon. At the same time, he felt a little regretful. He was prepared to take the life of the mantis head with that spear. The black dragon spear was refined from the entire dragon skeleton. Even in the 3,000 worlds, it was a top-killing treasure. Although the mantis head's defense was strong, it was impossible for him to block the power of the black dragon spear. Unfortunately, it was still a failure. After suffering a loss, the mantis head did not dare to take it head-on. He hurriedly swayed his body and dodged. His entire body turned into a green light, constantly flying around Yang Kai. He waved his blade arm and slashed out an incredible attack from every corner. Yang Kai pushed the power of the black dragon's spear to the limit, and the sky was covered with spear shadows. Compared to the mantis head's exquisite blade technique, Yang Kai's spear technique could be said to be a beginner. After all, he had never systematically practiced spear techniques. Ever since he obtained the Black Dragon Spear, he had been using it casually. The two could not be compared in terms of technique. It was not that he did not value technique, but compared to skillful techniques, he still felt that in a life and death battle, the level of strength was the decisive factor. No matter how strong the opponent's technique was, he could break it. But now, he knew that his thoughts were a little narrow-minded. The power of the Black Dragon Spear was boundless, but it could not do anything to the mantis head. The opponent's body was as slippery as a loach, and his blade technique had reached perfection. He had reached a terrifying level of a terrifying realm that had reached a terrifying realm of strength with strength. From time to time, he had reached a terrifying realm of a realm. His strong body, he could not block Blade's blade arm. If he continued to fight like this, he would be the one to suffer in the end. Yang Kai's heart trembled, but there was nothing he could do. If he wanted to leave, he could leave at any time. Although the mantis head was fast, he could not stop him for a moment. But if he retreated like this, he would be depressed, and it would hinder his martial arts. Your blood looks delicious. In the fierce battle, the mantis head still had the leisure to pay attention to other things. Obviously, he was at ease. When he said this, he was slightly panting, as if he had seen an extremely delicious food, and it made his mouth water. Yang Kai was full of dragon blood. A normal cultivator might not feel anything, but the mantis head was born as a monster beast and had a keen sense of smell. Naturally, he noticed the difference immediately. No wonder Mistress wanted me to catch you alive. Ha ha ha, Master Mantis is going to make a contribution. The mantis head laughed, and as his body turned, his voice came from all directions. Yang Kai pursed his lips tightly and said nothing, concentrating on dealing with the mantis head's storm-like attacks. Wherever the two of them passed, sword chi and spear chi would sweep across the heavens and earth, causing the already dilapidated star market to become even more fragmented. However, there was bound to be a lapse in defense. One man and one monster fought for half an hour before the mantis head finally found a good opportunity. Its blade arm blocked Yang Kai's Black Dragon Spear, and its whole body crashed into Yang Kai. Its two compound eyes flashed with a fierce light, and a blade stabbed toward Yang Kai's chest and abdomen. With a muffled sound, half of the blade arm stabbed into Yang Kai's abdomen and came out from his back. Blood splattered, and Yang Kai's face turned slightly pale, but the corners of his mouth hooked up into a sarcastic smile. I finally caught you. As soon as he finished speaking, he completely ignored the sharpness of the blade arm and grabbed it with his left hand. In an instant, his fingers were cut and blood gushed out. The mantis head thought that the situation was over and was about to laugh. But when he heard this, his heart skipped a beat and he instinctively felt that something was wrong. When he looked up, he saw the Black Dragon Spear stabbing straight at his head. He laughed hoarsely. You want to catch this Master Mantis? You're too naive, little thing. The blade arm stabbed into Yang Kai's abdomen suddenly twisted, and while Yang Kai was in pain, the mantis head smoothly pulled it out and retreated. Condense! Yang Kai shouted as he thrust his spear, pushing his space principles to the limit. With a single word, the space around him instantly froze. The mantis head's smile stiffened on his face as he felt the space around him crazily compress, greatly reducing the speed at which he retreated. Seeing the Black Dragon Spear quickly fill his vision, he cried out in horror. Little thing is too treacherous. No matter how desperately he tried, he could not outrun the Black Dragon Spear. With a puff, the sound of something shattering rang out and the mantis head in the air burst apart, his headless corpse twitching as it plummeted to the ground. Yang Kai pulled back his spear and spat out a mouthful of blood, his figure unable to stop himself from falling to the ground. He had suffered a great loss this time. In order to kill the mantis head with this final spear strike, Yang Kai had been concealing his strength, trying his best to endure, not using the space principles to limit the mantis head's speed. This was all in order to make the mantis head careless, and in the end, he had risked using his own body to delay his opponent, using the space principles to limit his speed, which had allowed him to succeed. If not for this, who knew how long this battle would have taken? However, it was worth it. Although Yang Kai was seriously injured, Being able to kill such a powerful enemy was also a kind of gain and tempering for his growth. Looking down, Yang Kai saw a bloody hole in his chest and abdomen, blood pouring out from it, and countless wounds all over his body. In this battle, Yang Kai had been the one to take a beating from beginning to end. The mantis head had only taken 2 hits from him, one to probe and the other to kill. Wanting to get up, Yang Kai felt an unbearable pain in his abdomen, forcing him to sit down cross-legged, taking out some healing pills and stuffing them into his mouth. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai put the mantis head's body into his space ring before silently circulating his secret art to restore his condition. Time passed slowly, and after a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai heard the sound of footsteps. Yang Kai opened his eyes and saw a pale Lu Shui walking over, staring at him in a daze. As their eyes met, a trace of panic flashed across Lu Shui's eyes. She had escaped from the main hall before, so she had not been affected by the aftermath of the battle between Yang Kai and the mantis head. However, she had not known how the battle was going, so as soon as the battle had stopped, she had come over to investigate. Unexpectedly, the one who won in the end was actually Yang Kai. Instead, the seemingly invincible mantis head had fallen to the side, its head shattered. Although she did not see the entire process of the battle, she knew that it had been thrilling. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai's aura-weak and pale face, it was obvious that he had also suffered serious injuries. Pursing her lips, Lu Shui walked towards Yang Kai step by step. Yang Kai watched her coldly, not knowing what this woman wanted to do. Could it be that she wanted to take advantage of his heavy injuries to take revenge? However, he was also an arrow at the end of its flight and couldn't exert much of its strength. If she really did so, he would definitely give her a big surprise and teach her that a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. 1 step, 2 steps, a distance of a few thousand feet, Lu Shui walked for half an incense stick to burn before arriving in front of Yang Kai. Panting slightly, she stretched out her hand to grab Yang Kai. Yang Kai sneered in his heart. He had accumulated a little bit of strength and was ready to use it. However, he felt very strange. Why didn't this woman have the slightest murderous intent? In the next moment, Kai Yang revealed a stunned expression, because although Lu Shui had caught him, she didn't seem to have any intention of taking action. Instead, she turned her back to him and squatted down in front of him, revealing her slender back. She grabbed his wrists with both hands and lifted him onto her back, whispering, "This is a dangerous place. We shouldn't stay for long." Struggling to get up, Yang Kai walked out of Star City step by step. This woman, she actually wanted to carry him away. Yang Kai was a little confused. He wouldn't be surprised if Lu Shui took this opportunity to take revenge. After all, he had killed so many people from Sword Pavilion and made her suffer a fate worse than death. It could be said that there was a deep enmity between them. But what did she mean by doing this? Kai Yang didn't understand. Their relationship was that of an enemy, not a friend. After all, she was a woman and her body was very soft. It was the first time for her to carry a man on her back. Yang Kai's breathing entered Lu Shui's ears, and her ears gradually turned red. Although the two of them were about the same height, Yang Kai was still taller than her, so Lu Shui could only walk with her back bent, which looked very funny. It was also the first time that Yang Kai had been carried by a woman like this, and a very strange feeling welled up in his heart. In any case, this kind of thing made him feel very uncomfortable. He reached out and patted Lu Shui's shoulder, coughed lightly, and said, "Hold on to me." Lu Shui stopped and thought for a moment. In the end, she put Yang Kai down and held one of Yang Kai's arms, supporting him as they walked forward. After a few steps, she stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Yang Kai caught her. Yang Kai was speechless and Lu Shui's face was a little red. "Let's go," Yang Kai said, the two of them supporting each other as they left this dilapidated Star City step by step, giving off a feeling of supporting each other. Before coming here, Yang Kai was in high spirits and full of killing intent. He never thought that he would be in such a sorry state when he returned. From time to time, he would turn his head to look at Lu Shui. He was sure that this woman didn't have any killing intent towards him. Otherwise, it would have been the best opportunity to kill her. Chapter 40-49. Inside a cave near a cliff, Two figures sat cross-legged more than 10 meters apart. The cave was not big, but it was clean and well hidden. After leaving Sword Pavilion Star Market, Lu Shui brought Yang Kai here. This place was a few hundred kilometers away from Sword Pavilion, so it was not too far away. She had seen this cave before, so she was quite familiar with it. Both of them were silently healing their wounds, and time passed silently. Strictly speaking, the two of them had supported each other all the way from Star Market and hadn't communicated much. Yang Kai did not ask Lu Shui why she had done this, nor did he take the opportunity to attack her, nor did he intend to take revenge. Women's thoughts were the most difficult to guess. Guessing back and forth would give him a headache, so why should he ask for trouble? After 3 days, Yang Kai opened his eyes, his aura completely restored, and the wound on his chest and abdomen had basically healed. He had a half-dragon body, so his restorative ability was extremely strong, and now that the wood attribute power of the immortal tree had been condensed in his Dao Seal, it could be said that as long as it was not a fatal injury, he would be able to recover as long as he spent some time. Slowly getting up, a burst of crackling sounds came from his body. Stretching his muscles and bones, Yang Kai felt that his mental state had never been better. Although the battle with the mantis head had been difficult, it had allowed him to recognize some of his shortcomings, so it could be said that he had gained a lot. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw that Lu Shui was still healing her wounds, her aura still weak. Her injuries were not so easy to heal, and the aftereffects of being burned by the Golden Crow True Fire could not be erased in a short time. Slowly shaking his head, Yang Kai no longer had any desire to kill this woman. Half a day later, Yang Kai walked out of the cave, identified the direction a little, and then soared into the sky. 3 days later, Lu Shui opened her eyes and looked around, only to find that she was the only one left here. Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. However, although Yang Kai had left, she could perceive that there were some simple spirit arrays arranged in this cave, which had the effect of concealing one's aura and concealing one's whereabouts. These simple spirit arrays were undoubtedly left behind by Yang Kai before he left. After staring blankly for a while, Lu Shui closed her eyes again and adjusted her breathing. Outside Red Star City, a stream of light cut through the sky and swooped down. The disciples who were responsible for monitoring the movements in all directions and guarding the Star Market array were shocked when they saw this. Just as they were about to activate the array, they suddenly found that the person who rushed over was Yang Kai. For a moment, their hands and feet turned cold and they froze on the spot. This murderous star had returned. Previously, outside the Star Market, Yang Kai had single-handedly broken the Sword Pavilion's sword array and destroyed Lei Guang. Tens of thousands of people in the Star Market had witnessed it. How could they not recognize him? The heads of the Qi Star sect had been blinded by greed and had abandoned Yang Kai at the time of crisis. Undoubtedly, they had deeply offended him. Before this, the disciples of the Qi Star sect were even more anxious. Many of them were afraid that Yang Kai would settle accounts with them, so they had quietly left the Qi Star sect and fled for their lives. If it weren't for Chen Tianfei's order to activate the Grand Array and verify the identity of anyone who wanted to leave, it was hard to say how many people would still be left in Crimson Star. Even so, the disciples of the Qi Star sect were still nervous. Yang Kai had captured Lu Shui and taken her to Sword Pavilion's headquarters, so now that he had returned, it wasn't difficult to guess the situation in Sword Pavilion. Now that this murderous star had returned, what should the Qi Star sect do? Yang Kai didn't rush directly into the Star Market. When he was about to reach the Star Market, he suddenly turned his head and looked to the side. Then, with a slight smile, he turned around and landed in that direction. Soon, they arrived at a col in the mountains and landed on a huge head. The sound of his landing alarmed the owner of the head, and it raised its head abruptly. Just as it was about to fly into a rage, Yang Kai stepped on it, and it immediately calmed down. This behemoth was none other than Scarlet Flood Dragon. Yang Kai then looked at a hole not far away and shouted, "Come out!" There was a rumbling sound, as if thunder was rolling from the ground. Then, the Earth Dragon rushed out of the hole. Its huge mouth squirmed endlessly, and its mucus splashed everywhere. There was a sizzling sound of corrosion coming from the ground. Scarlet Flood Dragon was obviously disgusted and snorted disdainfully. "Why are you here?" Yang Kai looked at the two big guys with a smile. Did someone drive you out? When he left, the Earth Dragon's whereabouts were unknown. According to Guizian, during the previous battle in the Yuan-Ci Mountain, the Earth Dragon saw that the situation was bad and fled. Thunder Radiance sect and Sword Pavilions, people couldn't do anything to it, so they let it go. On the other hand, Scarlet Flood Dragon was captured and later returned to the Star Market. When Yang Kai's words fell, two divine senses were transmitted directly. The Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon didn't have high sentience, so they couldn't speak or take human form, but they could still transmit some information through their divine sense. Moreover, after following Yang Kai for some time, Yang Kai clearly felt that their sentience had improved a lot. Before, it had been quite difficult to communicate with them, but now it was much easier. It should be related to the consumption of dragon blood pills. The dragon blood pills that Yang Kai refined in the great cosmological realm were all top grade, mainly because the dragon blood flower's grade was very high. It was greatly beneficial for him to consume it himself, not to mention that Scarlet Flood Dragon was an exotic beast with a dragon vein. During this period, their bodies had also grown a lot. Through their description, Yang Kai knew that it wasn't that someone drove them out of the Star Market, but that they felt uncomfortable in the Star Market and ran out. Thinking about it, each of them was a huge monster that was dozens of feet long. The buildings in the Star Market were crowded, so how could they be used freely? Yang Kai nodded slightly. After careful observation, the Scarlet Flood Dragon's injuries had not recovered. Previously, it was beaten badly by the Sword Pavilion's people in the Yuan-Ci Mountain and was almost beheaded. Until now, there was still a huge sword wound on its neck that could not be healed for a long time. The Earth Dragon was fine. This guy was very cunning. If Yang Kai hadn't suppressed it with the dragon vein, he might not have been able to subdue it. At this moment, several figures rushed out of the Star Market and hurried towards Yang Kai. These people were all in the heaven-opening realm, but they didn't fly. Instead, they ran. The one in the lead was very fat, like a mountain of meat. When he ran, the ground shook. Who else could it be but Chen Tianfei? Behind him were the heads of the Qi Xing realm. Although he was fat, his movements were indescribably nimble. In just a few steps, he ran over. With a smile on his face, he cupped his hands and said, "Congratulations, Brother Yang, on your triumphant return." He was a heaven-opening realm cultivator, so it was indescribably awkward for him to call someone from the Emperor realm brother. However, he had no choice. The other party was stronger than him, so he had no choice but to lower his head. As for the title of Sixth Head, he was too ashamed to call him that. Behind him, the Ouyang brothers, Madame Qin, and Bei Yushan also congratulated in unison, their expressions complicated. Who would have thought that the young man who had forced his way into Qi Xing would have such terrifying ability? If they had known earlier, they would have treated him with sincerity. As long as they could make him submit, who in the great cosmological realm would Qi Xing be afraid of? Unfortunately, they had missed the best opportunity and instead kicked them while they were down. Now, it was too late to regret. What made them feel even more embarrassed and angry was that when they personally went out to welcome him, Yang Kai actually ignored them. He just turned his back to them, treating them as if they were nothing, and instead treating the two mutant beasts kindly. After a while, Yang Kai raised his hand and sent out 2 red spirit pills, which fell into the mouths of the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon. Chen Tianfei saw this and his heart jumped. Although he didn't know what those spirit pills were, they were extraordinary. This guy actually casually threw them to 2 mutant beasts. What a waste of God's gifts. Brother Yang, how was the result of this trip? Chen Tianfei asked again, a cautious expression on his face. Yang Kai finally turned around and swept his gaze across the faces of these people one by one. His expression was indifferent, without any joy or anger, but when his gaze swept over them, whether it was Chen Tianfei or the others, all of them felt their skin tighten, as if they were being stared at by some terrifying beast and could die at any time. Thump, 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 the sound of violent heartbeats came from Chen Tianfei's heart. Cold sweat slid down Chen Tianfei's forehead, and the forced smile on his face became extremely stiff. After a long time, Yang Kai chuckled, "Master Chen, what do you want me to do?" This was probably what Qi Xing was most concerned about. If Yang Kai could really wipe out Sword Pavilion alone, then no one in the great cosmological realm would be his opponent. If Sword Pavilion could compete with him, then at least there would be one restriction. However, they never would have thought that Yang Kai didn't have any contact with Sword Pavilion at all. Instead, he fought a mantis head. Hearing Yang Kai's rhetorical question, Chen Tianfei smiled awkwardly. Of course I want Brother Yang to be invincible and win every battle. Haha. Yang Kai didn't comment. Who would believe him? He was too lazy to say anything more. He took a step forward and arrived at Star Market. With another step, he arrived at his mansion. Qi Xing and the other masters were left shivering in the cold wind, feeling a chill on their backs. Chen Tianfei suddenly recovered and hurriedly chased after him. Brother Yang, Brother Yang. He was both surprised and delighted. He was surprised that Yang Kai had really returned. Although he didn't know how the battle between him and Sword Pavilion was, since he had returned, Sword Pavilion shouldn't be having a good time. He was delighted that Yang Kai didn't kill them as soon as he came back, which meant that Yang Kai had no intention of killing them. Otherwise, with his murderous nature, how could he show mercy? However, although he didn't kill them, it didn't mean that he was willing to let go of the past. Qi Xing's side needed to satisfy him. Chen Tianfei didn't dare to be negligent. The master had placed the burden of Qi Xing's survival on him. If he didn't do a good job, Qi Xing's destruction would only be a matter of time. In the mansion, Yang Kai pushed the door open and entered. Instantly, dozens of pairs of eyes looked over, all of them inexplicably excited. Young master is back. Yueha smiled and curtsied gracefully, as if she was really a maid. It was hard to imagine that this woman was a 5th-grade heaven splitter. Chapter 40-50. Yang Kai was already used to her and nodded slightly. Brother Yang, Meng Hong, and the others cupped their fists in relief. This lowly one greets the master. Guazian's voice resounded, and the more than 30 people behind him cupped their fists in unison. Greetings, master. Welcome back, master. All of them were full of energy, and their voices were full of respect and admiration. They had no choice but to admire him. A few days ago, they would never have thought that someone in the Emperor realm would be able to do such an unimaginable thing. Apart from Guazian, who was at the 2nd rank, the rest of them were all from the Emperor realm. What they saw that day had already turned this young man in front of them into a totem that they worshipped in their hearts. No need to be so polite. You may rise. Yang Kai raised his hand. Guazian and the others stood up. Yueha pursed her lips and smiled. Young master, please know that Commander Gua has already resigned from his position as Crimson Star's great commander. Now, these people are no longer Crimson Star's people. He resigned from his position as great commander? Yang Kai glanced at Guazian and the group behind him and nodded. It's good that he resigned. What do you plan to do in the future? Guazian cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, This lowly one is willing to follow the master and serve the master with all our might. We are willing to follow the master and serve the master. Everyone said in unison. Yang Kai understood tacitly. He knew that the battle that day had already marked them as his people. No matter who saw it, they were his people. Crimson Star probably wouldn't dare to keep them, which was why they could leave Crimson Star so easily. Otherwise, how could Crimson Star allow their disciples to defect? Guazian's character was not bad. That day on the Yuan Ci mountain, he did not flinch in the face of Lei Guang's coercion. Instead, he was willing to live and die with Yang Kai, which showed that he was a trustworthy and useful person. It was just that his cultivation base was a little lacking. At the 2nd stage, splitting heaven, even if he improved in the future, he would at most be at the 4th stage. What's more, Yang Kai really needed some subordinates to deal with some chores, so he nodded and said, Good. Since that's the case, then you will follow me in the future. I can't guarantee anything else, but as long as you are sincere, I will not let you down. Everyone's spirits were lifted and they all shouted, Thank you, Master. Everyone was overjoyed. With the protection of a great god like Yang Kai, their status in the great cosmological realm would also rise. Who would they need to be afraid of in the future? Congratulations, Commander Gua. Your wish has finally come true. Yuhi pursed her lips and smiled. Guazian's old face was a little red, and he blushed with shame as he said, Miss Yuhi, please don't make fun of me. In the future, I will still need your guidance. Yuhi smiled even more brightly. After laughing, Yuhi took out a space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. These are the belongings of the people you killed before. Collect them and sort them out for you. Yang Kai took it, glanced at it, and put it away calmly. Yuhi was a little surprised. There were a lot of things inside. After all, it was the belongings of 3,000 people, especially the mid-rank heaven-opening space rings. All of them were extremely rich. She thought that Yang Kai would be overjoyed after receiving them, but who would have thought that there would be no reaction at all? Could it be that he was already satisfied with the harvest from the Yuan-Ci mountain last time? While she was surprised, she heard Yang Kai say, "It just so happens that you have this experience, so I'll need you to work a little harder." As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai waved his hand. The next moment, a series of clinking sounds rang out as a large pile of space rings appeared in the courtyard, piling up like a small hill in front of everyone. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. They stared blankly ahead, and the shock in the depths of their hearts couldn't be any greater. The space rings piled up in front of them numbered in the tens of thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands. Yuhi's face paled as she asked in a trembling voice, "Young master, how many people did you kill?" She was on the verge of tears. Wasn't this young master's killing intent too heavy? How could he kill so many people on a trip to Sword Pavilion's headquarters? No wonder Yang Kai didn't react when he received the space rings. Those were the space rings of 3,000 people, but there were tens of thousands of people on Yang Kai's side. They weren't on the same level at all, so how could he show any reaction? Guazian and the others were also dumbfounded, their expressions sluggish. Just as Yuhi had thought, each space ring represented a life. Tens of thousands of space rings were equivalent to tens of thousands of people. Yang Kai had only been gone for 3 or 4 days, yet so many people had died at his hands. What's more, how could there be so many people in Sword Pavilion for him to kill? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Could this master have become so murderous that he slaughtered everyone in Star City? If that was the case, then it would be an incredible matter. The situation is a little complicated. I'll explain it to you later. Yang Kai waved his hand and shouted, "Guazian." "This humble one is here," Guazian responded solemnly, his heart beating rapidly. "Take some people to sort out the space rings here and classify them like before." "Yes." Guazian quietly gulped. They had several dozen people, so sorting out tens of thousands of space rings would be a big project. It would take at least 10 days to half a month. Meng Hong said, "I'll also help." Yang Kai nodded. "I'll have to trouble Brother Meng." Meng Hong laughed. "Brother Yang is too serious. This Meng is deeply grateful for the sun's true fire you bestowed upon me. This trivial matter is not worth mentioning." Leaving Guazian, Meng Hong, and the others to sort out the space rings in the courtyard, Yang Kai called Yuhi into the hall. Yuhi served him tea and looked at him nervously. "Eldest young master, what happened? You didn't really slaughter an entire Star City, did you?" Killing a few people wasn't a big deal, but if Yang Kai really slaughtered an entire Star City, it would be too much. It would likely give birth to a heart demon in the future and become the demon race. How could she not be nervous? How is that possible? Yang Kai held a teacup and sat down on a chair. He had come here to cause trouble for Sword Pavilion, so even if a fight really broke out, he wouldn't implicate innocent people, let alone slaughter an entire Star City. "I told you, things are a little complicated." "What happened?" Yuhi swayed her hips as she sat down on the chair next to him. Yang Kai frowned and said, "Before I went, Sword Pavilion's Star City was trampled to the ground and everyone was dead. Those space rings were just picked up by me." Picked up? Yuhi was speechless. His luck was too good. He had picked up tens of thousands of space rings on a single trip, which was a huge windfall. She quickly realized the seriousness of the problem. Sword Pavilion's Star City was trampled to the ground? Who has such ability? The forces in the Star City weren't very strong, and Sword Pavilion was considered the most powerful. Who could trample them to the ground? A beast tide. Yang Kai exhaled softly. It wasn't a simple beast tide. It was different from the ones we encountered before. I didn't see the specific situation, but Sword Pavilion's pavilion master died there, and no one survived. Sword Pavilion's pavilion master also died? Yuhi was truly shocked this time. She also knew that the pavilion master was a 6th-stage heaven splitter, and his strength was even stronger than hers. Such a figure was astonishingly talented and could be considered a first-rate figure in the various grotto heavens and blessed lands. Yet, he had died in the great cosmological realm? Shocked, she asked, "How did you know Sword Pavilion's pavilion master?" Lu Shui said so, otherwise, how could I know him? Yang Kai put down his teacup and grinned meaningfully. I'm afraid you can't imagine who killed Sword Pavilion's pavilion master. Yuhi looked at him inquiringly, and Yang Kai didn't keep her in suspense, softly spitting out a few words, "Heavenly Moon Demon Spider." Yuhi's expression suddenly changed, obviously knowing what a heavenly moon demon spider represented. It was an ancient divine spirit. It was an existence that stood at the peak of this world, and only a high-rank heaven-splitting master could contend with it. When I was collecting space rings in the star market, I encountered a guy with the head of a praying mantis. Yang Kai threw out the corpse of the praying mantis as he spoke. Yuhi turned her head and saw that the corpse had no head, and its entire body was dark green. Its 2 blade-like arms were extremely sharp, and its leg bones were inverted with barbs. Although it was humanoid, it retained a large part of the monster beast characteristics. This guy is not simple. I was seriously injured by him, and it took me 3 days to recover. Yang Kai flicked his fingers. He can hurt you? Yuhi was surprised, followed by a look of suspicion. Strange, if he can hurt you, then his strength must be extraordinary. Why is he still like this? He should have transformed long ago. I'm also very curious about this, so I brought him back for you to take a look. How much do you know about the great cosmological realm? Yuhi shook her head solemnly. I don't know much. I've only heard that the fog of the great cosmological realm suppresses the universe, and that there is no opening of the sky in the great cosmological realm. Only those who have been here and left safely know what the situation inside is like. After pondering for a moment, she guessed, the laws of heaven and earth in the great cosmological realm are extremely strange. Exotic beasts like the scarlet flood dragon and the earth dragon are quite strong, so they should have transformed long ago, but their intelligence has not been awakened. Perhaps it's because of the strange laws here. This, the half-human, half-beast appearance of this praying mantis is probably the same. Yang Kai nodded. That's the only possibility, but there are divine spirits in the great cosmological realm. This place is not as simple as we thought. Yuhi also felt the same. Even an existence like Sword Pavilion had been destroyed by the beast tide, so Qi Xing's side was not safe either. Not to mention the terrifying existence of a divine spirit. Even if a few more praying mantis came, Qi Xing might not be able to withstand them. This was a guy who could injure Yang Kai, and ordinary people would find it difficult to resist. Yuhi even doubted that she could last an incense stick worth of time against him. In any case, be careful in the future, Yang Kai exhorted. He was already considering a way out. If they were really blocked by a divine spirit one day, they would still have a chance to retreat calmly. While the two were talking, Chunyu suddenly walked in from outside. She carefully looked at Yang Kai's face and said softly, "Master, the heads of Qi Xing are outside asking for an audience." Chapter 4051. Yuhi pursed her lips and smiled. They are here to ask for peace. They came to welcome me outside the city before, but I ignored them, Yang Kai sneered. Then they must be restless now. As Yuhi spoke, she handed over a box. After you left that day, Master Qi Xing led his men here and gave you this. He wanted me to put in a good word for you when you returned. What is it? Yang Kai glanced at the box. Yuhi said casually, I'm afraid you don't like it. It's just 3 sets of 5th grade materials. Yang Kai nodded, picked up the teacup, and took a sip. Chun Yu's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. 3 sets of 5th grade materials. She didn't know if she would ever be able to obtain these items in her lifetime. They would be a valuable resource in the outside world, but now, she had casually given them away as gifts. As expected, the person who received the gifts didn't seem to think much of it. She deeply felt that there was an insurmountable gap between her and some people, and she was disappointed. Yuhi observed his expression and saw that Yang Kai didn't directly refuse, so she turned and asked, "Who else is here?" Chunyu whispered, "Master Qi Xing and the other masters are here. Master Qi Xing, who came once, is also here." Yuhi nodded and looked at Yang Kai, asking, "Master Qi Xing, do you want to see them?" Yang Kai put down his teacup, patted his clothes, and grinned. "See, since they are here to give benefits, why not see them?" Yuhi was speechless. She knew that Qi Xing was going to lose a lot of money this time, but she didn't know how ruthless this young master would be. In front of the mansion, Qi Xing and the other masters didn't look good. They had already given Yang Kai enough face when they went out to welcome him, but Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to them and trampled on their face. Anyone would feel humiliated. Thinking of Yang Kai's terrifying strength, they didn't dare to say anything. This time, under the leadership of Master Qi Xing, they had collectively chased after him, but they were still left outside for so long. It was really intolerable. "Boss, if you ask me, we should just go in. How long are we going to stand here and wait?" Bei Yushan said in a buzzing voice. The main reason was that there were many people walking to and fro on the street. Many people were looking at them strangely, which made him feel very uncomfortable. "Shut up." Qin Tianfei jumped in fright and hurriedly shouted, "Do you want to die? Even if you don't want to die, don't drag us down with you." In his heart, he wanted to slap this brainless guy to death. How could he even think of such a rotten idea? Bei Yushan scratched his head. He didn't know what he had said wrong. Chen Tianfei took a step forward and whispered to the chief head, "We've already sent people out. We'll know the situation in Sword Pavilion in a day or two. Chief head, please be patient for the time being. It won't be too late to make a plan after we get the feedback from Sword Pavilion." The chief head didn't say anything, as if he didn't hear anything. For the several heads, what they were most curious about was the result of the battle between Yang Kai and Sword Pavilion. If Yang Kai won, it meant that no one in the Great Void Realm could stop him. If Sword Pavilion won, it would be best. At the very least, Yang Kai couldn't be lawless. Therefore, as soon as he noticed that Yang Kai had returned, Chen Tianfei had already sent people to the headquarters of Sword Pavilion to inquire about the situation. However, the journey would definitely be delayed for some time, and they were also afraid that Yang Kai would settle accounts later, so the several heads came over to make peace. It was nothing more than a delaying tactic. What was the situation over there? Chen Tianfei's mind was full of random thoughts. Judging from the strength that Yang Kai had shown before, Sword Pavilion shouldn't be able to resist him, but the Sword Pavilion Master was a 6th-grade Heaven Splitter, so he couldn't help but have some hope. A 6th-grade Heaven Splitter was only a hair's breadth away from high rank, and the origin of the Sword Pavilion Master was mysterious. It was said that he came from a very large force, so his background must be extraordinary. At this moment, with a creak, the door of the mansion opened, and a timid figure came into view. Chen Tianfei hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Miss you, how is the situation?" In the past, he wouldn't have paid attention to a nobody like Qinyu, let alone speak to her so politely. Now, it was different. The Prime Minister was a 7th-grade official, and anyone who was close to Yang Kai would rise in status. Chunyu shrunk her neck and stepped aside. "Master, please come in. My young master invites you in." She used to call Yang Kai Brother Yang, but after the incident with Stars Zhao, she didn't have the face to call him that anymore, so she followed Yui's lead. Chen Tianfei was relieved and cupped his hands with a smile. "Thank you for your trouble, Miss Yu." Saying so, he secretly stuffed a space ring into her hands. Chun Yu was caught off guard and foolishly accepted it, but by the time she reacted, Qi Xing and the other masters had already disappeared. Staring blankly at the space ring in her hand, Chen Yu blinked and soon realized what was going on. Sweeping it with her divine sense, she found that there were 3,000 heaven-splitting pills inside, causing her heart to skip a beat. For any master in the Emperor realm, 3,000 heaven-splitting pills was a considerable amount of resources, yet she had received such a great benefit just by passing on a message. Chen Yu's heart pounded rapidly as this was the first time she had done such a thing. Glancing around and confirming that there was no one around, she sheepishly put away the space ring and closed the door. Qi Xing and the other masters entered the mansion and, under the guidance of Chen Tianfei, walked towards the main hall. This mansion was originally arranged by Chen Tianfei for Yang Kai, so he naturally knew what was going on inside. As they moved forward, Chen Tianfei sent a divine sense message to the Chief Master. Chief Master, the situation in Sword Pavilion is still unclear. If that little brat acts rudely later, you must endure and not lower yourself to his level. The Chief Master couldn't help laughing. Why are you so long-winded? This king is not a 3-year-old child. How could he not understand the gravity of the situation? Chen Tianfei smiled awkwardly and said, Chief Master is naturally wise, but I'm afraid that little brat will not know his limits. As they spoke, they turned a corner and arrived at a courtyard where several dozen people were busily working. It was none other than Guoziyan and the others. Chen Tianfei didn't know what they were busy with, but from time to time, someone would shout and shout, each of them beaming with joy, as if they had obtained great benefits. Traitor! Chen Tianfei cursed in his heart. He didn't want to pay attention to these people, but after glancing around and seeing the situation in the courtyard, he suddenly froze in place and his face instantly paled. As soon as he stopped, the people behind him also stopped. Following his gaze, they were all stunned on the spot. Everyone's eyes flashed with horror and disbelief. Madame Qin even let out a soft cry and covered her red lips with her hand. Bei Yushan was caught off guard and almost bumped into the Ouyang brothers. Stopping, he scratched his head and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" No one answered him. Qi Xing and the other masters froze in place as if someone had used a body-freezing technique on them, a chill running down their spines. Bei Yushan poked his head out and exclaimed in the next instant, "Good heavens, where did all these space rings come from?" The courtyard was filled with space rings, one after another. It was impossible to count them all, but at a glance, there were at least 40,000 to 50,000 space rings. The shout alarmed Guoziyan and the others who were busy with their work. Looking up, they saw several of the Scarlet Star's masters. Even the Great Master, who had always been elusive, was here. Thinking about it, they understood what was going on. Although they weren't Qi Xing's disciples now and didn't need to pay attention to them, Chen Tianfei and the others had accumulated a great deal of prestige for a long time. Seeing these masters arrive at this moment, they were at a loss. Guoziyan was the first to come back to his senses. He said in a deep voice, "Don't just stand there, continue to work. Sir gave this matter to us because he trusts us. Don't even think about keeping it for yourself. If I find out, don't blame me for not taking our brotherhood into consideration." Yes, everyone responded in unison before quickly lowering their heads and continuing to work. The Great Master slowly turned his head and gestured to Chen Tianfei with a dignified expression. Chen Tianfei understood and moved his meatball-like body through the sea of space rings, arriving beside Guoziyan and cupping his fists with a smile. "Great Commander Guo." Guoziyan didn't want to have anything to do with Chen Tianfei and the others. After all, they relied on Qi Xing to make a living, but now that the other party had arrived in front of him, it would be rude to ignore him. So he quickly returned the greeting. "Master Chen, is there something you need?" "If you want to see my master, master should be in the guest hall." Chen Tianfei smiled and said, "I'll go later. I just wanted to ask where these space rings came from." Guoziyan said, "Master brought them back from Sword Pavilion." Sword Pavilion. The corners of Chen Tianfei's mouth twitched as he gulped silently. Although he didn't want to believe it, he had no choice but to. When he saw these space rings before, he had already made some guesses, and Guoziyan's words had undoubtedly confirmed his thoughts. Only the space rings of a single star city could contain tens of thousands of them. If one were to collect the space rings of the cultivator in Qixing Star City, they would likely have about the same number. These were actually space rings from Sword Pavilion. One space ring represented one life, so tens of thousands of space rings represented tens of thousands of lives. That little brat had gone to slaughter Sword Pavilion's entire Star City. Chen Tianfei didn't know how he walked back until the first master shouted. Only then did he regain his senses. Looking at the chief master in a daze, Chen Tianfei's mouth squirmed as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't utter a single word. This time, he was truly frightened. Just because of his grievances with Sword Pavilion, this brat had gone alone and not only returned unscathed, but he had also slaughtered an entire star city. What kind of cruel means? What kind of ruthless temperament was this? How could such a person be provoked? Qi Xing had likely kicked an iron plate this time. If he wasn't careful, what happened to Sword Pavilion would become Qi Xing's tomorrow. If this brat could slaughter one star city, he wouldn't mind slaughtering a second one. Chen Tianfei even had the urge to turn around and run as far away from this place as possible. However, the chief master had already taken the lead, so he could only grit his teeth and follow. If it was a blessing, it wasn't a disaster, and if it was a disaster, it couldn't be avoided. Chapter 4052. Chen Tianfei and the others stepped into the guest hall under the lead of the great master, and when they looked up, they saw Yang Kai sitting high above with Yuehe standing quietly behind him. Everyone walked over, still as imposing as ever, with no intention of getting up to greet him. No one dared to say anything, as Chen Tianfei and the others were still shocked by the tens of thousands of space rings. Qi Xing Zhao Baichuan greets Sir Yang. The great master cupped his fists, and although his expression was neither servile nor overbearing, no one knew what he was thinking. Everyone behind him also hurriedly saluted. Yang Kai looked up and saw that the great master Qi Xing did not look very old, looking like a middle-aged man with a golden crown and a python robe. This was the first time he had met the great master. He had heard from Chen Tianfei before that the great master was in seclusion all year round and seemed to be trying to break through to the sixth stage of splitting the heavens, but Yang Kai did not know if he had succeeded. However, judging from his aura, Yang Kai should still be far away. Every breakthrough in the splitting heaven realm was extremely difficult. Not only did it require a long time and a huge amount of resources, but it also required one's own comprehension. If one had resources but did not have enough comprehension, they would not be able to advance. Yang Kai was sizing him up, and Zhao Baichuan was also sizing up Yang Kai. He had observed this young man from afar, and when he first saw him, he felt that this boy was nothing to worry about. He was only relying on his powerful accumulation in the Emperor realm to act arrogantly and presumptuously in the special environment of the great cosmological realm. This kind of person was like a grasshopper after autumn, unable to jump around for long. Once he left the great cosmological realm, he would reveal his true colors, and at that time, any splitting heaven realm master would be able to deal with him. The second time they met was a few days ago, when he single-handedly broke through Sword Pavilion's sword array outside Star City, comprehended the divine technique of the Golden Crow Casting Sun, obtained the Origin Magnet Divine Gourd, and defeated Lei Guang's entire army. At that time, he felt that he had underestimated this person. If this person had the chance to grow up, he would definitely be a formidable character, a giant of the 3,000 worlds. Seeing him again today, the feeling was different. Although he did not have the imposing aura of that day, just sitting there quietly gave him, a fifth stage, splitting heaven realm master, a sense of oppression. In this large hall, he was the Nether King who controlled life and death. Everyone's lives were in his hands. A few days ago, my subordinates were insensible and had a little disagreement with Mr. Yang. This Zhao has come today to apologize. I hope that Mr. Yang will be magnanimous enough to forgive me. My Crimson Star, 37. Yang Kai suddenly opened his mouth and interrupted Zhao Baichuan. What? Zhao Baichuan frowned. He didn't understand what Yang Kai meant. In the future, all of Crimson Star's earnings, including the heaven-opening pills sold in the star market and the various resources harvested from the great cosmological realm, I will take 70% and Crimson Star will take 30%. Yang Kai looked at Zhao Baichuan indifferently. Only then did Zhao Baichuan understand what Yang Kai meant by 37. This was robbery. He could not help but rage in his heart, and his complexion turned ugly. Back then, the three major forces coexisted in Star City. Although the Sword Pavilion was the strongest, it was only a tripartite balance of power. The Sword Pavilion had never made such a rude request. How dare a brat do this? Just as the anger in his heart surged, he heard Yang Kai say lightly, "If Chief cannot agree to this request, then there is no need to discuss anything." The anger in Zhao Baichuan's heart suddenly subsided as he knew that if he did not agree to this request, it was unknown whether he and the others would be able to leave this place alive. Only now did Yang Kai understand why Yang Kai did not intend to settle accounts with them after returning. It turned out that he was waiting for them here. Suddenly, Yang Kai smiled. Strength is king. The strong are respected. Mr. Yang's request is very fair. 37 it is. In the future, 70% of Crimson Star's earnings will be shared with Mr. Yang. Yang Kai did not hesitate and immediately agreed, a look of satisfaction on his face. It was as if he had just taken advantage of a great bargain rather than being robbed. Behind him, Chen Tianfei and the others all looked at the chief in surprise. In their impression, the chief had never been so agreeable, but now that they were under someone else's roof, how could they not bow their heads? Especially after seeing the tens of thousands of space rings in the courtyard. If Crimson Star did not want to repeat the mistakes of Sword Pavilion, they could only compromise. Humiliation. Everyone was filled with grief and indignation, but there was nothing they could do. Zhao Baichuan cupped his fists and said, I, Crimson Star, can agree to Mr. Yang's request, but I would also like to ask Mr. Yang to agree to this Zhao's request. Yang Kai looked at him with interest and gestured for him to continue. Zhao Baichuan continued, I would also like to ask Mr. Yang to accept my Crimson Star's offer and serve as a foreign elder. Of course, this is just a title. Whatever Mr. Yang says or does, my Crimson Star will not interfere. On the contrary, if Mr. Yang has any requests, my Crimson Star will not stand idly by. Yang Kai showed a smile as he secretly praised Yang Kai in his heart. This guy was really a character, able to adapt to circumstances. Even in such an adverse situation, he was still able to find a beneficial opportunity. This kind of courage and vision was not something that just anyone could possess. The reason this guy could sit firmly in the position of Crimson Star's great master was definitely not just because of his own strength. All right. Yang Kai nodded gently. Zhao Baichuan laughed. A gentleman's word is as good as a whip, then it's a deal. It's a deal, Yang Kai nodded. Mr. Yang is really a straightforward person. This Zhao can't wait to drink and chat with Mr. Yang. But Mr. Yang must be tired after such a long journey. This Zhao will take his leave first and will visit again another day, Zhao Baichuan said sincerely, as if he had treated Yang Kai as a confidant and regretted not having met him earlier. Yang Kai tilted his head and said, Yu He, see the guests out? Several great masters, please. Yu He smiled and gestured. After seeing off Crimson Star's group, Yu He walked back and looked at Yang Kai curiously, wondering why he had agreed to such a request. Yang Kai tapped the table lightly and said after a while, regarding the 70% of Crimson Star's profits, please help me and keep an eye on them. Okay, Yu He responded obediently. Although his harvest in the Yuan Ci Mountains was huge, and he had obtained countless space rings from the battle with Thunder Light Sword Pavilion this time, which was a huge fortune for anyone. It was definitely enough for Yang Kai to use for his own cultivation for a long time, but he did not forget that he was not alone. In the star boundary, there were still countless people waiting for him. When those people arrived outside the universe, their demand for materials would be endless. Now that he had such a good opportunity, naturally the more he accumulated, the better. The great cosmological realm was a huge natural treasure trove. Once he left this place, there would be no such opportunity. Otherwise, how could Yang Kai have left Crimson Star alive? He would have flattened him when he returned. With Crimson Star helping him collect materials, Yang Kai could sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor, so why not? What do you want to ask? Yang Kai pondered for a while before suddenly looking up at Yu He. This woman kept staring at him without blinking. It was obvious that she was confused. Honored Elder, why did you agree to Zhao Baichuan's request? Yu He was puzzled. Do you think I shouldn't have agreed? I just don't know what you're thinking. Naturally, I have my reasons. Yang Kai tapped the table lightly. If I'm not mistaken, Crimson Star will definitely spread the news. In this way, Crimson Star will be able to expand quickly, and the materials collected will naturally be more. It won't be bad for me. Just for this reason? Yu He looked at him in surprise. It was the first time she found that this guy was so greedy. Cultivation materials were enough. So what was the point of having so many? There's one more thing. Yang Kai's expression became solemn. Sword Pavilion was flattened by the beast tide, and there are traces of divine spirits in the great cosmological realm. Who knows if this place will be visited by divine spirits next time? If the strength here is strong enough, It may not be impossible to fight against the divine spirits. The great cosmological realm suppresses the power of splitting the heavens, so the divine spirits won't be able to exert too much strength here. Yuhi suddenly understood. So you're willing to let Crimson Star borrow your prestige? Yang Kai nodded solemnly. I don't know when this great cosmological realm will close, so I have to be prepared. Saying so, he suddenly thought of someone. Where did Sujin go? The little fatty had disappeared after giving him the origin magnetic divine gourd that day, and Yang Kai did not sense his aura after returning this time. Yuhi shook her head. Disciples of heavenly grotto heaven come and go like ghosts. Who knows where he went, but I guess he just obtained a new 6th grade origin magnetic divine stone, so he should be looking for a place to condense the power of the metal element. What a pity. Yang Kai sighed leisurely. At that time, he did not know that the situation in the great cosmological realm was so strange. If he had known earlier, he would have left a way to contact Su Zhan. That guy was a talent in artifact forging and seemed to have a deep understanding of the Tao of spirit arrays. If he could help set up a spirit array in this star market, their safety would be increased. But he left without saying goodbye, so it would be difficult to find him now. While the two were talking, Chinyu rushed in. Master, someone else wants to see you. Who is it? Yang Kai frowned, but at the same time, he was very curious. With his fierce reputation, Qi Xing and the other masters were forced to come and apologize, so who else dared to come to him? It's that young Master Yin from Qingming Blessed Land, Chunyu replied in a low voice. What is he doing here? Yang Kai frowned and swept out with his divine sense, immediately noticing that there were a few people standing outside the door. Who else could it be but that guy from Qingming Blessed Land? Yang Kai did not have a good impression of this person. When he returned from the Origin Magnetic Mountain, this person had shamelessly asked Yang Kai to submit to him. Yang Kai was in seclusion at that time, and although he heard the commotion, he was too lazy to pay attention. Later, when the battle outside the star market was about to begin, this person wanted to take advantage of the situation and threaten Yang Kai, saying that as long as Yang Kai submitted, he would protect him, but Yang Kai ignored him. Who would have thought that this person would be like dog skin paste, never ending? At this moment, the young man named Yin outside the door said arrogantly, this young master surnamed Yang is also a talent. This young master only wanted to accept him as a servant, but now it seems that he can be a house guard. When you see him later, be a little more polite. This guy doesn't seem to have a good temper, so don't provoke him and kill you. This young master will not save you. Yes, we will follow young master's orders. The two lower heaven splitters next to him respectfully responded. Chapter 4053. Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard this. He didn't know where this guy's sense of superiority came from, but he actually wanted him to be his general. They were both disciples of the Blessed Enclave, but compared to Su Zhan, it was like comparing heaven and earth. No need to pay attention to him. Yang Kai waved his hand, and Chen Yu respectfully withdrew. The news that Yang Kai had become Qi Xing's foreign elder quickly spread, surprising many people. They thought that this killing star would return and fight with Qi Xing, but who would have thought that it would end up like this? What kind of price did Qi Xing pay? Not only did they appease Yang Kai's anger, but they also borrowed his influence. News spread that Qi Xing's first master, Zhao Baichuan, had personally led several masters to visit Yang Kai and had a long talk with him before he agreed to become Qi Xing's foreign elder. After the crisis was resolved, Qi Xing's disciples rejoiced. Before this, they had been on tenterhooks. If Yang Kai really wanted to attack Qi Xing, they would definitely be in trouble. Now that Yang Kai had become their foreign elder, not only did they not have to fight, but they also had his protection. With this killing star here, who would dare to make trouble? Those who dared to come. The fate of Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect was a good example. A few days later, another earth-shattering piece of news spread like wildfire in the Star City. Sword Pavilion's star market was in ruins, with traces of a great battle left behind. No one was alive in the star market. The day the news spread, the whole city was shocked by Yang Kai's cruel methods. They didn't know what had happened to Sword Pavilion's star market, but when they saw the result, they all thought that it was Yang Kai's doing. Qi Xing even publicized this matter and crazily promoted it. For a time, Yang Kai's fierce name spread widely, and several cultivator strongholds within a radius of more than 100,000 li had heard of it. It was rumored that this Yang Kai had 3 heads and 6 arms, a height of 8 feet and 8 inches, a fierce face, and a cruel temperament. He would kill to vent his anger. Even so, Red Star City did not become deserted. Instead, it became more and more lively. Every day, many cultivators came to join Red Star. In the great cosmological realm, having a powerful backer and a stable stronghold would greatly increase one's safety. Almost every cultivator had witnessed the terror of the beast tide. Many cultivator strongholds had been destroyed by the ferocious beasts that covered the mountains and plains. Now that the Sword Pavilion had been destroyed, the Crimson Star had become the largest force, so it was natural that people would flock to it. There were even some small strongholds that had teams of hundreds of people swarming over. In the Star Market, the situation of overcrowding was once again restored. In just a dozen days, more than 100,000 people had gathered here, and the number of people in Crimson Star had more than doubled. This was the result of the strict control and selection of the masters. Otherwise, who knew how many more people they could have accepted? With more people, the Star Market also had to expand. The entire Star Market was bustling with activity. New buildings were erected one after another, and the edge of the Star Market gradually expanded outwards. Compared to the beginning, the area had increased by half, and it was still expanding. With more people, transactions naturally became more frequent, and Crimson Star's income also rose. Now, it was even more difficult to rent a shop in a good location in the Star Market. The Great Master was in retreat again, so Chen Tianfei, who was in charge of the operation of Crimson Star, was grinning from ear to ear every day. After a while, in Yang Kai's mansion, Yang Kai sat on a chair and checked the materials in the small sealed world with his divine sense. After more than 10 days of busy work, the things in tens of thousands of space rings had been sorted out by Guozian and the others. Without mentioning anything else, just the heaven-opening pills they had collected numbered in the hundreds of millions. After all, these were the space rings of tens of thousands of people. Even if each person only had 1,000 pills, that was still tens of millions of heaven-opening pills. Most of the people in the Emperor realm were not very rich, but this could not be helped. With low strength, there were very few opportunities to obtain good things. On top of that, they still had to buy some cultivation materials, so naturally they could not save many heaven-opening pills. Those who were rich were the low-rank and mid-rank heaven-opening pills. The low-rank heaven-opening pills were better off, with 1 or 2 million in storage, but the mid-rank heaven-opening pills were incredible, with almost all of them having tens of millions of heaven-opening pills. However, compared to the net worth of the Sword Pavilion's pavilion master, these hundreds of millions of heaven-opening pills were like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. That guy had more than 1 billion heaven-opening pills. What a terrifying number. Thinking about how Yang Kai owed the lady boss 10 million heaven-opening pills before, he had to run around tirelessly. Now, 10 million heaven-opening pills was just a drop in the bucket for him. Yang Kai didn't think it was too much. 1 billion heaven-opening pills sounded like a lot, but once the people of the star boundary came to the 3,000 realms, he didn't know if it would be enough. Apart from the heaven-opening pills, the rest were naturally all kinds of pills, secret techniques, secret treasures, cultivation methods, and secret manuals. These weren't of much use. Not to mention the time spent on cultivating them, their power might not necessarily be comparable to Yang Kai's own divine technique. The key was the cultivation materials. From the 1st grade to the 6th grade, yin, yang, and 5 elements, everything was available. It was impossible to calculate the materials below the 3rd grade, and the 4th grade and 5th grade were much rarer. As for the 6th grade, Guozian and the others only found 3, which were found in Zhongfan's space ring. They were probably harvested in the great cosmological realm. This was completely the wealth of the dead, effortlessly obtained. The sound of orderly footsteps came from outside the door. With Guozian leading the way, a group of people walked in. "Master!" Guozian stood still and cupped his fists. Yang Kai nodded slightly. His gaze swept over the group of people below, and he said, "I called you here today to fulfill my promise. Those who have not condensed a Tao seal, step forward." Everyone didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do, but after hearing him, they still obeyed. Shwa shwa shwa, a dozen people stepped forward. These people had cultivated to the peak of the Emperor realm, but had not condensed a Dao seal, just like Luo Hai back then. Yang Kai glanced at them and nodded slightly. Those who have condensed a Dao seal and have not cultivated the power of yin, yang, or 5 elements, step forward. Another dozen or so people stood out. You have all cultivated the power of yin, yang, or 5 elements? Yang Kai looked at the remaining people. These people, except for Guozian who was in the heaven-opening realm, were all from the Emperor realm. Excluding those who had not condensed a Dao seal and those who had not cultivated the power of yin, yang, or 5 elements, the rest were naturally already cultivating. Yes, the remaining people answered in unison. How many powers have you all cultivated? Tell me one by one. Yang Kai looked at them with interest. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to answer. Guozian couldn't help but shout. The master is asking. Just answer. Scabbyhead, you speak? A short man with a face like a deer's and eyes like a mouse's and a head full of scabs smiled embarrassedly and cupped his fists. Replying to the master, this lowly one is untalented and has only condensed the power of the water element, a mere 2nd grade. What about you? Yang Kai turned to look at the next person. That person said, I have condensed earth, metal, and water. One of them is at the 3rd grade, and the other 2 are at the 2nd grade. This time, there was no need for Yang Kai to urge them any further. The dozen people reported one by one. Few, like the scabby head, had only condensed 1 power, while many were already half a step away from breaking through to the heaven-opening realm. They only needed 1 last power to break through, but their ranks were not high. They were all at the 2nd or 3rd grade, and there was no one at the 4th grade. It was not their fault that their ambitions were not high. They lived at the bottom, and it was already good enough that they could break through to the heaven-opening realm. How could they be qualified to be picky? For example, Meng Hong, the chief disciple of the Great Moon Prefecture, had only condensed the 3rd grade at that time. After listening, Yang Kai said, Since you have already condensed your powers, your foundation has been formed. Unless you find Tai divine pure water or other heavenly treasures to cleanse your seals and rebuild your foundation, your future achievements will be limited. The dozen people below obviously knew their situation, and when they heard this, they all smiled embarrassedly. However, Yang Kai changed the topic. Although your foundation has been formed, you can still get stronger power on this foundation. I think you all know that there may be a big gap in strength between those at the 3rd grade and those at the heaven-opening realm. Guozian said thoughtfully, Master, are you referring to the ranks of the yin-yang and 5 elements powers at the time of breaking through to the heaven-opening realm? Yang Kai nodded and said, That's right. Both of you have the foundation of the 3rd grade. If one of you has the strength of the 3rd grade while the other has several strengths of the 4th grade or higher, then the strength you can display will naturally be stronger than the former. So, you don't need to feel sorry for yourselves. You chose your own path, and you can't turn back. You can go further on this path. Yang Kai stood up. That day on the Origin Magnet Mountain, this king said that if you have any request in the future, this king will not be stingy. Whether it's the 5th or 6th grade, as long as you have the ability to refine it, you can come to me for it. Now, it's time to fulfill this promise. Looking at the dozen people, Yang Kai said, What kind of power do you want? Tell me yourselves. Hearing this, the dozen people immediately became excited. Although Yang Kai had indeed said this at the time, no one thought he would really do it. They didn't expect him to take the initiative to mention it today, which was enough to show his sincerity. Master, are you serious? The scabby-headed man was pleasantly surprised. You'll give me the 6th grade even if I want it? Guozian kicked him and scolded. You want to refine the 6th grade with just your strength? You should consider your own ability first, stinking brat. Don't talk nonsense here. The scabby-headed man was kicked to the ground, but he didn't care at all. He patted his butt and stood up. Master said it himself, not me. Yang Kai chuckled. If you want the 6th grade, I'll give you the 6th grade, but the premise is that you have the ability to refine it. Otherwise, giving it to you will only harm your life. If one's aptitude was insufficient, Forcefully condensing a high-grade power would only cause the Dao Seal to be unable to withstand it. At that time, the Dao Seal would be damaged at best, and the worst would be death. The scabby-headed man laughed mischievously. I don't want the 6th grade. This one's aptitude is dull, so how can I refine the 6th grade? I only want the 3rd grade. Seeing Guizian glaring at him, he hurriedly changed his words. Yang Kai casually tossed out an item. Looking at your aptitude, although it's not too outstanding, it's not very dull either. The 4th grade should be your limit. Take this 4th grade wood marrow. You've just refined the water element, so the wood element is next. When you refine the wood element, come to this king for the fire element. Chapter 4054. The scabby head caught it, and upon closer inspection found that it really was a piece of 4th grade wood marrow. It should be the core of a 1,000-year-old ancient tree, causing him to be overjoyed for a moment. Many thanks, Master, for this gift. This little one will definitely follow Master's lead in the future and will not hesitate to sacrifice his life for Master. They had been sorting through the tens of thousands of space rings before and had passed through countless good things, but none of those things had been theirs after all. However, this 4th grade wood marrow in front of them was actually theirs, so it was a completely different feeling. Seeing this, the rest of the people present also held their breaths. When had they, the lowest level personnel, ever seen such a generous boss? In the past, when they were working hard in Crimson Star, although there were times when rewards were given based on merit, who knew how many times they had to lick the blade to save up enough materials? Otherwise, they wouldn't have struggled so bitterly to this day, not being able to open the heavens. But today, Yang Kai had casually bestowed upon them a piece of 4th grade wood marrow, and even stated that if the scabby head ever needed fire attribute materials in the future, he could ask for them. In other words, as long as the scabby head didn't die, he didn't need to worry about cultivation materials at all. Once the yin and yang 5 elements in his Dao Seal was complete, he would break through to splitting the heavens. As for whether he could succeed at that time, that would depend on his own comprehension and fortune. Since the scabby head was like this, they naturally wouldn't be treated differently. Although everyone knew that Kai Yang's harvest this time was huge, and that a piece of 4th grade wood marrow might not be much to him. At most, it was just a small amount of oil and water, but it was still enough to motivate everyone. The master they followed this time seemed to be a little different from the one they had met before. After the scabby head, another young man stepped forward, cupped his fists, and said, Master, I want to ask for a piece of 4th grade metal essence. Good. Yang Kai nodded and casually tossed a 4th grade divine essence magnet stone towards the young man. Refine it well. Maybe you can comprehend the divine essence magnet light from it. The power of that divine essence magnet light is extraordinary. If you can comprehend it, it will be of great benefit to you. That person expressed his gratitude excitedly. He had also witnessed the might of the divine metamagnet ray. It had swept through 2,000 to 3,000 Thunder Light sect members, completely wiping them out. If he could really comprehend the divine metamagnet ray from this divine metamagnet stone, his strength would definitely skyrocket. Even if he couldn't achieve the same feat as Yang Kai with the divine metamagnet gourd, he would still have a huge advantage in a one-on-one battle. One by one, the cultivators stepped forward and stated their needs. Yang Kai granted every request without hesitation. However, these people's aptitudes were indeed limited. Some of them could only condense 3rd grade materials at most. None of them even asked for 5th grade materials. This was also a personal tragedy. With one's aptitude and perception, there were some things that simply couldn't be forced. Soon, these dozen or so people all received their rewards and stood to the side, happily inspecting the treasures in their space rings, secretly making up their minds to refine them properly after they returned, striving to lay the foundation for breaking through to splitting the heavens before the great cosmological realm closed. Once the great cosmological realm closed, they would immediately break through to splitting the heavens. At that time, they would be able to soar 90,000 kilometers into the sky and soar through the clouds. Yang Kai then turned to look at another group of people. These people had just condensed their Dao Seals and hadn't had the time or resources to cultivate the yin-yang 5 elements force. Compared to Scabby Head and the others who already had a solid foundation, their situation was undoubtedly better. Even though they had already condensed Tao seals, they didn't cultivate any kind of energy that could split open the heavens, so they could calmly choose the materials that were most suitable for them and raise their future accomplishments to the greatest extent. With the experience of the previous group of people, they naturally knew what kind of requests they should make at this moment. Yang Kai wasn't stingy and shared his own cultivation experience. It's best for you to start cultivating with the wood element. The wood element is mainly used for healing and recovery, and compared to the other yin-yang 5 elements force, it's also the most gentle and least dangerous to refine. What's more, after refining it, it's also very practical. If you're injured, the wood element force can even accelerate your recovery. When he first condensed the yin-yang 5 elements force, he didn't know any of this. He simply refined the immortal tree and incorporated it into his body, allowing him to walk the most stable path of cultivation by chance. At that time, he didn't even understand the mysteries of the splitting the heavens boundary. Now that he was giving them pointers, these people naturally followed his instructions. One by one, they stated their requests. Just like the first group, they were all 3rd or 4th grade cultivators. When it was the last person's turn, he cupped his fists and said, "Master, this lowly one wishes to ask for a 5th grade wood element force." Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he raised his eyes. 5th grade? Everyone else also looked at him in amazement. After all, this was the first person to ask Yang Kai for a 5th grade wood element force. Yes, the man nodded. Yang Kai carefully examined this person and found that he wasn't young, around 40 years old. He was very sturdy and had a steady aura. Although he was just standing there, he exuded a heroic aura. Guazian's expression changed slightly, but just as he was about to speak, Yang Kai raised his hand and stopped him, turning to the man and asking, "What is your name?" The man cupped his fists and said, "This lowly one is called Lang Qingshan." After a pause, he continued, "This lowly one is confident that he can refine a 5th grade wood element force. I ask for master's permission." Good, good, good. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Not only was he not angry, but he was also quite happy. Using his divine sense to search his space ring for a while, he took out a blood coral-like object about a meter tall. I don't know what this thing is, but although it is of the wood element, it has a bloody aura. If you can refine it, you should be able to comprehend something useful from it. Take it. He had quite a number of 5th grade wood element force materials in his space ring, but after comparing them, this one should be of the highest quality. Even 5th grade wood element materials would have some differences. Lang Qingshan's eyes also lit up as he cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, master." He happily put the blood coral-like object into his space ring and retreated to the side. The group looked at him enviously. Previously, when Yang Kai said that he would give 5th grade wood element force materials to 5th grade wood element force materials to 6th grade wood element force materials to 5th grade wood element force materials to 6th grade wood element force materials, it was not that they doubted Yang Kai's words, but that they weren't qualified even if they wanted to. Lang Qingyun had set a precedent, and looking at Yang Kai's expression, he was actually very happy. Obviously, he didn't treat them as outsiders and wanted to nurture them as his own team. He secretly resented his own lack of aptitude. Otherwise, in the great cosmological realm, with Yang Kai as his backer, how difficult would it be for him to reach the 5th grade or 6th grade wood element force materials to open the heavens? The two groups of people each received their own rewards, and the remaining group of heaven-opening realm cultivators who hadn't even condensed a Tao seal looked on enviously. They didn't even have a Tao seal, so they naturally weren't qualified to ask for any materials, and they didn't know what Yang Kai would reward them this time. Just as they were thinking about this, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked at them. "As for you guys, you are the most malleable. Since you haven't condensed a Tao seal yet, don't be in a hurry to do so. Take advantage of this opportunity to strengthen your foundation and develop your potential to the limit, Guazian. This humble one is here." Guazian shouted in a deep voice. "Take these people away and train them carefully. I want their Tao seals to be able to withstand the impact of a 4th grade wood element force when they condense a Tao seal. Just ask Yueha for any cultivation materials. If you can't do it, you'll be the one to answer." Guazian was startled and turned his head to look at the dozen or so crooked people, his face darkening. It was undeniable that some of these people had decent aptitude, while others had mediocre aptitude. If they continued to cultivate step by step, reaching the third grade wood element force would be the limit. Yang Kai actually wanted their Dao seals to be able to withstand the fourth grade wood element force at least. In other words, once they succeeded, these dozen or so people would be fourth grade wood element force experts in the future, or even higher. What was his master trying to do? A shocking thought flashed through Guozian's mind. He didn't dare to think too deeply about it, but he still clenched his teeth and cupped his fists. Master, don't worry. If anyone can't meet the requirements, this humble one will take their dog life first. I won't lose face for the master. This time, it was the dozen or so people's faces that darkened. They all knew that Commander Gua had a straightforward personality and didn't smile. When he said he would take their dog lives, he wasn't joking. If they didn't meet the requirements, they might really be killed. For a moment, their legs trembled and their mouths felt bitter. All right, you can all leave. Commander Gua, stay. Yang Kai waved his hand. Everyone respectfully withdrew. Yang Kai sat in his chair and looked at Guozian with some worry, saying, Great Commander, you're already at the second stage, so you can't go back and recultivate. What reward do you want? I don't know what to give you. Guozian smiled. Master is too serious. Serving the master is part of this humble one's duty. How could I dare ask for any reward? Yang Kai sneered, I've made a fortune this time. I've made a fortune. You took people to check the space rings, so you should also know this. Now that I've made a fortune, I naturally can't leave you behind. Everyone else has gained something, and you contributed the most, so you can't just take nothing. Guozian said, Master, this humble one really? Yang Kai raised his hand and said, Think about it carefully. There is always something you want. How about I give you 10 million heaven-opening pills? You can take them back and cultivate well. One day, you'll be able to break through to the fourth grade heaven-opening realm. Guozian was taken aback. This master was really honest, giving 10 million heaven-opening pills just like that. Guozian had served as commander of Qi Xing for so many years, but never mind 10 million heaven-opening pills, he didn't even have a million. He could feel Yang Kai's sincerity towards him all the more. After pondering for a moment, Guozian smiled awkwardly, scratched his cheek, and said, Master, this humble one has a daughter. Yang Kai decisively said, This king already has several wives and concubines. Before I left, I was told not to fool around outside. Guozian's face twitched. Master, this is a misunderstanding. This humble one's daughter has now cultivated to the Emperor realm. Once this humble one leaves the Great Void realm, she will likely begin to condense the yin and yang 5 elements and attempt to break through to heaven opening. This humble one wants to ask for some things for her. Yang Kai suddenly became interested. Oh? How is your daughter's aptitude? Guozian's face glowed. Her aptitude is definitely better than this old man's. She has hopes of breaking through to mid-rank heaven-opening realm. That's good. Yang Kai nodded. Where is she? Bring her here for me to see. If her aptitude is really good, I'll give you a 6th grade material. Chapter 4055. Guozian smiled. She is not in Star City. Master, you also know what the situation in Star City is like. Every day, there are flashes of light and swords, and endless battles. This lowly one also licks the blood off his blade, so this lowly one may have implicated her one day. Her mother died young, so this lowly one has already sent her to a place to cultivate. Yang Kai nodded. This could be considered a narrow escape. If he had really stayed with Guozian in Star City, he would have likely been swept into the great cosmological realm. If that had happened, it was hard to say whether he would have died or not. When we leave the great cosmological realm in the future, bring her here. I will give her whatever she needs. Guozian excitedly said, This lowly one thanks master. Take these heaven-opening pills too. You will need them for your cultivation. Yang Kai threw out a space ring. Guozian caught it, scanned it with his divine sense, and exclaimed, Master, this is too much. There were at least 10 million heaven-opening pills piled up like a small mountain inside. Just take them. If you can't use them, just give them to your subordinates. Yang Kai got up and walked towards the inner room. I will be in retreat for a while. If you need to find Yueha, she will naturally inform me. Looking at Yang Kai's departing figure, Guazian shed tears of gratitude and couldn't help feeling like he was willing to die for his friend. Cupping his fists, he quickly said, "This lowly one understands." When Yang Kai returned to his room, his figure flickered and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already deep in the mountains. Over the past 10 days, while Guazian and the others were checking the space rings, Yang Kai had not been idle. Everyone thought he was in his mansion, but in fact, he had already run out. Since he knew that the great cosmological realm was not as simple as he thought, and that even divine spirits could be found, Yang Kai naturally had some plans. Over the past 10 days, he had run to several places and left several escape routes, just in case something happened one day so that he could retreat calmly. He had left the space spirit bead in the most secluded places. As long as he wasn't locked down, no one would be able to restrict his movements. The place they were at now was Crouching Dragon Mountain, the place where Yang Kai had obtained the Earth Dragon Ball. Back then, there was a scarlet flood dragon coiled around this place. Its ferocious aura permeated the air, and no strange beasts dared to approach. After the scarlet flood dragon was taken away by Yang Kai, this place became barren. Yang Kai didn't come here to look for some kind of precious treasure. Instead, it was for the sake of cultivation. During the battle with Mantis Head that day, his opponent's exquisite saber skills had shocked Yang Kai greatly and allowed him to see his own shortcomings. The Black Dragon Spear was a heaven-shaking artifact in his hands, and he really couldn't exert much of its power. What he relied on was the sharpness of the Black Dragon Spear and his own power. He didn't have much attainments in the Tao of the Spear. Last time, he had used a trick to kill Mantis Head by luck. If Mantis Head had been on guard against him, Yang Kai might not have been able to succeed. Although it was urgent to condense the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements, even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. Without suitable materials, Yang Kai was not willing to easily condense power, lest he regret it for the rest of his life. Now that he had a great helper like Qi Xing, Yang Kai believed that if materials above the 7th grade appeared in the great cosmological realm, he would definitely know about it, so there was no need for him to personally search for anything. While waiting, Yang Kai could naturally do other things. What Guazian and the others found in the tens of thousands of space rings was not only a huge amount of wealth, but also many secret techniques and secret manuals, many of which were related to the Tao of the Spear. Yang Kai sorted them out and prepared to study them carefully and systematically cultivate them. The Black Dragon Spear was his greatest reliance now. If he wanted to fully display the power of the Black Dragon Spear in the future, these cultivation methods were essential. However, Yang Kai was not in a hurry to cultivate his spear skills. Instead, he stood on top of a mountain, closed his eyes, and carefully comprehended the Tao Seal. A faint scorching heat spread out from Yang Kai's body, distorting the air around him and causing the space around him to fluctuate. Golden Crow Casting Sun. Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, and a great sun suddenly floated behind him. The sun was as scorching as fire, as if there really was a round sun hanging in the sky, and within that round sun, there were 3-legged golden crows flying around playfully. Powerful power poured out from his body continuously. When this divine technique aspect was revealed, Yang Kai felt as if he had been reborn, and there was an indescribable wonder. Now, he also knew that this was a divine ability Dharma idol. It was Yu He who took the time to tell him. Yang Kai could still remember the complicated expression on Yu He's face when she told him this. Only those with strength of the 7th level and above could condense the divine technique aspect. Throughout history, those who could comprehend the divine technique aspect at the level of the Emperor realm and possess the divine technique aspect were all top-notch geniuses. These people were all the overlords of the blessed and heavenly enclaves today, dominating their own territories. Yang Kai did not know how he could do this. Previously, he had been in seclusion to comprehend the divine technique. Although he wanted to use the life and death battle to stimulate his potential, the result was beyond his expectations. At that time, a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind, and the golden crow primordial fire in his Tao seal boiled, making him feel as if he saw the scene of the golden crow casting the great sun unknowingly. He activated the divine technique aspect. It was natural, and there was not the slightest bit of obscurity. Yuhi said that once the divine technique aspect was activated, anyone with a bit of knowledge would know that Yang Kai had condensed the 7th level Golden Crow primordial fire. This was something that could not be hidden at all. Yang Kai did not want to hide anything. If he was exposed, then so be it. In any case, in the great cosmological realm, no one could do anything to him. When he left the great cosmological realm, who knew if he would advance to split the heavens? At that time, in this vast world, who would he have to fear? Silently feeling the power of the divine technique aspect, Yang Kai's momentum rose steadily. He felt that his current strength was bursting. Even if there was a 1st or 2nd level split the heavens in front of him, he could still blow them up. Someone at the lower level split the heavens could not kill him in a one-on-one battle. However, the consumption was really astonishing. As soon as the Golden Crow casting the sun aspect appeared, Yang Kai felt the power in his body flowing away rapidly, like a flood that had opened the floodgates. At this speed, he was afraid that in less than half an hour, the aspect would not be able to be maintained. During the battle with the Sword Pavilion that day, even if the aspect had not been dispersed, Yang Kai would have had to disperse himself. It seemed that this thing could only be used as a trump card. Once it was used, he had to kill the enemy in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, he would suffer a calamity. Letting out a light breath, Yang Kai withdrew the aspect, and the constantly flowing power finally stopped. With a thought, dragon shields hovered around him. Each of these dragon shields was a giant dragon connected head to tail, spiraling endlessly, forming the shape of a shield. They were densely covered in dragon scales, and their claws and fangs were clearly visible. At a glance, one could tell that they were incomparably sturdy. This was just the divine technique, not the aspect. Yang Kai frowned slightly. He had comprehended the divine technique from the Dragon Pearl, so he suddenly had the idea to comprehend the power of wood and fire. He wanted to see if he could comprehend something from the power of wood and fire. In the end, he really did it. The Dragon Shield's secret technique was the divine technique of the giant dragon when it was alive, and it was preserved in the Dragon Pearl. Yang Kai had the origin of the dragon race and the bloodline of the dragon race, so he could easily comprehend it. If it had been someone else, they would not have been so lucky. However, this dragon shield was the secret technique of the giant dragon when it was alive. Now that Yang Kai was activating it, strictly speaking, it was because he had comprehended it and used it himself. The Golden Crow True Fire allowed him to comprehend the divine technique, Golden Crow Casting Sun. But what about the Earthen Dragon Pearl? What about the Immortal Tree? Would he be able to comprehend something else from it? Yang Kai's heart was restless, and he could not wait to immerse his mind into the Tao Seal. However, he finally suppressed the thoughts in his heart. Being able to comprehend the Golden Crow Casting Sun was a stroke of luck and opportunity. If he continued, he might not have such good luck. Shaking off the distracting thoughts in his heart, Yang Kai turned his head to look around and began busying himself. An hour later, a simple wooden house sat on top of the mountain. This wooden house was not so much a wooden house as a small pavilion. It was ventilated on all sides, and only the top floor was sheltered. Yang Kai took out a cushion from his space ring, sat down cross-legged, and took out a large pile of jade slips, placing them in front of him. There were at least 1,000 of these jade slips, all of which were related to spear techniques and spear Tao. Since he wanted to systematically cultivate his spear techniques, a lot of reading was naturally necessary. Some of the information in these jade slips may be worthless, but as long as he could get rid of the impurities and keep the essences, Yang Kai believed that he would be able to gain something. Casually picking up a jade slip, Yang Kai began examining it. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and began silently deducing in his heart. Recorded in this jade slip was a secret technique that could kill 10 people with one spear. It required an extremely strong burst of power. Each spear strike was faster than the last, and after 10 spears, the power would multiply. Yang Kai did not know which unlucky bastard this jade slip belonged to, but in Yang Kai's opinion, this 10 spear kill was a bit flashy. In a life or death battle, who would gather enough strength to fire 10 spears in a row? Once the combo was broken, this spear technique would become useless. After a while, Yang Kai threw the jade slip aside and picked up another one to examine. Days passed, and the sun and moon did not rise or fall in the great cosmological realm. Without knowing the passage of time, the number of jade slips that Yang Kai threw aside gradually increased. He was completely immersed in the mysteries recorded in these jade slips, deducing one secret technique after another in his heart. There were not many powerhouses among these tens of thousands of people, so the secret techniques they possessed would naturally not be of a high grade. However, it was suitable for a novice spear Dao like Yang Kai. If he was given something extremely profound, he might not be able to comprehend it. After all, he had never dabbled in these before. However, on the path of martial Dao, one could master all of them. It could be difficult or simple, and everything depended on one's own perception. A month later, Yang Kai threw down the last jade slip. When he raised his eyes, there was not the slightest exhaustion, but instead, he was in high spirits. Although he was sitting there was a mysterious aura lingering around him, as if he was a long spear. The spear intent had been formed, and Yang Kai had been deducing the things recorded in the thousands of jade slips during this time. Although he had not really made a move, the spear Dao had been branded in his mind. Chapter 4056. Slowly getting up, Yang Kai raised his hand and gripped the air, summoning the black dragon spear. Holding the spear in his hand, his aura suddenly changed and he felt a little different. In the past, when he held the black dragon spear, he only felt like he was holding a powerful killing weapon, but now that he was holding this spear, there was a strange feeling of harmony, as if the black dragon spear was a part of his body. Spear flowers flashed as Yang Kai thrust out his spear. One spear, 10 kills. Dong, 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 dong. 10 spear flowers bloomed in an instant, one on top of the other, each spear faster than the last, layer upon layer. When the last spear pierced out, its power was indeed several times stronger than the first spear. Although it was his first time cultivating a spear-related secret technique, after a month of studying, in addition to his own solid foundation, it was enough for him to smoothly display this one spear 10 kills. The spear did not stop, and he did not stop dancing. Yang Kai's aura changed, and the black dragon spear suddenly shook, as if it had turned into a bolt of lightning that cut through the void. Lightning spear execution. This move required someone who had cultivated a lightning attribute secret technique to be able to display it completely. When cultivated to the peak, when the spear was thrust out, it could summon lightning from the 9 heavens to strike the enemy. Yang Kai had not cultivated anything related to lightning, so this spear could only move, but not the rhythm. This was something that could not be forced. Yang Kai could not cultivate another lightning attribute secret technique just to cultivate this lightning spear execution. He came here mainly to refine his own spear path, so that the black dragon spear could display more power in his hands. The spear turned again, filling the sky with spear images, turning into an iron wall, protecting him. Spear Dragon Wall. Surprisingly, this was a rare defensive spear technique. The spear was the king of weapons, and all spear users pursued the path of strength and fierceness. They strived to kill the enemy with the fastest speed, and basically didn't consider the matter of defense, because once they had such thoughts, they would weaken their momentum and would be at a disadvantage in the battle. However, this Spear Dragon's Wall was a pretty good defensive technique. Moreover, it had the ability to attack while defending. Yang Kai brandished the Black Dragon Spear and threw out the Heaven and Earth Break. Spear techniques bloomed in Yang Kai's hands, and the secret techniques recorded in the jade slips were displayed by Yang Kai smoothly. In an instant on the mountaintop, the sound of the air being torn apart and the faint roar of a dragon could be heard. Yang Kai gradually forgot the passage of time and everything around him. He was completely immersed in this wonderful realm. Yang Kai had obtained over 1,000 jade slips related to spear arts. In other words, over 1,000 spear arts were recorded in those jade slips. After a month of meditation, Yang Kai had memorized these spear arts. Even if it was the first time he used them, they weren't difficult to understand. Basically, he was able to use them completely. As for how powerful they were, it was hard to say. By the time Yang Kai had displayed all of these thousands of spear techniques, 6 days had already passed. Without stopping, Yang Kai once again stabbed out with one spear, starting from the beginning. No one taught him how to cultivate spear arts, so he could only rely on himself. Thus, he would use this stupid method. When the day came when he had a long spear in his hand, his spear arts would naturally flow and he would succeed. Time flew by and another month had passed. After the last stab, Yang Kai withdrew his spear and stood upright. In this 1 month, Yang Kai had displayed the thousands of spear arts at least 5 times. As he continued to display them, he realized that he hadn't comprehended them enough at that time. Although some of these spear arts weren't very high level, there were many places where there were some wonderful ideas that made his eyes light up. Moreover, the more he displayed them, the more he was able to dig out some things from these spear arts. After calming his roiling blood, Yang Kai put away the black dragon spear and tidied his clothes. His figure flashed, and he returned to Star City. With the space spirit beads positioning, he could come and go as he pleased. Although Ueha hadn't contacted him recently, so there shouldn't be anything major happening in Star City, he still had to show his face from time to time. Otherwise, how could he bear to interrupt his cultivation? Coming out from the side room, Yang Kai scanned the area with his divine sense and found Guozian's location. He transmitted a message and asked Guozian to come and see him. A moment later, in the courtyard pavilion, Yang Kai saw Guozian. After the previous incident, Guozian was obviously more respectful to Yang Kai. Perhaps it was because of his daughter, or perhaps it was because he saw that Yang Kai was a man of his word. After greeting him, Yang Kai asked, "Is there anything going on recently?" Guozian smiled and said, "Thanks to Master's blessings, it's been peaceful recently." After exchanging a few words, Yang Kai also found out about his recent absence. First, the dozens of people under him were basically all cultivating. Those who were rewarded by Yang Kai were naturally refining the power of yin and yang and 5 elements. Those who hadn't condensed a Dao seal were strengthening their foundation under Guozian's supervision and guidance. They were working hard to make the Dao seal they condensed in the future stronger so that it could bear the power of a higher grade. Then there was Star City and Crimson Star. Crimson Star had spread the news that Yang Kai had become a consecrator and wantonly promoted it. Crimson Star's reputation, which had fallen to rock bottom, skyrocketed. Currently, Crimson Star could be said to be the most powerful force in the entire great cosmological realm. Just recently, they had recruited as many as 5,000 people. The entire Star City had also been expanded several times. Whether it was the area or the cultivator gathered here, it was more than 3 to 4 times more than before. Yuhi had been on Crimson Star's side all this time because she had to monitor Crimson Star's income to prevent those guys from doing anything. After all, 70% of the income came from Yang Kai. She hadn't returned for the past 2 months. The 3 disciples of Great Moon Province, led by Meng Hong, were also cultivating in seclusion. Even Chen Yu was condensing the power of yin and yang and 5 elements. Guozian scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "I'm the only one who's free now. If Master has anything to say, just tell me and I'll do it for you." His 2nd grade heaven opening realm had already been fixed. Apart from taking the heaven opening pill to slowly improve his grade, he didn't have much hope. However, this kind of thing couldn't be rushed. The improvement of the heaven opening realm's grade was the accumulation of years and months. It couldn't be done overnight. How could Yang Kai have anything to tell him? The current situation was the best for him. He could cultivate in peace and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. He could only wait for materials of 7th grade and above to appear and take a look. If he could completely condense the yin and yang and 5 elements before the great cosmological realm closed, that would be perfect. Just as he waved his hand to dismiss Guozian and was preparing to return to Crouching Dragon Mountain to cultivate, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and said speechlessly, "These 2 guys." Before he finished speaking, there was a rumbling sound from the ground, as if thunder was rolling. Guozian's expression changed. He pulled out his saber and blocked in front of Yang Kai. His aura surged like a cheetah about to hunt as he vigilantly stared at the ground. Yang Kai patted him on the shoulder, indicating for him to calm down. "It's my 2 spirit beasts. They probably sensed my aura and came to ask for food." With a crashing sound, a large crater appeared in the ground. From the crater, a wriggling mouthpiece stretched out. Then, a slippery, pitch-black creature rushed into the courtyard and swept away the rockery and pavilion. This disgusting guy was none other than the Earth Dragon. After the Earth Dragon, the Scarlet Flood Dragon also rushed out. Both of them were several dozen feet long, and although the courtyard wasn't small, it was immediately filled with their movements. Gwazian staggered backwards, but there wasn't even a place to stand. He had no choice but to fly up into the air and look down with a speechless expression. The Earth Dragon lingered around Yang Kai, its mouthpart squirming endlessly, opening from time to time for him to see. Its meaning could not be more obvious. Although the Scarlet Flood Dragon did not do so, it had been cruising around Yang Kai, glancing at Yang Kai from time to time. When he first met these two guys, they were both about 300 feet long, but now they had both grown to 400 to 500 feet. It could be said that they had grown tremendously. For vicious beasts like them, the larger their bodies, the stronger they would be. This should be the effect of the dragon blood pill. Yang Kai had collected dragon blood flowers from Crouching Dragon Mountain. The grade was extremely high, so the dragon blood pills refined from them were naturally extraordinary. Recently, when he was cultivating his spear arts, he did not forget to take them. It had clearly improved him. If even he was like this, then there was no need to mention the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Flood Dragon. The amount of dragon blood pills refined last time was not small. Moreover, that place was the Scarlet Flood Dragon's territory. Yang Kai had robbed the Scarlet Flood Dragon, and now that they came to ask for food, how could Yang Kai not give them to them? If he gave them to the Scarlet Flood Dragon, how could the Earth Dragon be left behind? Fortunately, their needs were not too high. Occasionally taking one was enough to satisfy them, and it was enough for them to digest for a long time. If their needs were too high, Yang Kai would not be willing to part with them. 2 dragon blood pills were thrown out, and the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Flood Dragon happily swallowed them. The Earth Dragon shook its tail and plunged back into the cave, disappearing. However, the Scarlet Flood Dragon did not leave. Instead, it sent a message to Yang Kai with its divine sense. With the consumption of dragon blood pills, their intelligence had increased, and it was not difficult for them to send some simple messages. Yang Kai frowned, puzzled. Why is she here? The Scarlet Flood Dragon's divine sense surged again. A moment later, Yang Kai nodded and said, I know, don't be afraid. I'll go take a look. After the Scarlet Flood Dragon left through the cave, Yang Kai said to Gwazian, I'm going out for a while. Gwazian quickly said, then this subordinate will accompany you. No need. I'm going to see an old friend. When the words fell, Yang Kai had already disappeared, leaving Gwazian puzzled, not knowing who that old friend was. 100 miles away from Star City, on top of a small mountain, there was a wooden house. In front of the house, a graceful woman was gazing at Star City, motionless like a reef. It was as if a strong wind was brushing past her face, causing her long hair to flutter. The woman instinctively felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. Just as she was feeling suspicious, a voice came from behind her. Are you looking for me for revenge? The woman was shocked and quickly turned around, but after seeing the person's face, she breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Kai looked at her strangely and shook his head. No murderous intent, no resentment. If you aren't looking for me for revenge, then why are you staring at my movements? This woman was Sword Pavilion's Lu Shui. Yang Kai didn't know why she would appear here. Chapter 4057. That day in Sword Pavilion Star City, Yang Kai fought with Head Mantis. Head Mantis died, and Yang Kai didn't have a good time either. He was heavily injured and left with Lu Shui supporting each other. She took them to a hidden place to heal. Yang Kai's recovery was amazing, and he was fine after 3 to 5 days. He didn't even say goodbye to her before he left. After all, in Yang Kai's opinion, they were enemies. He was surprised that Lu Shui didn't take the opportunity to plot against him, so why would she say goodbye to him before she left? He thought it would be difficult to meet her in the great cosmological realm, but who knew that he would receive a message from the Red Flood Dragon today and know that she was outside this star city. The Scarlet Flood Dragon had been slashed in the neck by Lu Shui at the Origin Magnet Mountain, and his head had almost been chopped off. He naturally hated her to the bone and remembered her aura, so it wasn't strange for him to discover her tracks. Because of the enmity of that day, the red flood dragon repeatedly came here to find trouble with Lu Shui, wanting to take revenge. Unfortunately, Lu Shui had been avoiding it. Whenever the red flood dragon came, she would run far away and wait for the red flood dragon to leave before coming back. After repeating this several times, the red flood dragon couldn't do anything to her. After seeing Yang Kai this time, it told Yang Kai this news, probably wanting Yang Kai to stand up for it. Otherwise, why would Yang Kai specially come here? More than 2 months had passed since the last time they parted. Lu Shui's injuries were much better, but her aura was still a little unstable, and her face was slightly pale. She probably hadn't fully recovered. After all, she was injured by the Golden Crow True Fire, and it would take a year or so of cultivation to fully recover. Is there something you need from me? Yang Kai looked at her and asked. This woman didn't have any killing intent, and there was no resentment in her eyes. She probably wasn't here for revenge. Lu Shui nodded gently. What is it? Speak. Lu Shui opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but after holding back for a while, she couldn't say anything. Yang Kai was a little impatient. He was in a hurry to return to Crouching Dragon Mountain to cultivate, and didn't want to waste time with this woman. He flicked his sleeves and said, Then we'll talk after you've thought it through. He turned and was about to leave. Behind him came Lu Shui's anxious voice. This concubine wants to follow master. She was afraid that Yang Kai would really leave just like that, so she shouted a little louder. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her in surprise. What did you say? He suspected that he had misheard. Otherwise, why would there be such a ridiculous request? Lu Shui stared at him, her face slightly red. She lowered her head and said, I want to follow master. Please allow me to do so. This time, Yang Kai heard it clearly, but he still found it hard to believe. Logically speaking, Lu Shui's actions in the Sword Pavilion Star Market were already incomprehensible to him, and now she was making such an even more incomprehensible request. She had been tormented by the Golden Crow primordial fire to the point that she wished she was dead, and had almost lost her life. How could she not have any resentment towards Yang Kai? He had killed hundreds of people from Sword Pavilion. Even a leader like Zhong Fanqiang and Qing Yuan had died at the hands of Yang Kai. If it had been anyone else, they would have found an opportunity to take revenge. However, in the Sword Pavilion Star Market, she had taken the seriously injured Yang Kai to a remote place to recuperate. Even if she was magnanimous and could let go of this hatred, at most, she would mind her own business with Yang Kai. Why would she ask to follow him? Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder if she had ulterior motives. I don't have any other intentions. I just want to follow you. The great cosmological realm is dangerous, and I want to leave alive. Lu Shui looked up and explained softly. If she hadn't seen the huge change in the Sword Pavilion Star Market with her own eyes, Lu Shui might not have thought of this. However, even the Sword Pavilion Master, who was a 6th grade heaven opening cultivator, had been killed, and there were traces of divine spirits in the great cosmological realm. She was all alone, and she really didn't feel safe. After thinking about it, she still felt that it was safer to follow Yang Kai. At the very least, he was the strongest in the great cosmological realm. If a great tribulation really came, Yang Kai had the greatest chance of leaving safely. The reason why she was hiding here was because of her identity. After all, she was the leader of Sword Pavilion. If she really went to the Red Star Market, she would definitely be caught. She was looking at the Star Market from here to see when Yang Kai would come out. However, instead of Yang Kai, Qi Jiao had come several times. Yang Kai looked straight into her eyes, his gaze deep, as if he could see into the depths of her heart and see through her hidden thoughts. Lu Shui was calm, without the slightest bit of guilt. After a while, Yang Kai grinned. Do you really have such intentions? Lu Shui nodded seriously, not a word of falsehood. Don't you feel wronged? Miss Yuhi is also following master, and she is even more powerful than me. Does she feel wronged? If there was no precedent like Yuhi, she really wouldn't have made this request. Clever and eloquent. Heh. Yang Kai slowly shook his head with his hands behind his back. Lu Shui blushed slightly. Master, are you afraid? Are you afraid that I will recover and kill you when you are unprepared? She was already a little ashamed to make this request, but Yang Kai kept asking questions, making it even more difficult for her to control herself and a little angry. Afraid my ass. Yang Kai snorted. A fourth stage heaven splitter really didn't pose much of a threat to him in the great cosmological realm, so he decisively said, "Since you have delivered yourself to my door, this king will not refuse." He wanted to see what this little girl wanted to do. Instead of guessing her purpose, it was better to keep her by his side. If she really had ulterior motives, she would be exposed sooner or later, and he could just kill her. Striding towards Lu Shui, Yang Kai arrived in front of her in a few steps, stretched out his hand, grabbed her waist, and pulled her into his arms, shouting in a low voice, "Don't resist." Lu Shui's eyes widened, and her mouth and nose were instantly filled with a vigorous aura. Her mind was suddenly in a mess, and she almost slapped him. What did he want to do? Did he misunderstand something? She just said that she wanted to follow him, and she didn't mean anything else. Lu Shui wanted to cry but had no tears. She wanted to resist, but with Yang Kai's terrifying strength, how could she resist in her current state? In a flash, a phrase popped up in Lu Shui's mind, "A sheep in the tiger's den." While her thoughts were running wild, she suddenly felt the space around her distort, and she fell into darkness. The darkness swallowed all her perception, making her feel great fear. In just a moment, her vision blurred, and she recovered. Yang Kai let go of her, raised his hand to grab the blue dragon spear, and walked forward, saying, "Your injuries haven't healed yet, so heal yourself. Don't bother me if there is nothing." Arriving 1,000 feet away, he practiced his spear arts and soon immersed himself in it. Lu Shui stared at him blankly, and it took a long time for her to recover. She turned her head and looked around. This was not the mountain peak she was on just now, but another place, and she didn't know how far it was. Spatial teleportation. Lu Shui's expression turned serious. Only then did she realize that she had misunderstood just now. Yang Kai wasn't hugging her to take advantage of her, but rather to take her with him through the void. Telling her not to resist was for her own good. While traveling through the void, if she made any sudden movements, she might be swallowed by the void and never be able to find her way back. Her pale face was slightly red, and she stood there quietly, watching Yang Kai's spear dance, sweeping through the void. Soon, she found some clues. Yang Kai displayed countless spear arts, one move after another, bold and powerful, sometimes wide open, sometimes as fine as rain. It seemed to be extraordinarily powerful, and an ordinary cultivator would not be able to receive a single spear attack from him. Even if she, a fourth-rank cultivator, opened the sky, she would not be able to hold on for long before being defeated. But there was always a trace of incongruity. Lu Shui frowned slightly, not knowing what this trace of incongruity was. After a few days, Yang Kai was actually able to perform those spear techniques again. After a few days, it was the same again. Lu Shui silently counted. From beginning to end, Yang Kai had used a total of 1,134 different spear Dao secret techniques, each one different from the last. What's more, every time he used them again, he seemed to be more proficient. That's right. Lu Shui finally understood what the incongruity she saw at the beginning was. That was immaturity. Although Yang Kai's moves were extraordinarily powerful, he was like a toddler learning how to walk, fumbling forward on the spear path, each step more stable and solid than the last. Time flew, and a month later, Yang Kai put away his spear, frowning in contemplation. Through this period of cultivation, he had indeed gained a lot, but when he recalled the mantis head saber arts, he could still feel the difference between him and his opponent. His opponent's saber arts were natural, and each saber attack was like a hanging antelope's horn, untraceable, impossible to guard against, and extremely powerful. Could it be that his cultivation method was wrong? As he was contemplating, he suddenly heard a voice, "Master, are you cultivating spear arts?" Turning his head, he saw that Lu Shui had walked over. Yang Kai nodded and grunted. If she hadn't spoken, he would have almost forgotten about her. Lu Shui said, "Master is practicing 1,000 types of spear arts. Are you trying to gather the strengths of 1,000 schools?" "I have this idea, but I don't feel that the gains are much." Yang Kai was a little depressed. Compared to the beginning, he had indeed grown a lot on the path of spear arts, but it was much smaller than he had expected. Perhaps it was because he hadn't had enough time to cultivate. Lu Shui said slowly. Master's method is very similar to an old friend of mine. Oh? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Your old friend also cultivated like this? Lu Shui nodded and said softly, yes, but he didn't collect as many spear arts as Master, only 100 to 200. Yang Kai was able to obtain so many spear arts from the space rings of tens of thousands of people. Even if Lu Shui's old friend was at the heaven-opening realm, he probably wouldn't have had such an opportunity. Being able to collect 100 to 200 was already a great effort. How did his cultivation go in the end? Yang Kai hurriedly asked. He succeeded, Lu Shui said slowly. A look of reminiscence appeared on her face. He spent several dozen years gathering the strengths of 100 schools, eliminating the impurities and preserving the essences to cultivate a sure-kill spear. That spear was his strongest attack, and I once sparred with him. Heaven-opening realm cultivators of the same realm would find it difficult to resist. A sure-kill spear. Yang Kai couldn't help but look fascinated, but when he heard Lu Shui say that this person had spent several dozen years, he was speechless. If gathering the strengths of 100 schools took several dozen years, then how many years would it take for him to gather the strengths of 1,000 schools? Chapter 4058. Fortunately, in the great cosmological realm, there was a lot of time for Yang Kai to squander. Before finding suitable treasures, he could not condense the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements. Otherwise, Yang Kai would not have the time to cultivate these. Can you tell me about your old friend's specific cultivation path? Yang Kai asked curiously. Lu Shui said, his approach is exactly the same as Master's. He collected more than 100 spear techniques and practiced them every day. I remember that when he was cultivating, he once said that when he forgot all the 100 spear techniques and only had 1 spear left, then he would be done. When I saw him again after a few decades, he had already succeeded. Forget the 100 spear techniques and only have 1 spear left. Yang Kai seemed to understand the man's intention. However, this was easy to say, but how difficult was it to do? For spear techniques, the more one performed them, the more skilled they became. At the very least, Yang Kai had been like this for the past 2 to 3 months. Once he performed it many times and comprehended the essence, it would become a brand of memory in his body. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to forget such things. However, this sentence opened a new door for him. His eyes lit up. Your old friend is amazing, amazing. Lu Shui smiled slightly. Master, maybe you can give it a try. Yang Kai chuckled. He has his path, and I have mine. His path may not be suitable for me, but it is indeed worth learning from. You may leave first. After saying that, he practiced the 1,000 spear techniques again. There was no time in the mountains, and there was no flowing time great emperor in cultivation. On Crouching Dragon Mountain, Yang Kai cultivated diligently. Ever since he started cultivating, there had never been a time when he was so passionately and single-mindedly devoted to something. Every day, more than 1,000 spear techniques bloomed in his hands with brilliant splendor. Every 2 months, he would make a trip back to Star City. Firstly, he wanted to show his face to deter some rascals. Secondly, he wanted to check on the situation of his subordinates. Their progress was very good. The dozen or so people who had not condensed their Dao seals gradually condensed their own Dao seals. Furthermore, they had all surpassed the limits of what they could achieve. They had also satisfied Yang Kai's previous request. Each of them found Yuhi and took out Tier 4 and even Tier 5 heavenly and earthly treasures to condense the power of Yin, Yang, and 5 elements. Those who had already condensed their Dao seals and laid down their foundations were also trying their best to obtain the strongest power within the limits of what they could withstand. Yang Kai was looking forward to seeing Lang Qingshan. This guy was indeed able to withstand the impact of the 5th grade heavenly treasure on the Dao seal. He had already condensed the power of the wood element. When Yang Kai returned, he gave him a portion of the primordial fire of the sun. Now, he was cultivating in seclusion to condense the fire element. With such speed and aptitude, he was considered pretty good even in the Blessed Enclave. The income of Star City was not cheap. Yang Kai took 70% of the profits and naturally made a lot of money. However, these things were just worldly possessions. His own strength was the foundation of his foothold. Therefore, he did not stay for long every time he returned. At most, He would return to Crouching Dragon Mountain after 1 or 2 days to continue his cultivation. What he was worried about did not happen. The heavenly lunar demon spider did not appear again after wiping out the Sword Pavilion Star City. However, in various parts of the great cosmological realm, the cultivators' strongholds were destroyed by the beast tide from time to time. Some of the strongholds were even massacred with no survivors. Half a year later, on Crouching Dragon Mountain, Yang Kai's figure was moving freely. When he withdrew his spear, his aura quickly calmed down. He stood in place and pondered. Not far away, Lu Shui was slightly stunned. She muttered, 1035 types. When she first observed Yang Kai's eyelid spear technique, he had used a total of 1,134 types. But now, there were only 1,035 types left. He had lost almost 100 types of spear techniques. This change had gradually appeared in the past half a year. In other words, Yang Kai was gradually forgetting the spear techniques he had practiced. He had embarked on the same path as her old friend. Lu Shui laughed in her heart. In the end, he still had the temperament of a young man. He said that he had his own path and she had her own path. It turned out that he was just being stubborn. In the end, he was still imitating others. However, to be able to forget 100 types in such a short time really shocked Lu Shui. Her old friend had spent decades on this. The aptitude and comprehension of this young man in front of her was something that her old friend could never catch up to. Thinking about it, he had already comprehended the divine technique aspect in the Emperor realm. Looking at the trichiliocosm and billions of living beings, how many people could do it? The subsequent progress made Lu Shui even more shocked. Yang Kai had spent half a year forgetting 100 types of spear techniques. After another half a year, he had already forgotten 600 types of spear techniques. The remaining 500 or so were also showing signs of mastery. Almost every day, there would be dozens or even dozens of types of spear techniques disappearing from Yang Kai's practice. The speed of disappearing was getting faster and faster. 2 months later, Yang Kai no longer had any traces of spear techniques when he attacked. There were only the simplest stabs, flicks, slashes, and sweeps. It was like a person who had just learned how to use a spear. He was clumsily waving a spear around without any power. Moreover, every strike of his seemed to be extremely difficult. The muscles on his arms were bulging and his aura was boiling. It was as if there was a huge, invisible resistance that was blocking the spear in his hand, making it impossible for him to use it freely. This kind of attack could be easily avoided by anyone. Lu Shui couldn't understand, but instinctively, she felt that every spear strike had a terrifying power. This was the realm of simplicity. It seemed to be a simple movement, but it contained infinite changes. If she rushed up to Yang Kai at this moment, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to resist the power of his spear. This state lasted for a full year. For a year, he didn't rest, and didn't rest. Lu Shui watched every day in fear, fearing that Yang Kai would become the demon race. She wanted to go back to Red Star to report to Yuhi, but she was afraid that Yang Kai would have an accident if she left, so she could only accompany him. After more than 2 years, her injuries had already healed and she had returned to her peak state. Even so, her mental state was always tense, making her feel a little tired. One day, the seemingly muddle-headed Kai Yang, whose eyes had always been lifeless, suddenly moved his eyes. The spear in his hands, which had been repeating the most simple movements, suddenly began to move. It was like moving clouds and flowing water, smooth and smooth. The roar of a dragon resounded, and the dragon pressure filled the air, enveloping the world. Lu Shui was shocked. When she looked up, it was as if she saw a giant dragon coiling between the heavens and earth, looking down on her, making her heart tremble. The sky was shrouded in spear shadows, and there was no trace of Yang Kai. In her field of vision, there was only the spear light that pierced through the heavens and earth. Not limited to action, not limited to appearance, not limited to one state, not limited to one, not only thunder and wind, but also rain and wind, transcending the heavens and earth, 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 transcending the heavens and earth. My spear is free, my heart is free. Laughing wildly to the heavens, shaking the heavens and earth, startling the birds and insects. When Lu Shue's vision recovered, she saw Yang Kai's black hair fluttering in the air, holding the spear with one arm, his pair of black eyes shining brightly. The surrounding void was filled with a brand of spear scars, and under the effect of the heavens and earth principles, they were slowly restored. What a terrifying spear technique! Lu Shue's heart trembled as she stared blankly at the spear scars that were gradually mending. She knew that this young man's strength had soared greatly after this transformation. However, he was walking the same path as that old friend of hers. After forgetting more than 1,000 spear techniques, shouldn't he have cultivated a sure-kill spear technique? Why was the final result so different? Just now, at the last moment, the spear technique Yang Kai displayed was indescribable. It seemed to be even stronger than that sure-kill spear technique, and although the sure-kill spear technique was fierce, it had been completely fixed, and there was no room for improvement. On the other hand, Yang Kai's spear technique had endless possibilities. Comparing the two, it was obvious who was superior. Was it really like what he said, that he had his Tao and she had her own path? Master, what kind of spear is that? Lu Shue asked curiously. Yang Kai tilted his head and thought for a moment before grinning. Unrestrained spear. Unrestrained spear. Lu Shue murmured before nodding seriously. Endless variations, endless power. Not limited to any technique, free from the will of the heart, worthy of its name. Pursing her lips, she smiled. But unrestrained spear doesn't sound very pleasing to the ear. Why don't we call it the Great Unrestrained Spear? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Although it was only a single word, the meaning was completely different. Laughing, he said, "Good. We'll do as you say, the Great Unrestrained Spear." Holding the spear in his hand, Yang Kai was filled with pride. After 2 years of hard work, he had cultivated the Great Unrestrained Spear, which could be said to be a great achievement. With this spear technique in hand, although he didn't dare say that the Black Dragon Spear's full power would be unleashed, it would at least be much better than before. If the mantis head didn't die and Yang Kai fought him again, he was confident that he could kill him within 10 breaths. The mantis head saber technique was natural, but Yang Kai's spear technique was no longer the same as before. Compared to 2 years ago, it had been reborn. Now that he had mastered his spear technique, there was no need to cultivate here anymore, so he instructed Lu Shue, "Pack up and come back with me." Lu Shue responded, feeling a little nervous. After all, her identity was a bit sensitive, and she didn't know if she would be mocked or ridiculed by others. However, since she had chosen to follow Yang Kai, she could only endure even if others rolled their eyes at her. As long as she could leave the great cosmological realm safely, it didn't matter if she suffered some grievances. Taking out his communication bead, Yang Kai learned that Yuhi had contacted him many times. Previously, he would return to Star City every 3 months, but in the past year, he had reached a critical juncture and hadn't shown up. Yuhi was probably worried about him. At this moment, another message came from his communication bead. Yang Kai scanned it with his divine sense and said in surprise, "Little fatty, I was worried that I wouldn't be able to find you. I didn't expect you to walk right into my trap. Don't even think about leaving this time." Yui's message actually said that little fatty Su Zhan had come to find him and had been waiting for him for 2 months. This little fatty came from the Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven and was an expert in artifact refining. He was even more proficient in the Tao of Spirit Arrays. Yang Kai had wanted him to help arrange a spirit array in Star City, but unfortunately, he didn't know where he was. He didn't expect to receive news of him at this time. In a few steps, Yang Kai walked to Lu Shue's side, grabbed her arm, and urged the power of the space spirit bead to instantly disappear. Chapter 4059. In the mansion, in front of Yang Kai's room, a charmingly naive, fair and clean little fatty stood side by side with Yuhi, waiting anxiously. The little fatty was Su Zhan from Divine Cauldron Heaven. Back then, he had left after refining the Origin Magnet Divine Gourd, most likely to have condensed the power of the metal element. Since he had appeared now, it meant that he had succeeded. After all, he was a disciple of Divine Cauldron Heaven and had extraordinary talent. Since he dared to ask Yang Kai for a grade 6 Origin Magnet Divine Stone, he naturally had the confidence to refine it. "Senior, When will Brother Yang come out of seclusion? Su Zhan turned to look at Yuhi. I don't know either. Yuhi slowly shook her head. In the past, young master would come out of seclusion once every 2 months or so. I don't know why this time, but there has been no news from him for a year. Su Zhan's eyes turned and he said worriedly, Brother Yang wouldn't have become the demon race, right? Yuhi's expression changed slightly. How is that possible? Young master is a genius. It's impossible for him to become the demon race. Moreover, he hasn't reached a critical juncture in his cultivation, so his seclusion this time shouldn't be so dangerous. The little fatty shook his head. That's hard to say. The path of cultivation is full of dangers, and if one is not careful, the consequences will be unpredictable. Yuhi was flustered by his words, and she was a little uncertain. Su Zhan struck while the iron was hot. Why don't I break this restriction and see what happens? Don't even think about it. Yuhi glared at him. She had seen this little fatty's ability and knew that if he really wanted to break the restriction, it wouldn't take much effort. However, once he did so, he would definitely disturb Yang Kai. If Yang Kai really reached a critical juncture in his cultivation, even if he didn't become the demon race, he would become the demon race. Su Zhan smiled. I'm just saying, senior. Don't be angry. AI. What a pity. I wanted to give Brother Yang another good fortune, but it seems he's coming out. The restriction of the room in front of him suddenly closed, and with a soft squeak, the door opened, and a handsome young man walked out. Who else could it be but Yang Kai? Yuhi revealed a smile, and her heart finally relaxed. She walked forward with a smile, but after taking 2 steps, she saw the person behind Yang Kai, and the smile on her face suddenly stiffened, and she stared at him in a daze. Su Zhan was also somewhat dumbfounded. Turning his head to look at Yuhi, he said, Senior, didn't you say that Brother Yang is in close seclusion? How could someone bring a woman into seclusion? Moreover, this woman was the leader of Sword Pavilion. It was said that Yang Kai had spent a year in seclusion this time. TSK. Just what had happened during this year? Su Zhan looked at Lu Shui and couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. He felt envious of Yang Kai's luck with women. What are you two doing here? Yang Kai raised his head and saw Su Zhan and Yuhi. He was puzzled. Little Fatty had a sly smile on his face, but Yuhi's face was ashen. Her delicate body was trembling, and her eyes were spitting fire as she stared at something behind him. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that Lu Shui's face was red and her head was lowered. He suddenly understood and said, I'm afraid you two have misunderstood. The space spirit bead was in his bedroom. After returning from Crouching Dragon Mountain, he naturally went straight to his bedroom. It wouldn't have been a big deal if no one had seen it, but now that he was caught red-handed, it really made people think of some things they shouldn't. What a big misunderstanding. Yuhi sneered, turned around, and left. Wherever she went, a chill would envelop her, causing Guazian to tremble in fear. He quickly moved to the side lest he be implicated. Su Zhan smiled slyly and said, Brother Yang, there's a fire in the backyard. Go put out the fire first. I'll talk to you later. Yang Kai said with a serious face, Brother Su, you've really misunderstood. It's not what you think it is. Su Zhan said, it's useless to explain it to me. Yang Kai looked at Lu Shui, then looked at him and shook his head. He had no intention of explaining anything. He called Guazian and said, Miss Lu Shui can be considered one of us now. Take her down and find a room for her to stay. One of us? Guazian's heart trembled. He faintly felt that Yang Kai's words had a deeper meaning. He quickly replied, yes. Lu Shui excused herself and left with Guazian. Along the way, Guazian was very respectful, as if he wanted to worship her as his mistress. This made Lu Shui feel more and more ashamed. In the guest hall, Chen Yu served tea and respectfully left. Yang Kai and Su Zhan sat across from each other. Only then did Su Zhan reveal the purpose of his visit. Brother Yang, I have another great opportunity to give you. Last time, he said this and then refined the origin magnet divine gourd for Yang Kai. This time, he would say it again. Yang Kai was naturally interested and asked curiously, Brother Su, please speak. Su Zhan said, Brother Yang is a peerless genius. He should have condensed 7th grade fire element power, right? Yes. There was no way to hide this. Yuhi had already told him. When the golden crow casting sun divine technique appeared, it was tantamount to announcing this point to the world. Sujin slowly said, a 7th grade golden crow true fire can only be suppressed by a 7th grade wood element power. So Brother Yang should also have a 7th grade wood element power. In the battle 2 years ago, Brother Yang also used the earth attribute divine technique to form a shield. From what I can see, that divine technique is exceptionally sturdy and extraordinary, so it should also be a 7th grade one. In other words, Brother Yang has condensed at least 3 7th grade elements: wood, fire, and earth. In the Origin Magnet Mountains, Brother Yang risked universal condemnation and did not hesitate to make thousands of people his enemy. In the end, he even sealed off the passage and inspected everyone's space rings, all for the sake of obtaining a 7th grade divine origin magnet stone. Speaking of this, Sujin slowly shook his head. What a pity. Although the origin magnet mountains were abundant, no 7th grade divine origin magnet stone appeared. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Brother Yang. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Brother Su, have you ever heard of a saying? What saying? Sujin asked curiously. Smart people generally don't live long. This little fatty had only met him twice, and their interactions were not deep. Yet he was able to deduce so many things, almost exposing Yang Kai's background, causing Yang Kai to feel a chill run down his spine. Sujin quickly waved his hand and said, I'm just speaking casually, Brother Yang. Please don't take it to heart. However, Brother Yang's ambition to reach the 7th grade and open the heavens should be correct. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently, neither happy nor angry. The reason I came to you this time is related to a 7th grade rare treasure. Sujin suddenly lowered his voice. Yang Kai's expression changed. A 7th grade rare treasure? What attribute is it? If it was wood, fire, or earth, it would not be of much value to him. But if it was any other attribute, he would have to fight for it. Since entering the great cosmological realm until now, he had only found an earth dragon pearl, and it was obtained by chance. Even the great cosmological realm, a huge natural treasure trove, was so difficult to find, let alone the outside world. The last time the Golden Crow's corpse appeared, it caused various forces to fight over it, and even several high-rank heaven splitters were dispatched. Even if a 7th grade rare treasure really appeared in the 3,000 worlds, it would not be Yang Kai's turn to fight for it. For him, the great cosmological realm was the most suitable place to display his strength. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the water element. Water element. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. After the metal element was the water element, which was also useful to him. Even if he could not refine it now, it would be good to collect it first. However, he was not blinded by this temptation, but looked at Sujin suspiciously. Brother Su, since there is a 7th grade water element, you can go and get it yourself? Why are you looking for me? Don't tell me there are 2 treasures of the water element. How precious are 7th grade rare treasures? It's good enough to have one. How can there be 2? Sujin laughed and shook his head. It's just that this trip may be a little dangerous. Brother Yang's strength is extraordinary, so I pulled you along to boost my courage. Yang Kai naturally did not believe this. The little fatty was a disciple from the divine cauldron heaven, and although he had not seen him fight, his strength was definitely not bad. If he said it was dangerous, then that place was really dangerous. Pulling Yang Kai along was probably to increase his combat strength. To tell you the truth, Brother Yang, it's not just the 2 of us going. That place was discovered by a friend of mine, and there are about 5 or 6 people going together this time. 5 or 6 people? Yang Kai was amazed, and he even mentioned friends. Those who could be called friends by him most likely had extraordinary backgrounds and strength, and were probably the elite disciples of some blessed enclave. He chuckled. There's only one 7th grade rare treasure, but there are 5 or 6 people. How do we split it? Sujin grinned and said, we travel together. When we reach the place, life, death, wealth, and riches are up to fate. Interesting. Yang Kai's mind was in turmoil. It had been a long time since he had such an adventurous experience. Just hearing Sujin's words made his blood boil, and he wanted nothing more than to set off immediately. Then Brother Yang agrees? Sujin looked at him and asked. There's one more question. Yang Kai looked at him in confusion. Brother Su asked me for a 6th grade divine origin magnet stone last time. So what you condensed should be a 6th grade rare treasure. So why are you coveting a 7th grade rare treasure? Sujin said seriously, among the 5 elements, the wood and water elements are the most gentle and have the least impact on the Dao seal. Although I aim to be a 6th grade rare treasure, condensing a 7th grade wood and water element should not be a problem. Brother Yang, didn't your teacher tell you? Yang Kai suddenly realized. Sujin's method was the same as the suggestion he had made to his dozen or so subordinates. Although their foundation was already set, they could use this foundation to obtain greater strength. If he guessed correctly, this little fatty should be condensing a 7th grade wood element, but the others were all 6th grade rare treasures, so in the end, he could only reach the 6th grade splitting the heavens. How could Yang Kai have any teacher to tell him this? Although the lady boss had been good to him in the first inn, she did not expect his ambition to be so great, so she did not think to tell him this at all. Most of the common knowledge was obtained from Yu He. Chuckling, Yang Kai then said, Right, there's one more thing I want to ask Brother Su for help with. Sujin asked, What is it? I want to ask Sujin to lay down a spirit array in this star market and increase the defensive power of this spirit array. Sujin could not help feeling a little speechless. This star market is Red Star's star market. Brother Yang, you're just a consecrated in name. Why are you so concerned? It's useful. It might be useful. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Sujin could not refuse, so he could only say, How about this? I'll do it when we come back. But there's not enough time now. I made an agreement with those people before, and there are only 5 days left until the deadline. We have to set off tomorrow, otherwise it will be too late. Chapter 4060. The next morning, Yang Kai and Sujin set off, and everyone came to send them off. Yu He hid behind the crowd with an ugly expression on her face. According to Guazian, this woman threw a huge tantrum last night and smashed the things in her room into pieces. They were so scared that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Yang Kai looked at Guazian and said, This trip shouldn't take long. When I'm not around, carefully supervise their cultivation. If you need any supplies, just look for Yueha. Guazian replied, Yes. Yueha curled her lips. Heh, Yang Kai glanced at her and said, Yueha, if you encounter any irresistible danger, you know what to do. Yueha tilted her head to the other side. Heh, Lu Shui felt guilty and stepped forward. Master, do you need this concubine to follow you? No need. You stay and assist Yueha in managing the star market. Yang Kai waved his hand. Lu Shui retreated helplessly and quietly glanced at Yueha, only to see this woman looking at her with a smile. That smile made her hair stand on end. She knew that if this misunderstanding was not resolved, she would not have a good life in the future. Let's go back, Brother Su. Yang Kai called out to Sujin and soared into the sky. Sujin followed closely behind. After the two left, the smile on Yueha's face gradually disappeared. She angrily lifted her dress, turned around, and walked in. Lu Shui hurriedly followed and said, Sister Yueha, I have something to tell you. Yu He immediately smiled sweetly and said, What a coincidence. I also have some things that I want to discuss with little sister. Let's go to my room. As she said this, she intimately held Lu Shui's arm and walked away with a smile. Behind them, Guazian and the others couldn't help but shudder. There was no sun, moon, or stars in the great cosmological abyss, so it was impossible to distinguish north from south. Yang Kai did not know which direction he was flying in. He followed Sujin for 3 days. During these 3 days, they passed by many cultivator strongholds, which made Yang Kai click his tongue in wonder. These strongholds varied in size. Some were grand, while others were extremely hidden. The large ones could accommodate tens of thousands of people, while the small ones could only accommodate a few hundred people. They struggled to survive in the strange environment of the great cosmological realm. There were also some dilapidated strongholds that had been destroyed by the beast tide. There were many rotting corpses lying on the ground. It was a horrible sight. When the great cosmological realm opened, the entire star city was swallowed up, and at least millions of people were swallowed in. Now that several years had passed, less than half of them were still alive. Just in the Sword Pavilion's star market alone, tens of thousands of people had died or were injured. One could imagine how terrifying the loss rate of those who had entered the great cosmological realm during this period was. 3 days later, the sound of waves could be heard in the distance. There was also a salty smell in the air. Yang Kai was slightly startled. "There's a sea in the great cosmological realm?" Su Zhen said solemnly. "The great cosmological realm is vast and boundless. What we know is just a corner of the sea. What's so strange about there being a sea here?" After a while, the turbulent sea came into view. The waves slammed against the table, rolling up waves that were hundreds of feet high. Yang Kai suddenly understood. Su Zhen said that this time they were looking for a grade 7 water element treasure. There was plenty of water power in the sea, so it was not surprising that it could breed a grade 7 water element treasure. After rushing into the sea and flying forward for another 3 hours, Su Zhen suddenly said, "We've arrived." At the same time, Yang Kai also noticed a few unfamiliar auras. Looking over, he saw several figures standing on a small island with a radius of only a few miles. One of them stood on the beach with his hands behind his back. He had a stalwart figure and was dressed in black. When he looked up, his eyes were like an eagle's, piercing straight into one's heart. Not far away, a young girl was sitting on a rock with her head down, busying herself with something. Her hair covered her shoulders, making it impossible to see her face. Another young man was sitting cross-legged on a treetop 1,000 feet behind the young girl, silently circulating his chi. His figure rose and fell with the wind, his aura mysterious. Yang Kai's heart trembled. Although these 3 people were not heaven-opening cultivators, each of them gave him a feeling that they were not to be trifled with. Were these the friends that Su Zhen was talking about? He didn't know which heavenly paradise they came from, but each of them had an extraordinary background. Yang Kai and Su Zhen landed, and the black-clothed young man standing with his hands behind his back said coldly, "Fatty, you're late." Su Zhen smiled and said, "Not at all. There's still more than a day before the deadline." After a pause, he added, "By the way, Brother Lin Feng, don't call me Fatty again, or I'll fall out with you." Even though he said that, he still smiled without the slightest anger. Lin Feng coldly snorted and turned to look at Yang Kai, raising his chin slightly. "You made us wait for so long just for this guy? Which heavenly paradise did he come from? How come I've never seen him before?" Su Zhen said, "I've never asked." He turned to Yang Kai and asked, "Brother Yang, where do you come from?" Yang Kai chuckled. "It's neither a paradise nor a heavenly paradise. It's insignificant, not worth mentioning." Su Zhen was stunned. He had seen that Yang Kai could even comprehend something like the aspect divine technique and was even determined to reach the 7th level of heaven opening. He also had a 5th level heaven opening cultivator like Yuhi following him and calling him young master. He had really thought that he was from some heavenly paradise, but now that he heard Yang Kai say this, it turned out that he wasn't. Without a heavenly paradise's deep background and huge material support, how could he cultivate to such a level? "Brother Yang, you're joking," said Su Zhen, shaking his head. He didn't believe him, but since Yang Kai didn't want to say, he didn't want to ask anymore. The young man in black grunted coldly, "Fatty, this guy is neither a heavenly paradise's disciple nor a paradise's disciple. You just casually asked him to join forces with us?" Su Zhen said solemnly, "Brother Lin, I've seen Brother Yang fight. In terms of strength, you're not as good as him." Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. "Really?" As soon as his words fell, his fighting spirit soared and his aura soared to the limit. He stared at Yang Kai with scorching eyes, as if he wanted to fight him here and now. Obviously, he was not convinced by Su Zhen's words. He was a heavenly paradise's disciple, and although he hadn't broken through to the sky opening layer yet, he could still fight against a low-level heaven opening cultivator. How strong was this guy in front of him? "Don't make trouble." Su Zhen looked at him speechlessly. "You'll see later." He turned to Yang Kai and said, "Brother Yang, let me introduce you. This guy is called Lin Feng, a disciple of Zhenwu Cave Heaven." Yang Kai cupped his hands politely and said, "Greetings, Brother Lin." When he saw Su Zhen and the guy surnamed Yin, Yang Kai thought that there might be other heavenly paradise's disciples in the Great Void Realm, but he didn't expect to see them today, and more than one at that. He didn't know why they were also in the star market at that time, but they ended up suffering an unexpected disaster. However, the Great Void Realm had both dangers and opportunities. For these proud sons of heaven, being involved in it was not necessarily a bad thing. Lin Feng snorted coldly and raised his nose to the sky. This is Gu Pan from Langya Paradise. Su Zhan pointed to the girl who was sitting on a stone with her head down. The girl hurriedly got up, her cheeks puffed up, and said softly, "Greetings, Brother Yang." Her voice was very soft, just like a cat's. It was obvious that she was a gentle woman. Kai Yang, on the other hand, was greatly shocked. This girl named Gu Pan was actually from Langya Paradise. That was the place where Zhang Ruoxi's ancestor was born. Zhang Ruoxi had awakened her Tianxing bloodline and inherited a part of her ancestor's memories. When she left the star boundary, she planned to go to Langya Paradise, but she was swallowed by the Thousand Joints insect halfway and was separated from Yang Kai. Later, Yang Kai was stranded in the Qiqiao land, and Zhang Ruoxi's whereabouts were unknown. Yang Kai guessed that she should have gone to Langya Paradise. After all, it was her ancestor's homeland. If she went there, it would be equivalent to returning home in glory. Yang Kai wanted to go to Langya Paradise to look for Zhang Ruoxi after he opened the heavens, but who knew that he would meet a disciple of Langya Paradise here? He was surprised and happy, and almost wanted to ask about Zhang Ruoxi's situation, but he held back. There was no need to rush this matter. He would first see what Gu Pan's character was like before making any plans. "Greetings, junior sister Gu." Yang Kai suppressed the excitement in his heart and returned the greeting. The girl sat back down again and lowered her head to busy herself. "That one over there is Ning Daoran from Carefree Paradise." Su Zhan pointed to the young man sitting cross-legged on the treetops, moving up and down with the wind. Although this young man was not old, he had an elegant temperament. This kind of aura could only be possessed by those old men with immortal temperament. If one didn't look at him and only felt this aura, they would think that he was a flowing-time great emperor. Ning Daoran did not get up, but raised a palm to Yang Kai from afar and said, "Greetings, brother." "Brother Ning." Yang Kai returned the greeting. Su Zhan looked around and scratched his head. Where did that seductress Chu Huashang go? When the voice just fell, a figure came out of the sea behind him. The figure was graceful and covered with gauze. When it came out of the water vapor lingered around the body, causing infinite reverie. Yang Kai looked at it and saw an enchanting and charming woman standing behind Su Zhan. She was half a head higher than him. She leaned over and breathed in Su Zhan's ear, "Little fatty, who are you calling a seductress?" Su Zhan looked at his nose, and his nose looked at his heart. He gave a thumbs up and pointed back. "This evil spirit is from Yang Wonderland, called Chu Huashang. Yang Xiong should be careful. She is the best at seducing men. Don't let her kill you." "Oh, why are you twisting my ear? Let go quickly. If you don't let go, I will fight with you." "What is seducing men? What is sucking Yang Qi?" Chu Huashang gnashed her teeth and twisted Su Zhan's ears. "My Yang Wonderland is on the way of yin and yang integration. It is not the way of those dirty tricks. You don't slander me in front of outsiders." Su Zhan's face was distorted with pain, but he dutifully stared at Yang Kai and said, "Anyway, Brother Yang, be careful of this woman." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Brother Su is serious. Alone yin is not born. Alone yang is not long. Yin and yang are mixed. It is the way of heaven and earth. It is not as serious as you say." Chapter 4061. He has also received the benefits of yin and yang fusion. Naturally, he knows that the orthodox fusion method is not comparable to those bad methods, but he has some right to speak. Chu Huashang's heart went to the bottom of her heart, and she didn't bother to find trouble with Su Zhan. She looked at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. "It's still this little brother who is sensible. Little brother, if you have time, we can discuss the art of union cultivation." "Well, there's a chance." Yang Kai kept nodding. Su Zhan was stunned. Yang Kai came up with Chu Huashang, this seductress. What a scandal. He regretted looking for Yang Kai. He couldn't see that this guy was a pervert. Lin Feng's eyes flashed a trace of contempt, and he said coldly, "Fatty, You came to find people. If you die on the way back, don't blame anyone. Yang Kai said with a smile, if I die, it's my own fault. I can't blame others. It sounds like a man. Lin Feng looked up and down at Yang Kai, as if to re-examine him. Sujin said, don't talk nonsense. Now that everyone is here, Lin Feng, it's time to talk about the water treasure. Let's go and talk about it, so as not to waste time. Lin Feng said. All right. Sujin agreed. Gu Pan stood up, and Ning Dao Ran floated down from the treetop. He twirled his fingers, and a willow leaf suddenly appeared. The willow leaf grew in the wind, and with a bang, it transformed into a small boat. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. This willow leaf didn't have the aura of a secret treasure. It was like an ordinary willow leaf. He didn't know what wonderful method Ning Daoran had used. It had such an amazing change. A group of people jumped on the willow leaf boat. Ning Daoran stood at the bow of the boat and controlled the boat to break through the air. Yang Kai raised his foot and stepped on it. He found that the boat was very strong. Even if he hit it with his hand, he might not be able to destroy it. The disciples of the Blessed Enclave really had unique skills. The little fatty Suzhan was like this, and Ning Daoran was like this. He was afraid that Lin Feng, Gu Pan, and Chu Huashang were not soft persimmons. He could not help but feel a little envious. It was good to have a backer. No matter what he learned, there would be someone to teach him, and there would be no need to worry about cultivation resources. Unlike him, no matter where he went, he had to start from scratch and fight with his life on the line. No one loved him or loved him. Even his cultivation had to be done step by step. Lin Feng had already started talking about the water element treasure. Several disciples of the Blessed Enclave gathered in the Star Market at that time. Enclave. There must be many secret records in their respective sections. Even the elders in their sects came out of the Great Void Realm. They have more or less seen some information about the Great Void Realm. After arriving here, they immediately separated and went to find their own opportunities. In the past few years, everyone has gained something. Needless to say, Suzhen refined the Divine Magnetic Gourd and found Yang Kai in exchange for a 6th-level Divine Magnetic Stone. It can be said that he made a lot of money. Although he was a disciple of Shanding Tian, even in Shanding Tian, it took a lot of time and energy to get a 6th-level metal treasure. After all, 6th-level treasures were not cabbages that could be picked up everywhere. Several others also had similar gains. Lin Feng traveled around and came to the sea by chance. He felt the rich water element chi on an island. The water element chi was rich and mellow, far beyond any water element treasure he had seen before. That is definitely a 7th level, or even an 8th level water element treasure. Lin Feng said in a deep voice, his eyes burning. Everyone's breath couldn't help being short. How precious is a 7th or 8th level water element treasure? It can suppress the fortune of a land outside. It may not appear in thousands of years, but it can be found in the Great Void Realm. I'm afraid it's not so easy to get it, Chu Huashang said with a smile. If you can get it easily, you, Lin Feng, will not call us to help together. Lin Feng said, naturally, it's not easy to get it. On the island, there are many strange sea clans, and the water element treasure seems to be very important to those sea clans. The closer to the island, the stricter the defense is. I have been forced to retreat 4 times. Sea clan? Everyone was surprised. Suzhen said, is there a master among the sea clans? Lin Feng shook his head slowly. It's not very powerful. It's not my opponent in a one-on-one fight. What's worse is that there are too many of them. Lin's 2 fists can't fight against 4 hands. Have you seen the water element treasure? Chu Huashang asked. What is that? Lin Feng blushed. I haven't seen it. Seeing everyone looking at him with a strange expression, he couldn't help but be angry. Although I haven't seen it, I can be sure that it is definitely a 7th or 8th level treasure. If you don't want to go, I have to get that thing by myself. Suzhen hurriedly said, Go, go. It's rare to have this opportunity. How can we not go and see? Chu Huashang also nodded and said, yes. Ning Dao Ran has been standing at the bow of the boat, not saying a word, as if nothing is in his heart, and Gu Pan is busy with his head down. These 2 people don't express any opinions at all, which is very strange. Lin Feng clasped his hands behind his back and glanced at Yang Kai. All right, but let's get this straight first. There are 6 of us, but there's only one water element treasure. When the time comes, don't blame this Lin for not showing mercy. Chu Huashang said with a smile. People also mean this. Brother Lin, if you're killed by others, don't blame others. Lin Feng snorted. You have this ability to kill me. Suddenly turned to Yang Kai. I know all of your abilities, and you are qualified to join forces with Lin, but this one, Yang Kai smiled. Brother Lin, do you want to see it? If you are not qualified, I will kill you now, so as not to drag us down. Chu Huashang frowned and said, You, this person, often kill this, kill that. Can you be a little more gentle? You look at senior brother Ning. Although she met Yang Kai for the first time, it was the first time she met someone who did not reject the combination of yin and yang, and was even willing to speak for this way of cultivation. Naturally, she had some good feelings for him. It doesn't matter. Yang Kai raised his hand. Brother Lin, it's normal to have this concern, but I don't know how Brother Lin wants to verify whether I am qualified. Lin Feng slowly raised his hand. If you take 3 of my palms and don't die, it means that you have this qualification. Ning Dao ran, who had been standing still, slowly turned back. The boat will break. Lin Feng was furious. Who cares about your broken boat? Ning Dao Ran was silent for a moment and no longer said anything. Yang Kai grinned. Brother Lin and I first met. It hurt the harmony, but since Brother Lin wants to see my ability, I will let you see it. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped backward and fell straight into the sea, disappearing without a trace. Lin Feng's face was stunned. Chu Huashang was stunned on the spot. Gu Pan suddenly coughed, as if choked by something, and kept beating his chest with his small hand. In the perception of the divine sense, Yang Kai quickly went away, and soon was out of their perception range. After a long time, Lin Feng's eyes twitched. Ran away? He glared at Su Jun. This is the helper you found. Your eyes grow in the ass? Dare to bring a cat or a dog here? Su Jun scratched his head. No. Yang Kai alone faced thousands of people, and his face didn't change. How could he be afraid of competing with Lin Feng? But if he wasn't afraid, why did he run away? Su Jun was puzzled. Chu Huashang also shook his head and sighed. I thought it was a good boy. It turned out to be just a silver spearhead. Something is coming. Su Jun's face suddenly changed. When the words fell, everyone was aware of it. Lin Feng shouted, I forgot to tell you. I'm afraid it won't be peaceful. There are many sea monsters in the sea. All of them are extraordinary, and fighting in this sea is very advantageous for them. It's very difficult for us to kill them. Be careful, it's coming. The willow leaf boat suddenly jumped up 100 feet, and then drifted nimbly, avoiding the attack from under the sea. Looking down, he saw a huge thing under the sea rising into the sky. Wow, what a big octopus! Chu Huashang put her hand over her eyes and exclaimed. As far as the eye could see, a huge octopus rushed out of the sea. The tentacles with suckers were more than 100 feet long. They were dancing with great momentum, as if there was a mountain in front of them that could be swept away. It's this evil creature again. The last time I crossed the sea, I met this thing. I fought with it for a long time and almost killed it. Unfortunately, I let it escape in the end. Well, this time it dares to come out. Don't think of going back alive. Lin Feng stepped forward, his face full of murderous intent. This fish. Su Jun was stunned as he looked at the octopus with a strange expression. This was because at this moment, the octopus's 2 round eyes were filled with shock and fear. Moreover, looking at its flustered appearance, it didn't seem like it had taken the initiative to rush out of the sea to attack them. Instead, it seemed like it had been struck by some kind of attack. With a crash, a figure suddenly broke out of the sea and rushed straight to the octopus. It rushed to the octopus in a flash. As if feeling the crisis, the octopus waved its claws and swept down. The figure took a deep breath, raised a fist, and slammed out, hitting the soft abdomen of the octopus. The sound of the explosion rang out, and a layer of ripples suddenly spread out. The octopus's 8 claws were stiff, and its 2 round eyes were bulging. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the mountain-like octopus exploded in midair, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky and scattered down. On the sea, within a radius of dozens of miles, pieces of flesh and blood floated everywhere, attracting the dancing sharks. Everyone was stunned. Chapter 4062. Amidst the bloody mist, Yang Kai's figure flickered and landed back on the willow boat, smiling as he looked at Lin Feng. Senior brother Lin, I don't know if that punch of mine still caught your eye. Lin Feng's eyes kept twitching. After a while, he said coldly, it's just a brute force. It's really extraordinary to be able to throw such a huge octopus out of the sea. It's not something he can match. Moreover, that punch can smash the octopus into pieces. It can be seen that the strength is strong. But the foundation of the cultivator is not only brute force, but also the depth of his own strength, the cultivation of the secret techniques, the sacrificial treasures, and other comprehensive evaluations. It's just that he just said that the last time he met the octopus, he couldn't do anything to the other side. However, he was killed by Yang Kai with a punch, which was somewhat embarrassing. That's qualified? Yang Kai looked at Lin Feng with a smile. Lin Feng snorted and said nothing more. Little brother Yang is really strong. Chu Huashang's eyes were shining. As she spoke, she reached out and pinched Yang Kai's arm. This muscle is really strong. I have stronger muscles in other places. Sister Chu, do you want to touch it? Yang Kai winked at her. Chu Huashang glanced at him and said, bad embryo. Kai Yang laughed heartily. Lin Feng bit his teeth and said, adulterer. Little fatty Su Jin couldn't help but sigh and reach for his forehead. All the way, the willow boat broke through the air. Yang Kai and Chu Huashang sat side by side on the side of the boat. Their heads were together and whispered. They didn't know what they were talking about. It was so good to talk about it. From time to time, Chu Huashang also stretched out her fist and punched Yang Kai. She laughed again and again. It looked like two people were flirting. This scene was simply unbearable to look at. There are many dangers in the sea. Many huge sea monsters are crisscrossed. They feel the breath of strangers and rush out from time to block the road. However, all these people on board have extraordinary backgrounds. Although these sea monsters are fierce, they can't do anything to them. They are often killed before they get close. Where the willow boat passed, there was a bloody rain. Yang Kai was also lucky to see the means of several other disciples of the blessed enclave. They were all extraordinary, especially the divine technique that these people comprehended with the power of yin and yang and 5 elements, which really opened his eyes. Traveling with these people, Kai Yang couldn't help but feel as if he had just jumped out of a clump of dirt and seen the world. He wanted to say a few words to Gu Pan and pull the relationship closer so that he could find an opportunity to inquire about Zhang Ruoxi's situation. Unfortunately, Chu Huashang kept pestering him and discussing the mystery of the yin and yang. Yang Kai was also helpless and could only give up. But then again, the yin and yang fairyland is really amazing. Only after a long talk with Chu Huashang, Yang Kai felt that he had gained a lot. It's a pity that Su Yin is not around, otherwise, he would have to try it. Chu Huashang obviously also got some inspiration from Yang Kai. The more they talked, the more congenial they became. 3 days later, the willow leaf boat suddenly descended and landed on a lonely reef. Ning Dao Ran took the willow leaf and everyone looked around. Lin Feng pointed in one direction and said, see the island over there? The water element treasure is on that island. This island is not small. When I came last time, I tried to get it several times, but I didn't succeed. This time, there are 6 of us. We must get the treasure. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed and saw an island in the depths of the sea. Looking from this position, the island was not too big, but it was 1,000 miles away from the island. It didn't look big from here, but it was definitely not small when they got closer. Su Jin looked at Yang Kai and said, it's like this, Brother Yang. We have discussed it before. We have a total of 6 people, so we will divide into 3 groups. 2 people will go together and land on the island from different directions. The rest will depend on our own ability. If anyone can get it, others won't have any complaints. They originally only had 5 people, so if they were to split up into 3 groups, there would be 1 less person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have specifically asked for Kai Yang's help. He had also seen Kai Yang's ability, so he naturally knew that by asking for Kai Yang's help, they would be much safer. Good. Yang Kai nodded. Let's divide into groups. Sujin saw that Yang Kai had no objection and immediately proposed. As soon as the voice fell, Chu Huashang stepped forward and took Yang Kai's arm and wanted to tie up with him. I'll be in a group with little brother Yang. She and Yang Kai have been talking happily on the ship for 3 days. Naturally, she wants to act with him. No, Suzhan and Lin Feng said in unison. Why not? Chu Huashang's face was black. Lin Feng snorted coldly. You two dog men and women are so close to each other on the ship. If I give you a group, I don't know what to do. It doesn't matter if you live or die. What if you implicate us? Chu Huashang said angrily. Who are you calling a dog man and woman? Say it again. What about you? Lin Feng did not show weakness. Seeing that a quarrel was about to break out even before the groups had been decided, Suzhin too quickly interjected. All right, let's not talk too much. Although Brother Lin's words aren't pleasant to hear, I also have the same opinion. Enchantress Chu, you absolutely cannot be in the same group as Brother Yang. Chu Huashang said with a sneer. Then who do you want me to be in a group with? Suzhin looked at the others and pointed out, let's be in a group with Brother Ning. Chu Huashang immediately jumped up and said, you want me to be in a group with this wood? Little fatty, you did it on purpose, didn't you? Ning Dao Ran's heart is natural, and everything is not in her heart. It is incompatible with her aura. She is naturally very unhappy. Then we'll go first. Ning Dao Ran didn't seem to hear it. After saying a word, his figure flickered and he went up to the island step by step. Chu Huashang was so angry that her silver teeth were almost broken. Seeing Ning Dao Ran going farther and farther, she could only helplessly say, Little brother Yang, let's have a good talk after we go back. I can't wait to try it with you. Yang Kai patted her arm and said, Be careful. Well, wait for me. Chu Huashang couldn't help nodding, and her body flickered and chased after Ning Dao Ran. Seeing her leave, Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He looked at Suzhin gratefully. If he stayed with Chu Huashang, he couldn't stand this passionate woman. As for Brother Yang, Suzhin looked at Yang Kai, and a trace of hesitation flashed across his face. He said, Brother Yang, you and Gu Shimi are in a group. The remaining 4 people, Yang Kai and Lin Feng, are not easy to deal with. Naturally, they can't act together. Otherwise, they are looking for trouble. He wanted to be in a group with Yang Kai. After all, Yang Kai is strong. If he encounters any danger, he can turn it into safety with his ability. But after thinking about it, he gave this opportunity to Gu Pan. If he and Lin Feng join forces, they may not be worse than the group of Yang Kai and Gu Pan. Lin Feng naturally had no opinion. Seeing that Su Zhan had finished the grouping, he urged, In that case, let's go. We can't let Ning Dao Ran and Chu Huashang get the opportunity. With a step, he was already 1,000 feet away. Su Zhan hurriedly whispered to Yang Kai, Brother Yang, Gu Shimi is the true disciple of Langya Blessed Land. She has a very high status in Langya Blessed Land. You can't mess with her, or you will be hunted down by Langya Blessed Land. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? Su Zhan cast a suspicious look. She secretly cursed herself for having made such a mistake. Back in Yang Kai's mansion, when she saw him and Lu Shui come out of the secret room together, she should have realized that he was a pervert. She couldn't help worrying. Was it really a good idea to hand Gu Pan over to him? Yang Kai said, I am not that kind of person. Su Zhan sighed and patted him on the shoulder. You're on your own now. Having said that, he chased after Lin Feng. The 4 left, leaving Yang Kai and Gu Pan on the reef. Yang Kai looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. He was worried that he couldn't find a chance to be alone with this girl, but Su Zhan's arrangement was like a pillow sent to him. However, he wasn't in a hurry to inquire about Zhang Ruoxi's situation. First, he needed to feel out the details of this Gu Pan. Turning his head, Gu Pan was still busy with her head down. She had been like this since he first saw her, and he didn't know what she was busy with. Junior sister Gu. Yang Kai greeted with a harmless smile. Gu Pan covered her mouth with her hand and quickly chewed for a while before swallowing something into her stomach. She then looked up and whispered, Brother? Yang Kai stared at the corner of her mouth and reached out to touch the same part of his mouth. Junior sister. There's something here. Gu Pan raised her hand and removed the thing from her mouth. Then under the stare of Yang Kai, she stuffed it into her mouth, sucked on her fingers, and licked her lips. Yang Kai was a little dumbfounded. When he saw this girl with her head down and busying herself before, he thought she was cultivating some kind of secret art, but now it seemed that she was actually quietly eating. He didn't know what was so delicious that it made her eat without stopping, but what was even more bizarre was that she didn't seem to be eating at all. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai smiled and said, "Junior sister, let's go." Gu Pan nodded obediently. The two immediately set off from the reef and headed towards the island. It was a distance of 1,000 miles, so even if they were stealthily moving forward, it only took them a little over 2 hours to reach their destination. Looking up, the island was indeed ridiculously large, its length and width unknown. The 4 people who had left before were also nowhere to be seen. No one knew where they had gone. "Brother, don't we need to take a detour?" Gu Pan saw Yang Kai moving in the same direction and suddenly asked. Yang Kai said, "No need, they must have taken a detour. We're already slower than them, so we can save some time." "Good." Gu Pan nodded. "Right, junior sister. Do you have a method to conceal your aura and figure?" Gu Pan said, "Concealing one's aura can be done, but concealing one's figure is a bit difficult." "Then let's use my artifact. Junior sister, come closer." Gu Pan didn't suspect anything and stuck close to Yang Kai. Yang Kai raised his hand and summoned the shadowless gauze, directly covering the two of them. In an instant, the 2 figures disappeared into the void, and even if someone tried to investigate carefully, they wouldn't be able to find any trace of them. Chapter 4063. The shadowless veil was something that Yang Kai obtained in the Chiqiao land. It was originally bestowed to his disciple Du Rufeng by the Fire Spirit Land's Earth Protector Venerable Duan Hai. Since Du Rufeng was killed by Yang Kai, the shadowless veil naturally became Yang Kai's spoils of war. Duan Hai had a 4th grade heaven opening cultivation, and the shadowless veil was of extraordinary quality. Once activated, it had the effect of concealing one's aura and figure. A lower-grade heaven-opening cultivator would find it difficult to detect one's whereabouts, so it could be considered a rare treasure. Back on the Sunstar, Yang Kai had used this treasure to avoid the detection of many lower-grade heaven-opening cultivators before finally approaching the Golden Crow's corpse and snatching it by chance. Later on, in the first inn, the shadowless veil was taken away by the lady boss and asked the Grandmaster to refine it, raising the shadowless veil's effect to another level. The lady boss said that a lower-grade heaven-opening cultivator would not be able to detect its whereabouts, and even a middle-grade heaven-opening cultivator would not be able to detect its whereabouts if they did not pay attention. In the great cosmological realm, as long as the power of heaven-opening did not appear, the shadowless veil could be said to be a rare treasure. Gu Pan's eyesight was not bad, and after being shrouded by the shadowless veil, she could see the extraordinariness of this thing and praised, "Brother, this treasure is really good." Yang Kai chuckled. "Junior sister comes from Langya Blessed Land and is a disciple of a great sect. How could this thing enter junior sister's eyes?" Gu Pan said seriously, "This is my first time going out for experience." Yang Kai was stunned. "Then junior sister is really unlucky." Gu Pan lowered her head, a little sad. "Master brother and senior sister must be worried." She looked like a little girl. Yang Kai could not bear to see this and comforted her. "Don't worry, there will be a day when you go out. At that time, you can reunite again." "Brother is right," Gu Pan nodded repeatedly. "Sure." Yang Kai raised a finger. "Don't talk for now, we're going to land on the island." There seemed to be a lot of sea race people there. There were indeed many members of the sea tribe stationed on the coast. There were bonfires on the beach, and there were palm leaf houses next to the bonfires. Many members of the sea tribe were walking in and out of the houses. Some food was being roasted on the bonfires, emitting an enticing aroma. Yang Kai quietly glanced over and couldn't help but frown. He found that these sea race creatures were just as Lin Feng had said before. Some had fish heads, some had fish gills, some had fish skin on their feet, and some had fish scales all over their bodies. These members of the sea race all had humanoid forms, but none of them looked like humans. They all retained most of the characteristics of the sea race. This reminded him of the mantis head he had encountered in the Sword Pavilion Star Market. That guy was the same. He had a human form, but he had the head of a praying mantis. Even his two arms looked like blades. Yang Kai suddenly realized that the laws of heaven and earth in the Great Void Realm were not the same as in the outside world. It should be extremely difficult for a monster beast to transform. It was not as simple as in the outside world. Many Sea Clan cultivators had gathered together and were speaking in a strange language that Yang Kai couldn't understand. But when he saw that they all seemed to be in harmony, he knew that his guess was right. Lin Feng and the others should have taken a detour and not come ashore here, otherwise, there would have been a great battle. The members of the sea race on the beach were all miscellaneous soldiers. They looked vulnerable. Yang Kai was not afraid, but since he was going to sneak in, it was naturally better not to alert the enemy. However, Gu Pan's aura suddenly became chaotic. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that Gu Pan's face was slightly pale, her cheeks were bulging, and there was a slight and strange sound coming from her throat. Yang Kai was surprised. "Junior sister, what's wrong with you?" Gu Pan wanted to cry, "Brother, I want to vomit." As she spoke, she covered her mouth with her hand. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although they are a little ugly, they don't make you so disgusted. Don't vomit, or we'll be in trouble. Gu Pan nodded quickly, her big eyes full of mist. She lowered her head and did not look at the members of the sea race. Suddenly, there was a voice, talking about the incident a few months ago. The reason why the sea race had arranged their troops here was to prevent that person from coming again. Yang Kai understood that they should be talking about Lin Feng. When he turned his head to look, he saw two people who looked different from the other members of the sea tribe standing in front of a bonfire. They were chatting animatedly. The chi of these two members of the sea race was extremely strong, and they were dressed very well. It seemed that their status in the sea race was not low. One of the fish heads suddenly turned his head and glanced in the direction of Yang Kai with a suspicious look. "What's wrong?" the other member of the sea race asked. The fish head said, "It's nothing, someone just looked at me." Ignoring him, he continued chatting with his companion. Under the shadowless gauze, Yang Kai withdrew his gaze, his heart trembling. This shadowless gauze was good, but when using it, he still had to pay attention to his eyes. The fish monster just now wasn't very strong, and Yang Kai had only glanced at it for a moment before it sensed his presence. If they really encountered a strong master, they might be able to see through him. Moving forward quietly, avoiding the campfires and groups of sea race soldiers, it was not until 2 hours later that Yang Kai brought Gu Pan to a certain part of the jungle. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai found no signs of life around, and this place was extremely remote. Yang Kai put away the shadowless gauze and said, "Let's rest first." After all, the shadowless gauze was a heaven-opening boundary artifact, and Yang Kai consumed a lot of energy to use it. In this damned place, who knew when a great battle would break out? Naturally, he had to maintain his energy at all times. Gu Pan's face was still pale as she groped around for a stone and sat down, taking out something from her space ring and staring at it with a bitter expression. Yang Kai stared at it, somewhat speechless. What Gu Pan was holding in her hand was a small piece of dried fish, about half a foot long and golden yellow in color. It should have been cooked by her. Thinking of the thing at the corner of her mouth just now, Yang Kai suddenly understood. This woman had been busy with her head down all this time because she had been eating dried fish. However, at this moment, the usually delicious dried fish in her eyes was transforming into the strange appearances of those fish monsters from time to time, causing Gu Pan's face to go pale and she began retching. Seeing this, Yang Kai immediately understood that her vomiting was not because she was frightened, but because she had thought of his dried fish, so he couldn't help laughing and saying, "Junior sister, this thing has nothing to do with those fish monsters. Don't think too much about it." Gu Pan raised her head, her eyes hazy with tears. "Really?" Yang Kai was startled and nodded repeatedly. "Of course it's true. Those fish monsters are fishy and smelly. How could they be compared to this dried fish? This is the world's #1 delicacy." Gu Pan's eyes suddenly lit up. "Big brother also thinks so?" Yang Kai chuckled. "It seems you also think so." Gu Pan nodded again. "Dried fish is the most delicious. Unfortunately, master doesn't allow me to eat it." Master isn't here. Yang Kai winked at her. Second senior sister also says so. Gu Pan looked at Yang Kai in surprise every time. It's second senior sister who secretly makes me a lot of dried fish. Saying so, she mustered up her courage, grabbed the dried fish, put it in her mouth, and took a bite. The next moment, she narrowed her eyes and chewed. All the previous haze in her heart swept away. She ate quietly, chewing slowly, but her speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, a small dried fish entered her stomach, and she took out another one. After eating more than a dozen, he suddenly came to his senses. Looking up at Kai Yang, he asked embarrassedly, "Senior brother, do you want to eat?" While speaking, he handed the half-eaten piece of dried fish to Kai Yang. Yang Kai took it with a smile. "I also want to try your second senior sister's cooking." After eating, regardless of whether it was delicious or not, he kept praising it, making Gu Pan nod repeatedly in agreement. After this contact, Yang Kai could see that this girl wasn't scheming. She should have been raised in a greenhouse since childhood, and she herself said that this was the first time she came out to experience the world and was involved in the great cosmological boundary. Since she wasn't scheming, Yang Kai didn't want to beat around the bush with her anymore. Just as he was about to inquire about Zhang Ruoxi, his expression suddenly changed, and he quickly summoned the shadowless veil to cover the two of them. "Brother?" Gu Pan was puzzled. "Someone's coming," Yang Kai shushed her. A moment later, accompanied by a rustling sound, a team of fish demons came from the other end of the woods. The leader was less than 3 feet tall and carried a steel fork in his hand. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of fish demon he was, but he had a round body without a neck. His head was attached to his body, making him look like a meatball, which was very funny. This should be a team of patrolling fish demons, shuttling through the jungle. Suddenly, the leading fish demon stopped in its tracks. Its nose twitched as if it had discovered something. The fish demon's sense of smell should be good. While twitching his nose, he approached Yang Kai and Gu Pan, followed by a group of subordinates behind him. Yang Kai looked down at Gu Pan, speechless. He saw the remnants of dried fish on the corner of Gu Pan's mouth. Gu Pan also seemed to notice it and reached out to touch it, then blushed. A moment later, the fish demon was already 3 feet away from Yang Kai and Gu Pan, and he was still sniffing. His hideous and disgusting appearance made people feel nauseous, and a fishy smell assaulted their nostrils. "Brother, I can't take it anymore," Gu Pan whispered. She suddenly raised her hand, and a brush appeared in her hand. She drew in the air, and a yin-yang tai chi diagram came crashing down. The yin-yang energy rotated, enveloping all the fish demons. Miserable screams rang out as the fish demons were ground to dust. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the leading fish demon, saving him in an instant. With the two's action, the shadowless veil lost its effect, completely exposing their whereabouts. The fish demon was still in a state of shock after escaping from death. He raised his head and saw Yang Kai and Gu Pan, and became furious. "You two have guts. How dare you sneak attack the great Wu-la-la?" "Wu-la-la?" Yang Kai looked at him in confusion. The fish demon raised his hand and pointed behind him, saying arrogantly, "I am the great Wu-la-la. Let me go quickly, or you'll die." With a bang, Yang Kai punched him in the eye, and the great Wu-la-la's eyes rolled back, and he fainted without a sound. Chapter 4064. Gu Pan said with disdain, "Brother, why did you save him? If not for Yang Kai's timely intervention, this great Wu-la would have been killed by the yin-yang tai chi diagram." Yang Kai said, "We are deep behind enemy lines and are unfamiliar with this place. We have to find someone to ask about the strength of the sea race here." Gu Pan nodded. "Brother, you are very considerate. They couldn't stay here any longer." A group of fish demons were killed by Gu Pan. Although they were very fast, there was still some noise. Yang Kai hurriedly destroyed the corpses to hide the traces of the battle. Gu Pan watched from the side and saw that Yang Kai's movements were swift and skillful. After a while, he couldn't see any abnormalities. He couldn't help but admire him, thinking that brother really knew a lot. When the fish demon Wu-la woke up, he found that he was tied up. He quietly opened his eyes and found that he was in a cave. There were flames jumping around and crackling sounds coming out. There was also a strange fragrance. "You're awake?" A face came over and stuck in front of him. Wu La was shocked. He looked up and saw the face of the person who had knocked him out. He was furious. How dare you sneak attack the great Wu La? I will kill all of you. Wu La 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 la. Yang Kai punched him in the head. A 3 to 4 inches high bump appeared on Wu La's head. It looked like a tumor grew on his head. This guy was useless, but he had a bad temper. Wu La was in pain, and he kept screaming. Yang Kai said gloomily, "Shut up. If you dare to scream again, I will kill you right now." Wu La immediately stopped screaming. He rolled his eyes and looked at Yang Kai. Wu La is not afraid of death. Yang Kai sneered. If you are not afraid of death, then scream. This guy was obviously very scared, but he was very stubborn. He pointed to the side. Do you see that girl over there? Wu La turned his head and saw a bonfire burning there. A young girl was sitting next to the bonfire, looking at him with a smile. Yang Kai said, "That girl likes to eat dried fish. If you want to die, it's easy. I'll hand you over to her. She'll cut you into pieces and roast you slowly." Wu La was shocked. She looked carefully and saw that the young girl was roasting a few small dried fish over the bonfire. The fish was golden and shiny, and oil dripped down, making a sizzling sound. Wu La, it's fishy and smelly. It's not tasty. The fish demon cried out loudly. It was so scared that its liver and gallbladder were splitting apart. She's not picky. As long as it's fish, she can eat it. Yang Kai smiled. Gu Pan also looked at the fish demon with a smile. She grabbed a small dried fish and put it into her mouth to chew. Wu La's face was extremely pale as she begged for mercy. Don't eat me. Don't eat me. Wu La doesn't want to die. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. If you want to live, it's even easier. Open your mind and let me plant the divine soul brand in you. Become my servant, and you will live. Wu La was angry again. How dare you? You want the great Wu La to munch, munch? The sound of Gu Pan eating dried fish came from the side. As she ate, she looked at the fish demon with her big eyes, as if she wanted to taste which part of the fish was the most delicious. The fish demon shivered and looked at Yang Kai weakly. Can I really live if I become your servant? Don't worry, you can definitely live. Wu La struggled for a moment and said dejectedly, Wu La agrees. Hearing this, Yang Kai didn't hesitate anymore. Immediately, his divine thoughts surged and rushed into the fish demon's mind. This fish demon wasn't very strong. Even if he tried his best to resist, Yang Kai could still break the defense of his mind. However, if he didn't cooperate, his divine thought would be damaged and he would become mentally retarded. If that was the case, it would be better to just kill him and save the trouble. After a short while, Yang Kai planted the divine soul brand in Wu La's mind. His divine thoughts surged and searched through the fish demon's memory. After a while, Yang Kai frowned and looked at Wu La speechlessly. Then, he withdrew his divine thought. This fish demon was very arrogant. He kept calling himself the Great Wu La. In fact, he didn't have a high status in the sea race. He was just a small captain of a patrol team. Therefore, he didn't know much. He knew a little about the water element treasure, but he didn't know what it was. He only knew that it was a sacred relic of the sea tribe. Only the highest members of the sea tribe were qualified to get close to the sacred relic and pray to it to obtain great power. However, a few months ago, a guy broke into this place and tried to get his hands on the sacred relic. The sea tribe was furious and fought with him several times, forcing him to retreat. Recently, the place where the sacred relic was located was much more heavily guarded. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai said, "Take us to the place where the sacred relic is." Wu La blinked and shook his head. "You can't go there. You look so strange. Obviously, you are different from us. If you are discovered, you will be killed." Yang Kai sneered. "Of course, I have a way to make you take us there." Wu La scratched his head. But Wu La can't get close to the sacred relic. He didn't have a high position in the sea tribe. How could he be qualified to get close to the sacred relic? Once he got close, he would definitely be expelled or even killed. "We'll go wherever we can." Yang Kai smiled and threw a bag to Wu La later. "Keep this bag carefully. Don't let anyone find it." Yang Kai called Gu Pan. Gu Pan finished the dried fish in 2 or 3 bites. He stood up and walked to Yang Kai's side. Yang Kai changed his hand signs, and his soul consciousness surged. He opened the 6 directions Rui pouch and pulled Gu Pan into it. Wu La was shocked when he saw this. He was born in this place and had never been to the outside world. He had never seen such a strange method. He was amazed when he saw 2 people get into the pouch in his hand. He was shocked. He didn't know if he could squeeze the people in the pouch to death. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he felt a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness. Yang Kai's voice echoed in his head. Don't think about it. I can take your life with a thought. Cooperate with me. After everything is done, I will let you go. Wu Lei's face was pale, but he kept nodding. Now, hide the pouch. Yang Kai ordered again. Wu La fumbled for a while and hid the pouch under his scales. Then, he picked up his steel fork and walked out uneasily. In the 6 directions Rui pouch, Gu Pan said softly, Brother, it's a little crowded. The 6 Unity wish bag was a very mysterious thing. It could be big or small. When Yang Kai had transformed into his 1,000-meter-long dragon form, this thing could also fit inside. The Scarlet Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon were also fine inside, but no matter how big the things inside were, it would still feel crowded. When the girl exhaled, Yang Kai felt something soft and elastic stick to his back. Gu Pan had never been so close to anyone. She was not used to it. Her body twisted uneasily, which made Yang Kai feel more and more. Junior sister, why don't you turn your back to me? Yang Kai suggested. Oh. Gu Pan turned around with difficulty. Her body rubbed against Yang Kai's back. After much difficulty, she turned around and sighed, Brother, you have so many treasures. First, it was the shadowless veil that concealed his presence and figure. Now, there was this Rui pouch. It was an eye-opener for Gu Pan. Yang Kai smiled and said, Junior sister, your treasures are not bad. Previously, when Gu Pan killed the pair of fish demons, she took out a painting brush. Although it was only a glimpse, Yang Kai could still feel the extraordinariness of the painting brush. After all, she was a direct disciple of Langya Blessed Land. How could she not have some wealth? Junior sister, you should rest for a while. There might be a big battle. I need to watch this fish demon to prevent him from having any thoughts of betrayal. Okay. Wu La moved all the way to the center of the island. From time to time, she would encounter some sea monsters, but they were all safe. As she moved forward, Yang Kai could clearly feel the chi of the water element treasure getting closer and closer. Before getting close to the island, Yang Kai noticed the chi of the water element treasure. As Lin Feng said, the chi was very rich and pure. It was definitely a treasure of the 7th level or above. No wonder that guy was so enthusiastic about it. Su Zhan had also said that although they aspired to reach the 6th level, the water element was the softest. Even if they were at the 7th or 8th level, it wouldn't cause much of an impact on their seals. It didn't matter if they condensed it, but it could increase their strength. That was why they had been persuaded by Lin Feng to join forces to explore the island. They didn't know where they were now, but after all, they were all disciples of big sects and had their own methods. Yang Kai guessed that they should also be close to the sacred treasure of the sea race. After a full day, a majestic city suddenly appeared in Wu Lei's field of vision. Yang Kai was always paying attention to the outside world, so naturally he also saw the city. From Wu Lei's memories, Yang Kai had already learned that this was the holy city of the sea race. The sacred treasure was in the holy city. A few months ago, Lin Feng had snuck into the holy city several times to covet the water treasure, but unfortunately, he had failed every time. The holy city was heavily guarded, but Wu La herself was a member of the sea race, so naturally there was no problem for her. After a short time, she entered the city. There were sea monsters everywhere, which surprised Yang Kai. Some of the sea monsters here were extremely strong, and the characteristics of the sea race were extremely rare. On the way, Yang Kai found that the stronger the sea monsters were, the closer they looked to humans. Yang Kai even sensed that a few of them were not inferior to the mantis head. In Jiang'a Star City, Yang Kai fought desperately to kill the mantis head, but after practicing the great unrestrained spear, it shouldn't be so difficult. But the holy city of the sea race was a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. Wu Lei's heart was pounding. After all, she had a guilty conscience. Yang Kai comforted her in a low voice, but it didn't help. After walking in the city for half an hour, Wu La arrived in front of an ancient and magnificent temple. That was the temple of the sea race. Countless members of the sea race worshipped there and asked for the sacred treasure to give them power. The temple was divided into 9 floors. The stronger one was, the deeper one could go, and the closer one could come in contact with the sacred treasure. Almost every member of the sea race had come to the temple, and Wu La was no exception. However, with her strength and position in the sea race, she could only go to the 3rd floor at most. She wasn't qualified to go any further, which was why she had said that she couldn't get close to the sacred treasure. Chapter 4065. The Temple of the Sea Clan was solemn and sacred. The sound of worship reverberated in the air. The chi of the water element filled the air. From time to time, there would be members of the Sea Clan dancing and laughing wildly, which made their companions envious. Even though Yang Kai was hiding in the Rui bag, he could feel the rich water element chi. It was indeed easy to understand some mysterious divine technique when practicing in such a place. As for the blessing that Wu Lala had mentioned, it was probably the same thing. If people who practiced water skills came here to practice, they would be able to advance by leaps and bounds. Unfortunately, this was the hinterland of the Sea Clan, where the holy city was located. Who could set foot here? In the middle of the temple, there were layers upon layers. Each layer was hundreds of feet high, and the bottom layer was unknown. Although Wu La's heart was beating violently, he was qualified to enter the 3rd layer after all, so he was safe and sound all the way. However, the members of the Sea Clan on the first 3 layers were some small fries. At most, they were at the same level as Wu La. Yang Kai could kill them all with one slap. After entering the 3rd layer, Wu La didn't want to go any further. There are temple guards there. Wu La is not qualified to go to the 4th layer. If I go near, I will be killed. Wu La curled up into a ball and hid in a corner, looking at the entrance to the 4th layer. Yang Kai was speechless. He had threatened and tempted him, and even tortured him severely, but he couldn't make him move at all. As Yang Kai was thinking about whether to come out with Gu Pan and make a scene, suddenly the ground shook. A violent energy fluctuation came from outside, and then the holy city was in chaos. Su Jun's flustered and exasperated voice came, "You stupid pig! I told you to stay calm. Why are you in such a hurry?" Lin Feng shouted in a low voice, "It's useless to say more. Kill." These 2 people had sneaked into the holy city and exposed their whereabouts, which led to a group of strong Sea Clan cultivators besieging them. Yang Kai hid in the wishful pouch and did not know what was happening outside. He could only feel the shockwaves from the battle and hear the screams of the sea folk. Back in the days, Lin Feng had fought alone in the holy city. Now, with the little fatty, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. The 2 of them joined hands and fought against the strong cultivators of the Sea Clan. Blood flowed like a river. However, although the 2 of them were disciples of a great sect, the sea race's foundation was also extraordinary. It would be difficult for them to forcefully break into the temple to obtain the sacred object. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was delighted. He hurriedly urged Wu La, "Quick, take this opportunity to go down quickly." Lin Feng and Su Jun's sudden attack attracted a lot of the Sea Clan's attention. Yang Kai clearly saw several tyrannical figures fly out from the bottom of the temple. Obviously, the Sea Clan masters who had been cultivating below were alarmed and had gone to help. This was the time when the temple was defenseless. If they didn't act now, when would they? Wu La looked hesitant. But before he could make a decision, the whole temple suddenly shook. A violent strength hit the temple. Suddenly, a mysterious pattern appeared around the temple, turning into a protective barrier. Many people of the Sea Clan who were praying on the 3rd floor did not notice and were blown away. They fell towards the bottom of the temple. They were all dancing and shouting. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He hurriedly said, "Jump down." Wu La didn't want to enter the 4th floor through the entrance, but it didn't matter if he fell. After all, at this moment, many people of the Sea Clan were blown away. It didn't matter whether he was there or not. He quickly arrived at the edge of the hollow area and pretended to let out a strange cry before falling down. In the air, Wu La's face was pale. He shouted in panic, "Wu La is going to die." He poked the pitchfork in his hand into the wall of the cave, which turned into a spark and gradually slowed down his fall. When he stabilized himself, Yang Kai was so angry that he coughed up blood. You can't do anything, right? This fierce fall was very close to the holy object, but this was only the 7th floor. They still had 2 more floors to reach the holy object. He was so angry that he wanted to jump out of the scepter bag and slap this guy to death. Wu La, I won't jump. I won't jump even if you kill me. The fish climbed up to the 7th floor with a pale face. Yang Kai controlled his anger and said, Jump one more time. There are only 2 floors left. Wu La shook his head like a rattle drum. I won't jump. I won't jump again. Yang Kai's voice was cold. You choose or you die. At this point, Yang Kai had lost his patience. Su Jun and Lin Feng had attracted most of the sea race's attention. Many of the sea race's strong cultivators had flown away. At this moment, if he and Gu Pan came out, they might be able to succeed. Wu La felt Yang Kai's murderous intent and couldn't help but panic. He turned his head and said in surprise, The guard is gone. Wu La, let's go down. Yang Kai glanced over and saw that the guard leading to the 8th floor had somehow disappeared. Wu La ran towards the entrance and quickly entered the passage. He spiraled down and went directly to the 8th floor. There were many sea monsters on the 8th floor, but at this moment, they were disturbed by the movement outside. They all raised their heads to look. From time to time, some sea monsters would fly up to check the situation. At this point, Wu La's legs and stomach were trembling. He had never come to such a deep place before. Every marine race here was countless times stronger than him. If they saw him here, they might just slap him to death. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was surprised because among the many sea monster masters, a big-headed fish monster was walking towards the entrance to the 9th layer. Yang Kai sensed that the fish's chi wasn't very strong. It was almost the same as Wu La's. However, the sea race's strong cultivators ignored him as if they didn't see him. Follow that fish, Yang Kai ordered. Wu La scrambled to catch up with the big-headed fish monster. Strangely enough, the sea race experts didn't pay any attention to Wu La. They just raised their heads and looked at the sky. The guard leading to the entrance of the 9th floor was still there, but the big-headed fish didn't care. It went straight through the middle of the guards. Wu La followed Yang Kai's urging. He braced himself and followed him. Surprisingly, he passed through easily. As they went down, the big-headed fish seemed to sense something. It turned around and looked at Wu La. Its eyes were full of doubts. Slowly shaking its head, it continued to move forward. Not long after, the 2 fish monsters stepped into the 9th floor. The moment they entered the 9th floor, Wu La's attention was attracted by a ball of light. He murmured, A holy object. He only knew that there was a holy object under the temple, but he didn't see what it looked like. Today, he finally got what he wanted. The holy object was enshrined on an altar. It was like a full moon, emitting gentle light. The moonlight was like water, full of sacred and mysterious aura. What made Wu La's heart beat faster was that there was no one on the 9th floor at this moment. There were only him and the big-headed fish monster. It seemed that the movement just now had attracted all the sea race's strong cultivators. Being cleansed by the holy object's chi, Wu La clearly felt that his cultivation was increasing rapidly. His whole body felt warm. He couldn't help but moan. Innate cardinal treasure. In the Rui pouch, Yang Kai's breathing suddenly quickened. The so-called innate cardinal treasure was a treasure born from the innate heaven and earth. Among all the treasures he had encountered, only the immortal tree was qualified to be called an innate cardinal treasure. Although the soul-warming lotus was also a cardinal treasure, it was still a little inferior and had not reached the innate level. The fist-sized pearl hanging on the altar like a full moon was an innate cardinal treasure. Yang Kai was shocked and delighted. There was an innate cardinal treasure in the great cosmological realm. This moon pearl was obviously in existence of the same level as the immortal tree. It was probably the only one in the world. Kill him. Wu La was blinded by greed. He stared fiercely at the big-headed fish in front of him. There was only him and the big-headed fish monster on the 9th floor. As long as he killed the big-headed fish, he could snatch the holy object. He acted immediately. He was probably blinded by the holy object. The steel fork in his hand stabbed toward the big-headed fish. Seeing that the big-headed fish was about to die on the spot, he suddenly turned around and gently waved his hand at Wu La. Without a sound, Wu La turned into a pile of meat paste. Yang Kai was shocked. He was hiding in the Rui pouch and did not see how the big-headed fish attacked. He also did not expect Wu La to attack the big-headed fish. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. After the big-headed fish killed Wu La, its figure twisted and turned into the appearance of a young man with an elegant aura. Ning Daoran. Shockingly, the fish demon was Ning Daoran in disguise. No wonder the Oceanic clans turned a blind eye to him all along the way. It wasn't that the Oceanic clans ignored him, but that he should have used some sort of strange technique to conceal himself from the Oceanic clan's perception. Wu La followed behind him and also benefited from it. As soon as Ning Daoran appeared, he walked toward the moon pearl and reached out to grab it. At this moment, a chuckle sounded. The laughter was frivolous, but it shook the people's blood and made people's hearts full of distracting thoughts. Suddenly, a graceful figure should step out of the void, laughing again and again. "Thank you, Brother Ning, for leading the way. This little sister will accept it." Ning Daoran smiled slightly. "Junior sister apprentice Chu is really mysterious. I didn't know when you were following me." The tone was light, as if Chu Huashang didn't mind using him to explore the way, but the movement of the hand was not slow at all. The hand made a gesture and pointed at Chu Huashang. The mysterious power burst out, without the slightest breath of smoke, and attacked Chu Huashang. Chu Huashang would not show weakness. She bent her fingers and played as if she was playing some instrument. There was a decadent sound in the dark. The two disciples of the Blessed Enclave rushed toward the moon pearl while fighting, and their speed was not worse. For a while, the void shook, and the sound of the explosion sounded. After 3 breaths, 2 hands grabbed the hazy moon pearl at the same time. Chapter 4066. At the moment of the tentacle, Ning Daoran and Chu Huashang's faces changed dramatically, and they hurriedly retracted their hands as if they were electrocuted. Looking at it, Chu Huashang's face turned pale, and Ning Daoran frowned. Just because of the moment of contact, there was a force of extreme cold coming out of the moon bead and invading their bodies. The palms of the two people were cold at the moment and turned into ice sculptures. The force of extreme cold spread uncontrollably to the arms. Where it passed, the body instantly lost feeling. This moon bead is actually a cold attribute treasure, which is really unexpected. Before everyone felt it clearly, from this moon bead, there was a strong water element gas, but when they really touched it, they found that it was not a simple water element, but ice element. Ice element also belongs to water element. Water condenses into ice, which can be regarded as a branch of water element. It can even be said that ice element is better than the ordinary water element. If you can withstand the impact of this ice element on the seal, you can also condense the 5 elements of yin and yang. In your own body, you can open the sky and earth and reach the realm of opening the sky. How is it ice element? Chu Huashang was annoyed. Ning Daoran also shook his head slowly and sighed. They are the elite disciples of Fairyland, all aspiring to achieve the 6th grade of opening the sky, and also laid the foundation of the 6th grade. As Sujin said before with Yang Kai, among the 5 elements of yin and yang, the water element is the softest, and the impact on the seal is the least. So even if their foundation is the 6th grade, it doesn't matter if they condense the 7th grade or 8th grade water element power, but it can improve their own strength. However, what he was referring to was only ordinary water element treasures. There was no way to refine this ice element treasure. The foundation laid in the Taoist seal was simply not enough for them to refine this bone-chilling moon pearl. If they tried to forcefully refine it, it would only damage the Taoist seal. Therefore, after perceiving the real attribute of the moon bead, Chu Huashang will be so annoyed. If you know this, why waste this effort and energy? The cold moon bead is the ice soul treasure. You have no eyes. A mocking voice sounded. Ripples appeared in the void, and a powerful fish demon walked out from the ripples. This fish demon was born with a big waist, up to 3 feet tall, a fierce aura, with a fish face, no legs, a fish tail under the body, covered with blue scales, holding a hammer-like thing in his hand. A pair of fierce eyes coldly looked at Chu Huashang and Ning Daoran. Another Tinzhong, tall marine race member, followed closely behind. He held a giant anchor in his hand, and the blood in his body flowed like a surging ocean. The third one that walked out was a fat big fish. It was about 50 to 60 feet long. Its eyes were rolled up, and it looked insufferably arrogant. There was a 3-inch demon standing on its head. It put its hands on its waist and laughed loudly. The high priest is indeed wise and powerful. He knew that these guys would create a diversion and told us to ambush here. As soon as this was said, Chu Huashang and Ning Dao Ran both frowned and realized that this was probably a trap. No wonder they could walk to the sacred object so easily. Even if there is Su Zhan and Lin Feng outside, the defense of the temple seems too empty. It turned out that people had arranged it for a long time. Are these two guys the so-called human beings? The fourth sea monster came out. It looked nothing special, but the breath was extremely strong. He looked at Chu Huashang and Ning Dao Ran seriously and shook his head. It's really ugly. Chu Huashang was furious. You are ugly. You are all ugly monsters. As a woman, she was even more of a beauty who could bring disaster to a country. She was extremely confident in her own appearance. When had she ever been called ugly by others? The fish demon laughed. Human beings are really interesting. They don't have any self-awareness. I will catch you and see how I deal with you. Well, don't talk nonsense. Take them down. Don't break the plan of the ancestor. Another majestic voice sounded. On the altar, a figure appeared like a ghost. He reached out on the altar, and a scepter was held in his hand. On the scepter, the cold moon bead was shining. The cold moon bead was inlaid on this scepter, not as they had seen before, enshrined on the altar. Follow the high priest's orders. The four powerful sea monsters bowed together. Chu Huashang and Ning Dao Ran's hearts only sank, and they looked at the high priest who finally appeared. The four sea monsters who appeared in front of them were powerful, but they were not afraid of them. If they really fought, they could escape even if they couldn't beat them. But the high priest of the sea race who appeared at the end gave them a great sense of crisis. The strength of the high priest was absolutely unfathomable, and the cold moon bead was inlaid on his scepter and held in his hand. The high priest could obviously use the power of the cold moon bead. How can this be played? The number of people is less than the other side. There is also the threat of treasure on the sea race side. This time, it is really bad for Lin Feng. What's more, what kind of character is the ancestor mentioned by the high priest? How can the sea race have such a terrible background? Go out and meet with Brother Lin and Brother Su. Ning Dao Ran glanced at Chu Huashang and whispered. Chu Huashang nodded slightly. She also meant that only by joining with others could it be possible to escape. Otherwise, with only the strength of the two of them, they were not opponents of the sea race at all. As soon as their spiritual senses met, they immediately moved like thunder. Ning Dao Ran raised his hand, and a willow branch appeared in his hand. The willow branch purified thousands of light and shadow, turned into thousands of sword chi, and shone on the four sea race people. In a flash, the underground space was only left with the sword light all over the sky, and there was no other color. The disciples of the blessed land, when they make a move, they show their extraordinary background. At the same time, Chu Huashang held a pipa, and 10 fingers gently played. The sound came out, turning into an invisible killing intent, and attacked the souls of the sea race people. The two worked together and took the upper hand in a face-to-face confrontation. The four sea race people were shocked by the impact of Chu Huashang's divine technique, and in an instant, they were hit by thousands of sword chi. However, all of these sea race people have rough skin and thick flesh, and the scales on their skin are very strong. Even if they look embarrassed, it is not a big problem. Roar! The big fish under the 3-inch demon suddenly opened its mouth and roared. The continuous sound of the pipa suddenly stopped, and the power was greatly reduced. Several sea race people shook their heads and stabilized their souls. The sea race person with the hammer swayed his tail, and his figure turned into a blue light. In an instant, he rushed to the front of Ning Dao Ran and smashed down. Another sea monster with an ordinary appearance opened its mouth and spat out a thick water vapor from the mouth, turning into a sky curtain to cover Ning Dao Ran. Ning Dao Ran's expression did not change, and the willow branch in his hand turned into thousands of illusions. He fought the two sea race people alone, and the fight was in full swing. On the other side, the 3-inch demon drove the big fish under him to rush toward Chu Huashang. The big fish opened its mouth, like a black hole, swallowing everything, and there was a strange sound coming out of the mouth, competing with the sound of the pipa. The last sea monster holding the anchor also stepped forward and grabbed Chu Huashang. The big hand was terrible. If it was caught, it would definitely squeeze Chu Huashang to death. The demon spirit did not change her face. With a shake of her head, the red ribbon wrapped in the hair flew out, turned into a silk thread, and disappeared into the void. The next moment, with the sound of the sea monster's pain, the big hand retracted. When he looked down, he saw that there were many wounds on his hand. One by one, it was very small, and it was bleeding. He suddenly screamed, and the anchor was lifted high. In the void, a red silk thread emerged and wrapped around the anchor, making him unable to smash it down. The sea monster was furious. The disciples of the two blessed and heavenly lands, in the depths of the earth, fought bravely against the 4 sea race cultivators. Not only did they not fall into any disadvantage, but also took the initiative. After all, they are the disciples of the big sections. They have an extraordinary background and a deep foundation. Moreover, the strength of these sea monsters is not too strong. The general cultivator may not be as strong, but it is a little worse than them. Otherwise, Lin Feng would not have been able to kill 4 people in the holy city. If there is enough time, Chu Huashang and Ning Daoran can kill the 4 sea race people here, but they want to break through and join Lin Feng and Su Zhen. Naturally, they can't stay here for a long time. What's more, there is a high priest with a scepter next to them. The high priest stood on the altar, and from beginning to end, he had no intention of intervening. Instead, he was seriously paying attention to this battle, and his focus was on the 2 humans. Not only was he not angry, but from time to time, he would show some praise, which was really confusing. Go! Ning Daoran suddenly shouted and found the right opportunity. He waved his willow branch and forced back the 2 sea race cultivators who besieged him. At the same time, the sound of Chu Huashang's pipa changed, and the invisible sound wave shocked her opponent. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 2 of them moved their bodies in unison, wanting to fly up. The high priest, who has been watching coldly, put his scepter on the ground slightly, and the cold moon pearl flashed a moonlight-like light, sweeping over the figures of Chu Huashang and Ning Daoran. The freezing cold came. Whether it was Chu Huashang or Ning Daoran, all of them were breathing stagnant, and the body stopped. This moment of delay made them lose the opportunity to escape. The 4 sea race cultivators reorganized their formation and came over, entangling them again. The 2 were angry and could only fight again. Brother, what happened outside? In the Rui bag, Gu Pan twisted uncomfortably and asked softly. She vaguely felt that there was a power fluctuation outside, but she was not the owner of the Rui bag. She was in the bag, and there was no way to explore the situation. It's a fight. Yang Kai returned. Gu Pan was surprised. Who is fighting with who? Yang Kai briefly explained the situation he saw. Gu Pan was in a hurry. Then should we help a bunch of Sister Chu and Brother Ning? Don't worry. Yang Kai comforted her. Your Sister Chu and Brother Ning are strong, and there is no danger to their lives for the time being. Today's thing is a bit strange. Chapter 4067. Yang Kai hides and hides, not to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, trying to reap the benefits of the fishermen, but really feeling that something is wrong. Not to mention that these sea tribe people have long been prepared, set an ambush in the deepest part of the temple, and lead people into the trap, say the high priest with the icy cold moonbead scepter. If he is willing to fight, Chu Huashang and Ning Daoran should be in trouble. Just now, Yang Kai also saw that the high priest could activate the power of the icy cold moonbead. I just don't know why he didn't do this, but has been observing Ning Daoran and Chu Huashang. What's even more strange is that Yang Kai didn't feel any murderous intent from him. As if to feel, the high priest suddenly turned his head and glanced at the body of Wu La, but soon recovered his gaze and seriously focused on the battle in the field. The 4 sea tribe experts and the 2 enclave disciples fought fiercely, but they were not the opponents of Chu Huashang and Ning Daoran. In less than half an incense time, they were not strong enough. Chu Huashang and Ning Dao Ran broke out again. The high priest waved his scepter again, and the breath of the icy cold moon bead came out, forcing Chu Huashang and Ning Dao Ran to stay. It's not over. Chu Huashang's nose was almost crooked, and after landing, she glared at the high priest. The high priest is calm, and his face is motionless. After a while, Chu Huashang and Ning Dao Ran joined forces to force back the 4C tribe experts, but instead of breaking through, they rushed to the high priest. The high priest chuckled and said, "Go back." With a wave of the scepter, the breath of the ice world filled the air again. Chu Huashang and Ning Dao Ran suffered losses twice, and all of them were discolored and took the initiative to retreat. Their hearts sank as they realized that it would be difficult for them to escape this time. With the despicable high priest guarding this place with the scepter, the two of them could forget about leaving unless they killed him. However, the power of the scepter was unfathomable. How could they kill the high priest? At this moment, two figures suddenly appeared like ghosts, and no one found where they came from, as if they appeared out of thin air. Everyone was shocked. Chu Huashang turned his head and saw that one of the figures was like a dragon out of the sea, rushing straight to the high priest, while the other figure rushed towards himself and Ning Dao Ran. It was Yang Kai and Gu Pan. Chu Huashang was surprised and happy. She quickly shouted, "Brother Yang, help me kill him." She has suffered losses in the hands of the high priest several times. Naturally, she hates it. On the altar, the high priest's expression changed slightly, but he soon calmed down and sneered, "There are two more. Very good, very good. The ancestor will like you very much." As he spoke, he gently waved the scepter in his hand. Along with this movement, the ice soul cold moon pearl emitted a circle of gentle light. It looked like the moonlight was like water, but in fact, it was bone-chilling cold. It covered Yang Kai's head. Chu Huashang shouted, "Brother Yang, be careful. This is the innate ice element treasure." She was afraid that Yang Kai did not know the power of this treasure and quickly reminded him. Before the voice fell, Yang Kai had plunged into the moonlight, and the forward figure suddenly stagnated. Before seeing this high priest, Chu Huashang and Ning Dao Ran were forced back. Yang Kai didn't have an intuitive understanding of the power of this ice soul cold moon pearl. Now, when he was the first to bear the brunt, he felt it deeply. The power is really great. When the cold is coming, his blood is almost frozen, and even the power in the seal is not flowing well. This high priest definitely did not play the full power of the ice soul cold moon pearl. Otherwise, it is not so simple to delay his figure. It is very likely that he will be frozen into an ice sculpture directly. Chu Huashang's face was desperate. He thought that Yang Kai's appearance could kill the high priest by surprise. Who knows that he was also caught? Sure enough, men are unreliable. When I was thinking about this, I heard a dragon's roar, clear and loud, and the dragon's power spread. Yang Kai's figure broke through the cover of the moonlight, and the blood in his body rushed like a group of dragons, rushing to the high priest at a faster speed than before. Chu Huashang's beautiful eyes stared and flashed a strange light. The high priest was also surprised. It was the first time that he had encountered an existence that could resist the power of the ice soul cold moon pearl, but he had been in a high position for many years. Although he was shocked, he did not panic. There was a complicated and obscure language in his mouth. On the scepter, the ice soul cold moon pearl flashed, and the more intense cold covered Yang Kai. "Open!" Yang Kai rushed in the attack, a low voice. Behind him, a round sun suddenly emerged. The round sun hung high, like a real sun, emitting a dazzling light. In a moment, the depths of the underground temple were illuminated by the golden brilliance. In the round sun, the golden crow dances and screams. Divine technique manifestation. Ning Dao Ran was shocked, and his Dao heart, which had never been affected by anything, was slightly shaken. The power of the great sun and the moonlight were equal, and the ice soul cold moon pearl was also shining brightly. This was not the initiative of the high priest, but the instinctive response of the ice soul cold moon pearl. The erosion of the moonlight was 10 times stronger than the previous activation of the high priest. Sun and moonshine. World vision. The power of scorching heat and ice intertwined in the depths of the temple, making everyone feel uncomfortable and have to resist with all their strength. Under the panicked gaze of the high priest, Yang Kai had rushed in front of him, one hand grabbing the scepter, the other clenched into a fist, and punched towards the high priest's face. The high priest wanted to dodge, but the power of the ice soul cold moon pearl bloomed, making him a little unable to bear it. His whole body froze in place, watching the fist rapidly expand in his field of vision. With a bang, the high priest flew backward. Yang Kai grabbed the scepter and threw it into the small sealed world. The moonlight dissipated, and the great sun disappeared. Yang Kai took back his Dharma idol and called out to everyone, "Retreat!" With the treasure in hand, it was naturally better to retreat quickly. Chu Huashang and Ning Daoran were also decisive. Under the guidance of Gu Pan, they immediately forced their opponents back. In a flash, four figures rushed up, broke through the top of the temple, and rushed into the holy city. At this moment, the holy city was also in chaos. Su Yuanqi's magnetic light was sweeping, Lin Feng's dual blades were crossing, and a group of Sea clan cultivators were fighting fiercely. Below the temple, the high priest hurriedly got up, pale and trembling with anger, and shouted, "Follow me! Wake up the old ancestor!" The four Sea clan cultivators did not dare to neglect. They came to the altar, sat down in four directions, and chanted a strange tune, cooperating with the high priest to use a magical technique to transmit to an unknown place through the altar. In the city, Su Zhan and Lin Feng were shocked to see Yang Kai and others rushing out of the temple. Before they could figure out what was going on, they heard Chu Huashang shout, "Let's go, let's go." "Did you succeed?" Su Zhan asked in amazement. Chu Huashang nodded. Su Zhan didn't hesitate anymore. The magnetic light rolled up, dragging the figures of several Sea clan cultivators, and rushed straight out of the holy city. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and hurriedly followed. 6 figures fled in a hurry, followed by a large number of Sea clan cultivators. Suddenly, a terrifying aura rose from the sea. The aura was strong and pure, as if a sleeping dragon had just woken up. Yang Kai and others' faces changed greatly. No one expected the Sea tribe to have such a terrifying foundation. Although the Sea tribe experts and the high priest were powerful enough, they were not a match for them. However, at this moment, the revived aura made them feel that it was difficult to resist. If the aura alone was so powerful, how powerful was the owner of the aura? On this island, all the Sea clan cultivators who felt this chi all prostrated themselves on the ground and shouted, "Welcome the old ancestor." Even the experts of the Sea tribe who were chasing after the 6 of them stopped at this moment and knelt in midair, motionless. "Someone's coming." Yang Kai shuddered and quickly stopped, calling out to everyone, "Everyone, come here." He didn't want to expose too much, but at the moment, he couldn't care less. If he wanted to escape, he could only rely on the space divine technique. Gu Pan immediately ran to his side. Chu Huashang and Su Zhan also hurried over. Ning Daoran hesitated for a moment and quickly joined several people. Only Lin Feng snorted coldly. His figure turned into a stream of light and rushed in the other direction. Obviously, he didn't intend to escape with everyone. Yang Kai sighed in his heart and didn't care about him. He raised his hand and took out a space spirit bead, and was about to use the space law to leave here. At this moment, a huge monster rose quickly from the sea, quickly covering the world. It was thousands of feet long, with a terrible chi, casting a large shadow on the sea. "What a big shark!" Gu Pan exclaimed. "It's a holy spirit." Chu Huashang changed color. "Holy spirit Kuan shark." Su Zhan shivered. "How can there be a holy spirit here? Is this the ancestor of the Sea clan?" There was a deep cry in the heart. There was a holy spirit here. Today I am afraid it will be difficult to escape. "Don't resist," Yang Kai shouted, and without hesitation, he quickly urged the power of the space spirit bead, and the space law instantly enveloped everyone, connecting hundreds of thousands of Red Star City. At this moment, the Kuan shark opened its mouth and bit down on the place where everyone was. The power of this bite seems to be able to swallow the sky and the earth. The people who have been wrapped in the power of the space spirit bead are shuttling through the void. They only feel that the space around them is chaotic, and the void is unstable. It seems that it will break at any time. Yongkai shouted, "The situation is not good. The void is disturbed. I can't locate the destination. Everyone be careful." Before his voice fell, he saw a void crack appear around him, and before Yongkai could react, the void crack had swallowed everyone and disappeared around him. Yongkai himself was the same. He fell into a void crack, and the space around him was turbulent. His body was out of control, and he secretly complained in his heart. If he had known this would happen, he would have left the moment he grabbed the ice soul cold moon bead. But at that time, he considered that everyone came together, so naturally, they should retreat together. Now, Lin Feng must be in trouble, and he didn't know whether the others were alive or dead. In the end, he didn't have time to ask Gu Pan about Zhang Ruoxi. Chapter 4068. The void shook, and Yang Kai's vision changed. When the space turbulence surged, he had returned to the great void realm. Looking up, he was no longer in the sea. His figure was falling rapidly, and he quickly urged his power to stabilize himself. The blood in his chest was surging, and he spat out a blood mist. His face was slightly pale. Just now, when he activated the power of the space spirit bead to travel through the void, he was blocked by the Kuan shark. He was also injured, but the injury was not serious. He only needed to rest for a day or two to recover. Looking around, he saw a forest of giant trees. The trees were thousands of feet tall and thousands of feet tall. Their canopies were continuous. He had no idea where he was. He couldn't help but have some lingering fear. Although he knew that the Great Void Realm was not as simple as he thought before, and there were holy spirits here, he didn't expect that there would be holy spirits in the Sea Clan. Kuan Shark. This thing had the blood of Kuan Pong and Sea Shark, and Kuan Pong was the enemy of the dragon race. Yongkai estimated that if he fell into the hands of the Kuan Shark, he would definitely die miserably. Others couldn't detect the blood in his body, but the Kuan Shark must be able to feel it. The strength of the Kuan Shark was also extremely tyrannical. It could even interrupt the transmission of the space spirit bead, causing him to fail to locate it. The others were lost in the void crack and swallowed by it. He didn't know how they were doing now. Because he wanted to ask Su Zhan to set up a great array in Star City, Yongkai exchanged contact information with Su Zhan before. Yongkai quickly took out the communication bead and contacted Su Zhan. After a while, Su Zhan sent a message saying that he was still safe, but he didn't know where he was. Yongkai couldn't help but feel relieved, and asked him to inquire about the situation of the others. Su Zhan agreed. After looking around for a while, he landed on the ground and found a tree hole to hide in. He adjusted his breathing while waiting for news. After about half an hour, Su Zhan sent a message saying that Chu Huashang, Gu Pan, and Ning Daoran were still alive, but like them, after being swallowed by the void crack, they randomly came to somewhere in the Great Void Realm. At this moment, they didn't know where they were. Only Lin Feng couldn't be contacted, and he didn't know whether he was alive or dead. Hearing that Gu Pan was still alive, Yongkai felt relieved. After a brief exchange with Su Zhan and agreeing to meet in Red Star City, Yongkai put away the communication bead and began healing his wounds while also checking his gains this time. Immersing his consciousness into the small sealed world bead, Yongkai summoned his soul avatar. As soon as he appeared, Yongkai couldn't help shivering, feeling that the small sealed world had never been so cold before. Looking up, he saw a full moon hanging high in the sky, exuding a cold light. Master, something big has happened. There's suddenly a new moon here." Mu Zhu and Mu Lu flapped their little wings and ran over, crying out in panic. The two of them had been staying in the sealed world bead, taking care of the precious herbs in the medicine garden. They could be considered Yongkai's only companions from the star boundary. Previously, they were taking care of the medicinal garden when they suddenly saw a round moon slowly rise and hang high in the sky. They were all shocked. "Yes, that's not the moon," Yongkai replied. In his heart, he was also very puzzled. Why did the ice soul chilling moon bead suddenly turn into a full moon here? It could be seen that even if the ice soul cold moon bead wasn't the moon, it was likely related to it. The two wood spirits flew to his shoulders, one on each side. Mulu curiously asked, "If it's not the moon, what is it?" "I don't know what it is," Yang Kai shook his head. He had never seen this thing before, and even the disciples from the blessed and heavenly cave couldn't tell its origin. Perhaps he could ask the lady boss later to figure it out. Mu Zhu was more calm and frowned. Whether it's the moon or not, it's too cold. If you don't think of a way, everything in the medicine garden will freeze to death. Lu and I will also freeze to death. Mu Lu burst into tears. I don't want to freeze to death. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that there was indeed something wrong with the herbs in the medicine garden. They were all withered, and some herbs were even covered in frost, losing a lot of their medicinal properties. He was the master of the small sealed world, so he could dominate everything here. Many of the barriers in the medicine garden in the small sealed world were created by him with the power of the entire world, so it was difficult for ordinary forces to erode them. The fact that the moonlight could affect the things in the medicine garden showed how amazing its power was. Don't worry, I'll just reinforce the barriers in the medicine garden. Yang Kai did as he thought, connecting his mind and body with the small sealed world and using the power of the world to reinforce the barriers, restoring the medicine garden to its original state. But in next to no time, he frowned because he was able to clearly sense that the numerous restrictions he'd set up were still being slowly corroded by the moonlight, and they would probably be broken open in less than a year or so. Call me once every 6 months. The barriers here must be reinforced often. Mu Zhu nodded. I'll remember. Yang Kai looked up at the full moon again, shook his head slowly, and left the small sealed world. At the same time, above the sea, Lin Feng's figure turned into a stream of light, fleeing 100 kilometers in the blink of an eye, cutting through the waves. Suddenly, Lin Feng came to a stop and looked in front of him in horror. 1,000 kilometers in front of him, a powerful figure was standing in midair, looking at him with a cold face. His eyes were like 2 bolts of lightning, piercing into Lin Feng's heart. Lin Feng's face paled, and he retreated without thinking. You think you can run away? The man snorted coldly, stretched out his hand, and grabbed at Lin Feng. Even though there was a distance of 1,000 li between them, Lin Feng couldn't resist at all. He sensed a gigantic cyan hand grab him. When he looked again, the man was already in front of him, looking at him with a grim smile. How do you want to die? Kuan Sha. Lin Feng's face paled. He didn't know that this was the Holy Spirit from before. He was different from all the other members of the Sea clan he had seen on the island. This Kuan Sha had completely transformed into a human. He didn't look any different from a monster beast, either. That's me. The Kuan Sha smiled, showing his sharp teeth. A few little insects dared steal my clan's treasure. You're audacious. I don't have it. Killing me is useless. Lin Feng swallowed. The Kuan Sha smiled ferociously. I've been waiting for you for so many years. How could I bear to kill you? You can escape death, but you can't escape punishment. He opened his mouth and swallowed Lin Feng. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he opened his mouth again and spat Lin Feng out. But at this moment, the disciple of the true martial fairyland looked dazed, as if he had just experienced a great terror. He couldn't help but tremble. Where is the one who stole the moon essence? Take me to him. The Kuan Sha said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded involuntarily and led the Kuan Shark to Red Star City. On the way, they arrived at some human strongholds. The Kuan Sha opened his mouth and swallowed all the humans. He chewed them all, and blood flowed out of his mouth. People screamed miserably, but he looked satisfied. Lin Feng's eyes were bloodshot. He resisted many times, but the Kuan Sha oppressed him. It was strange, though, because even though the Kuan Sha didn't treat him well, he didn't intend to kill him. Lin Feng thought about what the Kuan Sha had said before. He couldn't help but guess. When they arrived at another stronghold, the Kuan Sha did the same thing. He appeared in the sky above the stronghold and his body blotted out the sky. That stronghold wasn't big. There were only a few thousand people there. When they saw such a gigantic creature, they all turned pale with fright. They all used their treasures and skills to attack. But how could they injure the Kuan Sha? The Kuan Sha opened his mouth and a terrifying strength emerged. The thousands of people in the stronghold, no matter how strong they were, couldn't help but be sucked in. At that moment, Lin Feng shouted, Kuran Shah, look here. As he spoke, he raised his two blades, one to his neck and the other to his heart. The two blades dazzled the sky and earth. He attacked mercilessly. He wanted to kill himself here. The moment before Lin Feng died, the Kuan Sha appeared in front of him. He flicked his fingers, and the two blades flew away. The Kuan Sha raised his hand and lifted Lin Feng up. He looked at him grimly and said, "Little boy, what are you doing?" Lin Feng looked pitiful, but he burst into laughter and said, "So that's how it is. The ancient records are true. You're looking for a vessel. I'm your vessel, right?" The Kuan Sha snorted. "You know a lot. What else do you know?" "I know a lot," Lin Feng said proudly. "I know you won't let me die. If I die, you'll have to find someone else. But there aren't many people who can meet your requirements. I might as well tell you that I am a disciple of the Zhenwu Cave Heaven. In the Great Void Realm, there are no more than 5 people who can match me. If I die, I'm afraid you'll have a headache." "So you are a disciple of the Zhenwu Fairyland. No wonder you know about the vessel. Is this information left by your ancestors?" The Kuan Sha snorted coldly. Lin Feng said, "The 27th headmaster of the Zhenwu Fairyland came to the Great Void Realm and left some records about this place." The Kuan Sha nodded. "Since you know, cooperate obediently. You will be rewarded." Lin Feng said proudly, Lin Feng, have been relying on myself all my life. I don't need others to give me benefits." The Kuan Sha narrowed his eyes. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Feng looked at him fearlessly. After a long time, the Kuan Sha grunted icily and threw him away. He clasped his hands behind his back and said, "Since you know about the vessel, you should cooperate with me. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you. I might as well tell you that my target is not you, but the little boy who stole the essence of the moon. He is much stronger than you." Lin Feng was angry. Sujin had said that he wasn't as strong as Yang Kai, and now the Kuan Sha had said the same thing. Lin Feng couldn't help but want to be stronger. But it wasn't the time to care about that. Lin Feng scratched his neck and said, "I can cooperate with you, but you can't absorb my strength again. Otherwise, even if I die, I won't take you to him." You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.